Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
Oh, and there it is. Here I am. Sorry, hold on 1 second. There's nothing like being prepared, is there? And this is nothing like being prepared. That music caught me off guard. I still thought I had a moment more just to settle in, but there it is. And then suddenly, there it is, the bald head on the screen. So there it is, the bald head on the screen. Good day to you. Good to see you. How are you? So hope you've had a wonderful day, and then you're rounding off the day with your friendly neighborhood woman went to mow. So another day, another session. Here we go again. We do it as we always do it. So we do it as we always do it, but it's been somewhat of a slow news cycle today. So it's been somewhat of a slow news cycle today. So it's very much a case of bring your own. So if and when the panelists do turn up, then we shall be labeling them as to what they have been looking at in the news today. So we do it that way. So somewhat of a slow news cycle, but nevertheless some news. So what are we before we even contend with everything or with anything? The usual protocol, of course, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. I'm not seeing any likes at all. I wonder why that is. Not even one single like am I seeing, unless my system is acting up. So click on the like button just immediately, just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. We're pushing for figures, as you know. Always pushing for. Who is not pushing for figures on YouTube? We're no different. So click on the like button, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and participate. You know, we are harvesting and harnessing new voices. If you notice, there's a new dynamism on the platform now. The new dynamism is the expansion both of the... oh, God, what happened just there? Give me one moment. Something just came on my screen. So, yes, the new dynamism is the expansion both of the conversation and the main stream as well. So if you want to come and be part of that new dynamism, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then there's an invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. It is pinned on the comment section. You often ignore it, so you can carry on doing that. So you often ignore it, so you can carry on doing that, but do not ignore this. NMPP suspends Kwakwanso over alleged anti-party activities. So now, when I first came across this headline, I had the thought that NMPC was actually a party created by Kwakwanso himself. So quite how they are able to suspend him from his own party remains a mystery, but hopefully that mystery to be unraveled when we get into the details of this piece. NMPP suspends Kwakwanso over alleged anti-party activities. So we find out exactly what's in play there. So we find out exactly what is in play there. So we find out exactly what is in play there only to go back to an old, almost tired storyline now. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to Tinubu again, and it's did he or did he not Chicago State University? Tinubu's certificate. Chicago State University restricts access to our Twitter account. And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Our brothers and sisters from the obedient quarters, they have taken their behavior to the rest of the world. So they've gone to harangue and harass that university to the point that they've had to temporarily take their Twitter accounts down. And this is where we are now. So this thing is going to come to an head. This thing has to come to an end in some form or the other. Tinubu certificate, Chicago State University restricts access to Twitter account. So quite what's in play there, we find out shortly. Only to land on this, Lagos ranked as 5th best African city to live, work, and invest in. So now, So when I saw that headline, I read it with mixed feelings. Because of course, which other capital city in Africa do you think would exceed Lagos? So you just have the lazy assumption that the best African city to live in would either be Lagos or Abuja. But they're telling us that Lagos is number 5 to live, work, and invest in. But then who are the top 4? So you have to hang around to find out. Lagos rated as 5th best African city to live, work, and invest in. So we'll go through that, find out exactly who was ahead of Nigeria. But then you wonder if Lagos should be in any ratings at all. Certainly, when you read the words of the vice president of the country, you wonder even more. Nigeria is in big mess, coupled with poor governance, Vice President Shettima admits. So, yes, yeah, okay, let me stay with this headline. So you know, there's this sort of I won't say confusion, because we all know what's going on in the country. We all know what went down for the last 8 years or so, and we all know what the incoming administration meant when they came in. But then there is still this narrative that the incoming administration should have some magic wand that will immediately cure and set everything to American standards. So the country is in a total mess. Irrespective of whoever is in charge, the country is still in a total mess. Nigeria is in big mess, coupled with poor governance, Vice President Kashim Shettima. So we find out exactly what's led Kashim Shettima to all that. We'll find out exactly what has led Kashim Shettima to all that. So now, we'll have a look at this video clip as well. So this clip now speaks to the first federal executive meeting that Tinubu is having and the 8-point agenda that will form the cornerstone of his administration. So we'll have a watch of that and then see where that takes us. So we have a watch of that and then we'll see where that takes us. And then we may well also watch this as well. Almost certainly we will watch this because like I said, the news cycle a bit somewhat spartan. So we have a look on Arise TV to see what they're up to as well. So a lot to go through, but then of course the panelists as well invited to bring what they are considering in the news cycle. So all of that to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Exactly as I said, click on the like button. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard is inviting you to come and join me on the screens, and the invitation to join to buy your host cups of coffee that is pinned on the comment section. So all those, you know where we're going. If you've been here for more than one session, you know what happens next. The Kegites.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, you go me water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koniru Agbeche. So Iku Koniru Agbeche. Let's kick it off with this Tinubu's 10-point agenda, not 10 points. So let's kick it off with Tinubu's 7-point agenda. See what this is all about. So let's play this.
Presidential villa comes alive as President Tinubu convenes his inaugural cabinet meeting, just 9 days shy of 100 days in office. In his address, President Tinubu sets the stage, acknowledging the challenges that lie ahead. He places a spotlight on the pressing issue of unemployment and the state of the economy.
The expectation is high, and there's a tough time right now. We must work hard, commit ourselves, and create a buoyant economy that will serve every Nigerian. We have unemployment that is a level that is not acceptable. We are threatened by climate change, but to turn things around, you have been selected to perform your utmost best.
The president further emphasizes collaboration among ministers, underscoring the essence of strong leadership.
It is all in your hand now. I'm ready to listen. Like I said to the NPA yesterday, I'm ready, even for corrections. Only God is perfect. Don't be afraid to take decisions in this situation that you have been called upon to fetch water from a dry well.
Following their closed-door deliberations, ministers reaffirmed the president's directives, pledging to turn words into action as quickly as possible.
We're looking at different sectors of the economy that will contribute to this job creation. Chief among them is the creative industry and the digital economy. His Excellency has also given the mandate that this has to be done quickly. So we should see all of these investments coming into power. We have actually secured commitments from investors into power sector, rail and transportation sector, security architecture, steel, digital backbone, solid minerals. And we're engaging these investors.
We also examined the president's 8-point agenda. And those are basically food security, ending poverty, economic growth and job creation, access to capital, particularly consumer credit, inclusivity in all its dimensions, particularly as regards youth and women, improving security, improving the playing field on which people and particularly companies operate, rule of law, and of course, fighting corruption.
Mr. President's vision is to ensure that Nigeria recovers lost time as quickly as possible.
The coordinating minister of the economy reiterates the administration's departure from past borrowing-centered approaches.
Clearly, the federal government is not in a position to borrow at this time. Rather, the emphasis has to be on creating a stable macroeconomic environment, stable inflation, stable exchange rate, and an environment within which people can come and invest.
Recently, Nigeria's unemployment rate dropped to 4.1% from 5.3%, thanks to a fresh methodology. While analysts acknowledge ongoing challenges, the resounding message from President Bola Tinubu and his team following the inaugural council meeting today is clear. A determined approach will tackle obstacles head-on. From the presidential villa, Adesua Omoruan, Arise News.
All right. So that was Tinubu's. I don't know however many points agenda. I didn't. Hold on. Yes. So that was from Tinubu, as I said, is 8-point agenda. So let me bring you this. This just came to me in the course of us watching that. So it looks as though Yemsin Wike has been listed as one of the campaign coordinators for APC for the upcoming governorship election in Bayelsa State. So that on the surface, you say, yes, what's the big deal? The only thing is that Yemsin Wike is not a member of the APC. That's just the only thing. Yemsin Wike, as you know, is a member of the PDP. So let's go into this, see what this has to offer. It says, breaking confusion as Wike makes list of APC campaign council for Bayelsa governorship election. So let's see what's in play here. The All Progressive Congress APC has created confusion for its newly appointed Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemsin Wike, who has yet to denounce his membership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. This is as the former governor of Rivers State topped the campaign list of the ruling party for the November governorship election in Bayelsa State. Pardon me. On Tuesday, August the 29th, the APC released the campaign list for the 3 off-season governorship elections in Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo State in a tweet. The list, which was seen by correspondents, constituted the names of the minister who is still a member of the opposition party. So here it is. Yemsin Wike's name appears on both APC and PDP for the Bayelsa governorship election. Are you still doubting the PDAPC is real? Just the play. So it looks as though PDP also now they've put him in play. So PDP have put him in play. So now let's go to how the PDP is looking at this. It says PDP weigh options over Wike's open romance with APC. Okay. FCT minister named by APC. Okay, let's take it from where does it actually start? Right, I think it starts from here. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, is in a quagmire over how to handle the open romance between former Rivers State Governor Yemsin Wike and the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC. Party officials have kept sealed lips over its plans on how to deal with what some describe as the most brazen case of anti-party activity ever embarked upon by a party leader. The situation took an unexpected turn for the worse when former Governor Wike, being named as a leading figure in the National Council of the APC. Wike, who is the current Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, was on Tuesday named as a member of the APC Campaign Council for the 2023 governorship election for Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo State. This is despite the fact that his party, the PDP, on August the 2nd, 2023, named him as a member of its National Campaign Council for the same set of elections. Attempts to get an official response from the PDP leadership have been unsuccessful. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Honorable Debo Ologunagba, neither picked nor returned calls to his mobile telephone. He was yet to respond to a text message on the subject as at the time of filing this report. However, a party leader who spoke on the condition of anonymity because the party is yet to deliberate and take a decision on the issue, said the party would definitely act at the appropriate time. The party source said, "We don't want to make our party all about Wike and his unending tantrums. We are all aware about his love for attention, so we have decided to ignore him in the hope he will avail himself of the opportunity of our efforts to reconcile our aggrieved members." So, I mean, it beggars belief. It's almost like a Twilight Zone sort of a thing, really. There's so many things in play here. So, Yemson Wike, he's the minister of the FCT, as you know, but of course a full member of the PDP, of course the ruling party, the APC. So there's somewhat already a confused chasm there. So there's that chasm there, but then the PDP, with the off-cycle elections, the PDP, knowing that Wike is a senior member of their party and is the wealthiest member of their party, maybe outside of Atiku Abubakar, they've put in preeminence in their campaign for those states, Imo State, Bayelsa State, and Kogi State. So there's that. But now, the APC have now announced their campaign team for those same set of elections, and preeminent on that list at the very top, the same Yemson Wike. So is he going to shoot from that side and then go to run around and shoot from the other side? How does that work is the thing. So how does that work is the thing. But almost certainly Wike will have to cross carpet. He has, in all intents and purposes, outside of our public announcement, he has already crossed carpets. So we know that. So he's going to cross carpet. But when he crosses carpet, is he going to take River State with him? You know, that's the other question. So, I mean, how do you unravel a mystery like Wike? That is the quick question. How do you unravel a mystery like Wike? So how do you unravel a mystery like Wike? Let's go to something equally mysterious. I thought this guy owns the party, but alas, it probably does not. NMPP suspends Kwakwanso over alleged anti-party activities. Just coming off the back of the Wike readout, I suspect there might well be somewhat of a similarity. The Board of Trustees of the New Nigeria People's Party, NMPP, has suspended Rabiu Kwakwanso over alleged anti-party activities. The suspension of Kwakwanso, the party's presidential candidate in the February 25th election, was announced on Tuesday at the end of a meeting held in Lagos. It also appointed new national officers, headed by Dr. Agbo Major as the acting national chairman, and Mr. Ogini Olakosi as the acting national secretary, with 18 others. So why was he suspended? News Agency of Nigeria reports that the suspension is for 6 months. News Agency of Nigeria reports that the suspension were put to a voice vote by members of the party at a special General Assembly held at Rockview Hotels in Apapa. News Agency of Nigeria recalls that the NWC of the party on Thursday, August the 24th, announced the suspension of the founder of the party, Dr. Boniface something or the other, and the National Publicity Secretary. Addressing newsmen at the end of the meeting in Lagos on Tuesday, Secretary of the Board of Trustees, something or the other Abdullahi, accused Kwakwanso of hobnobbing. Okay, so it's the same narrative as Wike. Accused Kwakwanso of hobnobbing with President Bola Tinubu, the People's Democratic Party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar, and the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, without the board authorization. Abdullahi announced that Kwakwanso has been stripped of the NMPP national leadership status by the board. The Secretary of the Board of Trustees said the purported suspension of the NMPP founder was a flagrant gross violation of the party's constitution. So there it is for hobnobbing with Tinubu, and that is it right there. So I'm not sure that there's much more from there. So not much more from there. So let's go on from there today. So hopefully there are people in the room so that the conversation can kick on. Always a slow start these days, I've noticed, but hopefully there are people in the room. Tinubu certificates Chicago State University locks Twitter account after backlash. So the obedience have now gotten to them in Chicago. Chicago State University, United States, has put its Twitter page on private after some Nigerians allegedly stormed the page to inquire whether or not President Bola Tinubu truly graduated from the institution. This is in the wake of a petition filed by the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, in a United States court to obtain information about Tinubu's academic records at the Chicago State University. A check on the page, which was earlier public on Tuesday, showed it has now been put on private with the message, "These posts are protected. Only confirmed followers have access to at Chicago State's post and complete profiles. Type a follow button to send a follow request." Correspondents had reported in January 2022 that the university confirmed to it that Tinubu indeed attended the university. Beverly Poindexter, who is in charge of official transcripts request, enrollment, and degree verification at the Office of the Registrar, CSU, in a terse email response said, "Mr. Tinubu did attend our university. However, if further information is needed, go to Students Clearinghouse something or the other to make a formal request." In an earlier letter dated August the 20th, 1999, and signed by then Registrar Louis Davis, the university stated that Tinubu was its student between 1977 and 1979. He wrote, "Please be advised that Bola A. Tinubu did indeed attend Chicago State University from August 1977 through June 1979. He was awarded a Bachelor's of Science degree in Business and Administration with honors, on June the 22nd, 1999. His major was accounting." Also attached to Tinubu's Form CF004, submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission during his governorship re-election bid in 2003, was a commendation letter from CSU recognizing his performance and high scholastic achievements. Tinubu's academic qualification has been a subject of controversy for some time now, especially following the 2023 general election. So you see that last sentence is the one that always really rankles me. You know, Tinubu's academic qualifications is not subject to any controversy, certainly not. Tinubu presented his certificate. People who are minded to check the veracity of that certificate, they have gone through the process of checking it, and they have found that the certificate is indeed valid. And they only know that the certificate that he presented is valid because the institution that he got the certificate from told them so. So there is no controversy. It's just a bunch of idiots just showing us just how stupid they are. Just a bunch of idiots showing us how stupid they are. But from stupidness to more serious matters, Nigeria is in big mess, coupled with poor governance, Vice President Shettima admits. So just how big Vice President Kashim Shettima has said that Nigeria's economic situation is in a big mess, adding that the country is chained by poor governance. Shettima, who spoke on Monday when he received in-audience members of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, led by the chairman Taiwo Oyedele at the State House Abuja, expressed optimism that his principal, Bola Tinubu, would tackle. Asking the committee to come up with roadmap that would transform the economy and take the country out of the woods, our former governor of Borno State said fiscal policy and tax reforms were a potent tool for resource mobilization. So yes, you know, the whole of governance is not any more complex than just this. You see what I'm highlighting here? If you get this right, you create the best country in the world. You see what I'm highlighting here? If you get these two spaces right, pay attention, because this is very important. What I'm highlighting, and I will read it out in a moment, but if you get these two spaces right, you will create the best country in the world. And if you identify that these are the two most important spaces to get right, then you're on the pathway to creating the best country in the world. Let me actually read the whole paragraph. Asking the committee to come up with roadmap that will transform the economy and take the country out of the woods. Former Borno governor, so this is the bit I want to pay attention to, said fiscal policy and tax reforms were potent tools for resource mobilization. So fiscal policies. So fiscal policies is no bigger or more complex than how the country positions itself in terms of how it wants to run itself. So let me give you an example, for instance. Let's say, for instance, the licensing of artisanal or even small to medium scale mining of resources. Let's say the licensing of those were domesticated either at the state level, but even ideally at the local government level, so that you can just go and fill a form at your local government space to mine whatever it is you want to mine. So that's a fiscal policy right there. Or the directional thrust of monetary policy, that's a fiscal policy right there. So licensing is a fiscal policy, and I'm not talking about driver's license, so licensing to do anything. You know, passing through something or the other to have your products to the market, those are all fiscal policies. So if those fiscal policies were business friendly and easy to use and easier to use, is an easy walk through, you know, all of that is just, I've always said that the one thing and only thing that can drive Nigeria forward is policy positioning. If you remove all of the gridlocks in the way of business and enterprise in order to go about their business and enterprising, then the country will blossom. It's as simple as that. And at the tail end of that, you put your taxations in there and take as much as you can from them. And voila, you have the best country in the world. It's nothing complex. Asking the committee to come up with roadmap that would transform the economy and take the country out of the woods, our former Borno governor said fiscal policy and tax reforms were a potent tool for resource mobilization. He charged the committee to make recommendations that will be quick deliverables in view of the current economic realities. The task before you is enormous. I believe you have the best brains to come up with a robust roadmap that will reposition our economy, addressing some of the fundamental issues, underlying our fiscal and tax policies. Fiscal and tax policies are key to the realization of any nation's economic development. And I put my hands up, I crossed my heart. I had not read this before, but exactly what I've just said is what the man from Borno is saying. So there it is right there. I believe you will come up with a roadmap to salvage our nation. We are in a big mess. But I have the confidence in your team. This is a great nation chained by poor governance, changed by many challenges, and my principal is a man of courage and conviction. He's a progressive man in the Nigerian political space. So, both in terms of the language, the witticism, the repartee, and then the worldview, there is nothing not to admire about Kashim Shettima. And if I had my way, he will succeed his principle. It's just, the guy is just, is the archetypal Nigerian. We used to think, I used to think before that the archetypal Nigerian was Obasanjo. But now, really, in contemporaneous times, the archetypal Nigerian is Kashim Shettima. It is. Kashim Shettima was born in the, godforsakens in Borno State, educated, found his way to Lagos. He was trained by Jim Ovie in banking. He's a Lagos boy. He's a northerner. He's cosmopolitan. Did you see his speech at the opening of the Dangote refinery? I could go and get to a clip. It was just pitch perfect. So those are the sort of people you want in charge of things. Not what's that one from Mauritania, Yusuf Dati Ali. Those are the sort of people. And if you look at the tonality of this readout as well, it's pitch perfect to the pain points of where matters are. Do you see? So these are the sort of people we want. Not some sluggish hop along from Oka with some dubious Arab from Mauritania. No, none of that. I believe you will come up with I didn't even know what I said, but it sounded, anyway, let me just carry on. I believe you will come up with a roadmap to salvage our nation. And by the way, let the room populate, and if we can see some super chats, and if you can see some super chats, that would be nice as well, just by way of encouragement. We need to be seeing those. I believe you will come up with a roadmap to salvage our nation. We are in a big mess, but I have confidence in your team. This is a great nation, changed by poor governance, changed by many challenges. And my principal, a man of courage and conviction, is a progressive man in the Nigerian political space. He assured the committee of the cooperation of the National Economic Council, which he chairs. He said, our focus should largely dwell on domestic resource mobilization, especially with trends in the world today. Even the biggest economies in the world are faced with this reality. I'm not quite sure what that means. Our focus should be largely dwell on domestic resource mobilization. So we find out what that means in a moment. Shettima said fiscal policy and tax reforms were critical in meeting national aspirations, and this was taking global dimensions with global realignment of forces like the emergence of BRICS and other geopolitical unions. So yes, there is still that BRICS narrative that lingers like a substance, like a wasp at the backdrop of the Nigerian space. But we'll see how that plays out. A lot of people are saying that BRICS is on the verge of collapse. He, however, expressed confidence in the capacity of the committee, adding, I think the composition of this committee bears testimony to the seriousness that the president attaches to your mandate. Honestly, I am proud of you. I am personally conversant with some of the members of this committee who are men and women of impeccable character, high integrity, commitment, and patriotism. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The country in a big mess, but according to Kashim Shettima, the man to rescue you from that big mess is the Luther from Lagos, the DGBT Jagaban. So the DGBT Jagaban and the state that he created, Lagos ranked as 5th best African city to live, work, and invest. So at last, they reveal. So let's see now. Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria. Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria, has been ranked as the 5th best African city for people to live, work, and invest, according to a report by Brand Finance City Index 2023. So I think this is a global survey. So when it's coming from a global space, it inspires more confidence. The ranking is based on a global survey of close to 15,000 members of the public conducted in April 2023 in 20 countries on all continents of the world. The report reveals Lagos, Nairobi, Kenya's capital, were ranked behind Cape Town, South Africa, Cairo, Egypt, Johannesburg, South Africa, and Casablanca, Morocco. It's somewhat predictable, but how do we discount this? Is to say, okay, we'll get to that list in a moment. Actually, at least Kenya did not come above us, so maybe I'll send this article to Kaizo. So yes, how do we discount this? The ranking is based on a global survey of close to 15,000 members of the public conducted in April 2023 in 20 countries on all continents of the world. The report reveals Lagos and Nairobi, Kenya's capital, were ranked behind Cape Town, South Africa, Cairo, Egypt, Johannesburg, South Africa, and Casablanca. So I can discount Cairo because Cairo is an ancient and an historical city. And Casablanca also, it goes deep. I don't want to discount all the North African ones, but certainly you can discount Cairo because Cairo is an ancient global city. But I'm not willing to concede to either Cape Town or Johannesburg, no matter how much facilities they have. But certainly I'm glad that we're ahead of Nairobi. And Nairobi came behind Nigeria. So Nairobi, that should be behind Lagos, by the way, as the 6th African city with 55.1%. The survey put Lagos at 56.7%, behind Cape Town, South Africa, Cairo, Egypt, Johannesburg, South Africa, and Casablanca, Morocco, as the first 4 best African cities with 62.9. So Cape Town is the best according to this survey with 62.9 according to the gradient, and then Cairo comes second with 60.7. Johannesburg comes third with 59.7, and then Casablanca. Casablanca actually just pips Nigeria, really, 59.3, and we're 56.7. So quite what the matrix is, how they used it, what metric did they use? London, England, yes. London, England is crowned as the world's best city. London, England is crowned as the world's best city brand in the ranking, scoring 84.6%, whilst New York, United States, and Paris, France, comes as second and third, garnering 83 and 79% respectively. So yes, I don't think too many people will quibble that London is the best city in the world. In fact, apologies, Thomas, I'll use it again. There is no equivocation on that. So no equivocation on that. So let's go into the room there and see if we got panelists to equivocate on this. War Peace joins us. So good to have you, War Peace. What have I done that Alexander is telling me to? What have I done? I've not done anything. Good to see you, War Peace. Adewale is here. Good to see you, Dewale. Bishop is here. Good to see you, Bishop, as well. So good to see you, Bishop. What did I do? Text me, Alexander. Let me know what I've done to get the to easy common now. What am I coming on now for? All right. Let's kick it off and start it off with. Let's start it off with War Peace if it's ready to go. War Peace, are you there? All right. Let's start it off with Bishop if he's ready to go. Bishop, are you there?
I am, if I'm good enough for you for tonight. By the way, I believe Alexander was telling you that the PR you were doing for Kasim Shetima, how much did he pay you?
Oh, right. Well, was it that space? All right. Well, there it is.
I
don't think so, Bishop. Bishop, I don't think so. The way one man was sync praising London as the best city in the world is what makes
London. No, everybody know that was the joke.
But Alexander Gomez is a London man. He was born in London. He did lights in London.
Okay. It could be either or push out. He clarified.
No. He just told me now that I think it was me mocking Pete Obi that it was there. Yes. You know that the way he has been going to all those obedience spaces, he has gone native now. We'll rename him Alexander Oketuku.
The way you were hating Kasim Shetima and you were kind of rubbishing Obi, I thought that was what he was saying because I was going to ask also how much did Shetima pay you? Any others, by the way. You brought another thing before I start. Yesterday it was Hotel California. Today you were technically or practically giving us lines from Sound of Music. How do you rate a person like, did you get that?
Yes, how do you rate a person like Shetima?
You were practically giving us lyrics from Sound of Music. So we wait for another one tomorrow. Anyhow, good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, fellow compatriots.
Good to have you, Bishop.
Please do the needful. Click on the like button. Let me repeat that because I keep it yesterday. Please, people, Nano, do the needful. Click on the like button as you come in. If that's the only thing you will do, it will be very well appreciated. Thank you. So, what do we have?
Kick it off with this list now. Let's kick it off from a fun space. Nigeria fifth. But I like the way they phrased it, by the way, Bishop, to live, work, and invest in. So Nigeria ranked fifth best African city. So when they said fifth, because I don't read these things ahead so that we can react to it together. I was curious to see which cities rated above us. But I had the lazy thought that they will want to put Johannesburg above us. But I want to discount that because it's not really an African city. It was built by the Dutch. So it's nothing to do with Africa. But Cairo. So what are you making of that list? Ahead of us are Cape Town, Cairo, Johannesburg, and Casablanca.
Honestly, if you ask me, we have seen the list. That probably would have been, I would rate Casablanca ahead. Because Johannesburg was built by the Dutch. Are you with me?
We have you back now. You were quaking, but carry on.
Not again. Wow. Okay, if I
carry on.
I will just pull up. If the network is better. Okay. So if you actually asked me, without me saying this list, honestly, I would have, because Lagos has its challenges, especially with a very heavy population of people trooping into Lagos that are making us to have a lot of places like slums now. Overpopulation is a major problem. I will go with the Raven, and I probably will put one or two other cities like Kigali ahead of Lagos, and probably Abuja for obvious reasons. So I have no problem with that rating at all. We can always do better. It's not yet to Uhuru. The only challenge I have is that, so what happened to suddenly the second worst city to live in the world? That your brother Rufai is always chorusing every time.
It will be very upset about this list, Rufaius. If we
Because
attack
he was
it
always
tomorrow,
looking at it. I'm telling you, he will not say two things before he remember.
He will say, is this the city that in Mushi people are living in the slums? Is this the city that you have put on the, and it would go on that sanctimonious.
There are slums everywhere. There are slums. As I'm speaking with you, I'm just about leaving New York. Now I've been in New York for the past 4 days. There are slums everywhere. Is it Atlanta? You want to say there are no slums? Is it Las Vegas? Is it Los Angeles? Is it, there are slums everywhere. So if you say because there are slums in Mushi and you now say Lagos is the second worst place to live on earth. So I think it's a good thing, but it's nothing to celebrate because there's still so much work to be done in Lagos. If we get our public transport system right, and a little bit more secure, and people are disciplined, dumping refuse in the rain, in the drainages when it rains. Some places the way people live. Makoko, I don't know what they have to do. One day somebody has to just get rid of that Makoko. I don't know how, but it has to be done at some point. So, but it's okay, but nothing to celebrate. It's not yet to hold.
Bishop, what struck me is what is the headline. They said to live, work, and invest in. So they were not talking about they were not talking about the richest city in Africa. They were not talking about the most populated. It's quite specific. So if they are saying Lagos is ranked as the top 5 cities in Africa to live in, embedded in that is safety, infrastructures, amenities, social life, all of that. And then to work in, that is to say the employment opportunities there, and to invest in. So that is to say they see it as a city of the future. So it's quite a statement to make.
I agree with you entirely. I agree with everything you said. And that's always been my position. We have our challenges, but honestly speaking, we don't appreciate what we have enough. If we've been to other places, just as some people don't want to be seen to be. I'm not praising Nigeria. But honestly, we are not the worst people. Nigeria is not the worst place to be by every parameter. We have our challenges, and they're always the first to admit that we can do better. But to not say we are the worst in everything, I always don't agree with that. So I agree with everything you've said. Lagos is an opportunity that is waiting to be unlocked.
Just finally on that space, Bishop, 80% of the people that criticize Lagos, that are what the Tinubu do, Lagos is this, that, and the other, they all live in Lagos. And the only time that they go to their hometown is during Christmas, and they cannot wait to get out. In fact, 90% of them, if Lagos is so terrible, why are you living there? All these people, they are so funny.
The kid no fine, but it won't be like how.
The answer to that question is simple.
It's blowing in the wind.
Can I hear me? The answer to that question is very simple, one man. Most of us live here in abroad, and I can guarantee you that everybody that I ask will say, I want to go back to Nigeria. Would actually have any opportunity they can find, they would want to go back to Nigeria. Not that Nigeria is better than United States or UK. It's just that feeling that you have over there. Why we go to Nigeria and want to run back down here in whichever state we are?
No, we're talking about Lagos, so not abroad.
No. I know. I'm taking it to a wider sense. Why we live a better place or whatever, or somewhere that we make money. Basically, Lagos is where people go and hustle. That is what it is. But they go travel to their home place and enjoy, and when the money is depleting, they're like, okay, time to go back to wherever I'm going to make money. It's not because Lagos is especially whatever. It's just where people make money. That is what it is.
I have to say I disagree. Especially this survey also disagrees, and this is an international survey also, so it's not even in our hands anymore with our prejudices. But Let me move you on. So I thought that was just a
One man,
tiny little,
Lagos is a lifestyle. It's not about making money, it's a lifestyle. For those who have lived in Lagos, grew up in Lagos, live in Lagos, it's a lifestyle. It just stick with you. Just like a
let me
New
tell you,
Yorker.
I used to listen to Highlight My Life, a program in one of the Nigerian radio stations, and I listened to one a few days ago. And that man, what's the name of this man that used to anchor that in So he was telling stories. He interviewed some people, big highlight musicians, and and there was a guy that they were interviewing, and the guy was the best of everything when he was in Enugu, playing his music. And they said that they called him and said, you know what, if you have not, and I'm talking of the 50s, so the interview, the music, they told him that if you have not been to Lagos, you have not even cracked your music career in this office. What's the name of this guy? The morning. I can't remember his name. Anyhow, that if you have not been to Lagos, then you have not even begun your music career. And the guy said, testified that when he came to Lagos, truly, he realized that he had been rotting away. The only place that was a little bit close to Lagos when it comes to music in those days, the yesteryears, when I listened to a lot of old highlights. I was listening to this man today, this man's interview. One of those late 50s highlights. I remember before I see this now, I will mention it. And so Lagos is just a place. Yeah, maybe the creation of some administrative, but also God's hand. Hello, woman, are you there?
No, we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay, so definitely, let's leave politics. And Lagos is. I agree with who says Lagos is a lifestyle. Lagos is a complete Lagos on its own. I don't know how to describe it.
You know what it is, Bishop. Lagos is a microcosm of Nigeria, and this is the example of that artist that you said is what makes Lagos magic. All the best people, all the most talented people, they always have to end up in Lagos in order to amplify their talent. And then when you have this convergence of the best that the country has to have, that the country has rather, then of course it's then something magical. Who has any talent in Anambra? Who has any talent in Ondo?
No,
they don't know how to spell. They don't know how to spell talent in Gombe. All the talented people they have to come to Lagos.
They have to come to Lagos to be able to maximize that potential. You will just be rotting away except for Ibadan, especially in music. I'm talking music now because I listen to a lot of interview about this music. So a lot of people, when they come to Lagos, especially the genre of music that we had that was really there, highlight, they metamorphosed into juju. So if you come to Lagos, like Adeolu Akisoya, that was really in Ilesha and Osogbo, eventually, they have to come to Lagos to blossom. A lot of musicians. So they have to leave Ondo to come and play with Ebenezer Obey. Of course, he has always been in Lagos from Abeokuta. So look at all the musicians, the Michael Ades of this world, the Eddie Okotas of this world. Eventually, so the music, what developed music in Nigeria was the Lagos-Ibadan axis. If you are not there back in the 50s and 60s, then you are not in the music on the music map at all. So let's pray that Lagos will get better. With the challenges.
There's an exception to that, though. You know about this group called Oriental Brothers. They reign supreme too, and they never live in Lagos.
Hold on, Oriental Brothers compared to which of the musicians?
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on. Even Dewale is wrong. The Oriental Brothers for months they were the resident band at Hotel Bobby, which is in Lagos, Bobby Benson's hotel. So what I don't know, they had to come to Lagos, the Oriental Brothers. They were the resident. You know that Hotel Bobby used to have resident artists for months and months, and the Oriental Brothers were resident artists for a good while.
But it's well, I will give that to you. But it's common in those days when you have musicians from other part of the country coming to play in some of these hotels in Lagos, especially those hotspots. But not necessarily, live in Lagos and
No. I don't think I said live in Lagos. Lagos has to contribute to your musical career. Go and check. Go back. Especially the genre of music that we had there. The highlight of this world. Back in the days before we had juju music. I mean, the likes of Adil Soya, Red Chicago, Ige Dairo, what's this other old, those old people. There's a touch of Lagos. Lagos contributed in no small means to their musical career. Go and check.
All right. Let's give the final word on that space to Ayo in the. So let's give the final word on that space to Ayo in the comment section. Lojo Monday, can you complete the super chat? No, Lojo Monday, so there it is right there. And every other day of the week as well, there is no room for Pala in Lagos State. No room. But let me take you to another space, Bishop. One of the mysteries that has been agitating the obedience space for months and months, I think I might have been able to solve it. So I have sent my agents round, and they have dug through the archives to find the yearbook of our Tinubu set, Chicago State University. So there is Tinubu right there. I hope this satiates the obedient, but I suspect not. They will probably say it's Photoshop. So there is Tinubu. He has no classmates. He has no this and that. There he is in his yearbook, smack in the middle, surrounded by his classmates.
Well, we had a word on this last night. I did express my dissatisfaction, vehemently so too, with the conduct of these so-called obedience. And Obi himself, by not reining them in, by not calling them to order. And I find that very distasteful and very disgusting that he sees a horde of untamed, what is the word now? The way they are rampaging everywhere. I mean, you need to see what they were sending, the messages they were sending to the site of the Chicago State University. It's horrendous. And,
hold on. We'll get to that in a moment. So let's build up to that. Let me take you to this space instead. Confusion as Wike makes list of APC campaign cancel for Bayelsa governorship election. So now, in all ways, in body but not in spirit, certainly Wike has left the PDP. I think we can say that. If he's on the campaign council for the APC by off-season elections coming, governorship, if he's on the campaign team, then that is to tell us that he'll be campaigning against a party that he's a card-carrying member of. But to make the matters even more clear, the party that he officially belongs to, PDP, he's also on the campaign council of that party for that for those elections. Unravel that for us, Bishop.
Well, that one I will start like your friend used to start with Fela Kokele. This one I will say confusion, break, and double wahala for everybody. I don't know who is playing who here. One, if they are going to make Wike a member of the campaign committee, did they get his consent? Either it is party A or party B. If they got his consent and they gave them his consent, then something is wrong. If he did not give them his consent and they still publish his name, there's double two things. That double is wrong. I am not competent enough to make a comment on that. I don't know whether it's funny, really. I think I would say it's comedy or it's tragic. So let's say it's tragic comedy.
I will now at that point that Wike now has to provide some clarity. He has to make a decision now. Because to all intents and purposes, is an APC man, but officially a PDP man. So he needs to tell us. But if he crosses over to APC, does he take River State with him?
Well, with his influence, I think he will. I think Wike has River State in his I don't say vice in his pocket. I mean, Steve Fubara is a Wike. I don't think he has the liver to betray Wike. I don't think he will want to do that. And I don't think he will want to be head with Wike. And if Wike leaves him behind, they can finish him in PDP. They will finish him. But if Wike carries him along, they can be sure of getting him ticket for second time in ABC. But if Wike leaves him behind in PDP, I don't know whether he will be able to survive what is coming. So if Wike already has River State in his pocket and Wike is moving, I think it's safe to say that Wike will go with River State. Where is his population? But I want to take him back to that Wike will go with River State, both the governor and others will go with him. But it's important for him to make clarification. I don't see that something very serious. I just comment it. Because Wike and the Bayelsa governor, they had some serious clash in the last days, when they were going to demolish that Bayelsa house. So they had some altercations at the end, and they've not been able to reconcile. So I don't know why you are now putting him in the campaign team to go to that same space. I don't know. So it's better both of them just leave Wike out, both APC and just leave Wike out in Bayelsa, let him go to some other place so that there will be no clashes or confusion or violence. That's the case.
All right, brilliant. But for the, is it even right though for the PDP to add him as the for the APC rather to add him as the I don't know what the party rules are, but I suspect that you have to be a member of a party in order to be a member of a campaign team.
They know the game they are playing. What the server is about, Hagan server, they know what they are playing among themselves. It is politics time. Remember, election is about politics and politicking. They might not be able to want to get him. They are not banking on the fact that Wike will campaign for them, but they are banking on making Wike useless in that space. That look, rather than them having it, let's make sure that nobody is going to enjoy the support and of Wike in whatever shape or form. So they are just trying to say, let none of us people have him. I believe that's the game they are playing, and it's all politics. And I don't see anything wrong in that. These people they will click what do you call it? Their goblet of champagne, and they will laugh when they meet in the hotels. After everything said and done, they will still sit down together, back clap, and so I think APC is just being strategic, playing a mind game of saying, you know what? Let's put Wike so that they will not be able to use him there. So that at the end of the day, Wike will say, you know what? I don't want to cause confusion. Let me stay out. Let me stay aloof. Let me stay out. By so doing, APC has gained because they have denied PDP the support of Wike and River State. And that's very important.
All right, brilliant. Before I go on to Baba, is there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Yeah, unfortunately, I forgot it. There are quite a few things that I'm very particular about this happening that made the CSU and Chicago State University to lock their something. And people attack their LinkedIn something. They pick on the individual, post their details, their email address. That's the obedience. They will post their email address, post their LinkedIn, and people were bombarding people. And people have to be taking that. That is terrorism. That is cyberbullying. They've done it to judges in Nigeria. And I said, look, come. Oh my God, I don't know what to say. So I find it very distasteful. And I'm ashamed because it's rubbing off on the rest of us Nigerians that are not as despicable and as ridiculous as what these folks are doing. Because it's rubbing us on all. I mean, the university people were sending to them, oh, now we hear that you are selling degree. Can you sell me a master's degree? How much is your fee? How much? Can you imagine? The same set of people. When are we going to learn? And we hear some of their so-called learned ones among the informed ones, edging them on, hailing them, praising them. I mean, I find it very distasteful. Politics aside, we shouldn't descend to that level of infamy. But that's exactly what they have done. But September 16 will clear their base.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Stay with us, Bishop, as we move the conversation on to Baba. So
One
Baba,
man, sorry.
yeah.
Did you see, I don't know if it's today news or yesterday news, the guy the DSS arrested connected to MFLA loot, some Dogara something that they found 403 billion in his wife account in I think Zenith Bank. Alhaji Aminu Yaro Dogaro, Saki Hausa, Chamarawa Council of Chiefs of Lagos, and his wife, connection to the ongoing investigation of suspended CBN Governor Emefiele.
No, I didn't see that. Can you send the link? Let me have a look.
My friend, I will send it to you. I'll send it to your WhatsApp.
Oh, all right.
So you see.
All right, brilliant. Let me take the conversation to Baba. And Baba, maybe you want to pick it up from where Bishop left it off. Is the Chicago State University, they have had cause to put their Twitter account on private, not for any other reason than the harassment by our friendly neighborhood obedient people. So they've internationalized now this wayward behavior that we've been trying to cage within the confines of our country. So what are you then making of this development, and what repercussions are you expecting? Baba.
Thank you, one man. I salute you. Good evening, folks. Our listeners, like and share and subscribe to this platform. By all means, if you can share right now or subscribe right now, please just click on the like button. Thank you very much. One man, thank you for the opportunity once again. I think these people, I don't understand exactly what they are doing. They are destroying Peter Obi day by day.
Peter Obi is finished. It's completely finished.
And they don't realize it. But I think what is happening here is like they know they've lost out. So they are just lashing out at anything. They know they've lost out. It's like you've lost out, and okay, even if Nigeria is for sale today, they will go around the whole world looking for buyers. They don't care anymore. It's like, let Nigeria end because of what? Hatred. But if you look deep into it, it's not about Peter Obi anymore. It's particular hatred directed at somebody. I wouldn't say a particular ethnic grouping. No,
that was going to be my question. That do you think this is
no?
Ethnic,
yeah. You know why I say no? We intermarried. A lot is going on in that sphere. If you look at most of the developers in Lagos, the Igbo developers, most of them are married to Yoruba women who are part of the family from whom they signed the development of a particular a small land on the island, particularly the trading areas. And they have, apart from that's why I always say no. It's just hatred directed to a particular person. And it is very, very unfortunate. I mean, it happened during the Time magazine, and I'm sure they've taken notes. It happened now to Chicago State University. They shut down their Twitter account, and they extended it because they cannot reach that space anymore. They are now onto the governor. You can't believe it. They are now onto the governor. And what that is doing...
The governor of Chicago?
Exactly.
They are harassing him as well?
Man, even the family of the governor. It's incredulous what is happening. That's why I said they are just lashing out. And if I know human behavior very well, I were a judge. We forget that the judges also are human beings. And I'm part of that panel, and you are doing this to me, my family.
We have never witnessed anything like this ever in the history.
I will not only raise my middle finger against all of them, I will turn my nose to, and I will do whatever will make them bleed more. Because it's a human institution. Law is law, quite all right. But like I quoted the late General Deere many years ago, any smart judge who knows his law on any case can write two judgments. And on point of law, both judgments will be correct. Deere said it many, many years ago, and I believe. So this thing they are doing, I don't know. I think they should just stop it. They are burying Obi day by day. They forget there is always next election. 4 years. Tinubu is almost.
Do you see Obi? Do you see him as anything after the Supreme Court? Do you see him having any showing in 2027 thereabout? Because I think they may have done irreparable damage to that guy.
Oh, I think he could be still a beneficiary, because what I see coming, and I say this because I know your program will still be here even 50 years in time. So I'm saying this for posterity. Atiku will want to come back under the platform, on the platform of
at the age of 82.
Atiku doesn't care. He has a burning ambition.
Atiku can barely walk now.
That is where the whole thing will get destroyed.
Yeah, that is why people. Party, huh? Who's going
to let me fine tune that portion of my.
We died there. Okay, that is the formula. We died there.
That is why the other people who are looking at Atiku's space, knowing full well that he wants to come back, are not dealing with Wike the way they should deal with him, because they know when that party breaks up, Wike will be one of the financiers of the new PDP. That is why they are hedging their bets. They are just waiting. In under 1 year, it will unravel what the game Atiku wants to play. And Obi could be beneficiary of that, because they may now say, okay, come be our presidential candidate. To pitch, they will now bring him in so that he can collapse his Labour Party followers into the new PDP that will emerge. What Atiku
if the PDP presents Peter Obi in 2027, it will still get the same result, because they will get the southeastern vote, but the northern votes that Atiku brings in, they will lose that, because they not have more affinity with the southwest, and Tinubu has a religious affinity with the north, so it will still be the same results.
Well, I wouldn't say that, because whatever it is, with 2 southern candidates, definitely the North has to pitch their tent one way or the other. It all depends on Tinubu's performance. And because
who do you think the North naturally gravitates towards, the southwest or the southeast?
As we speak today, I think
traditionally and historically, who do you think they naturally gravitate towards?
Well, if we go back in time in history, they started with the East. And up to the time of UPN, they stuck to the East. It's only now that we are seeing the West align with them. And the brief period when Akitola with his Democratic Party, maybe just 1-2 years before they even fell out again. The West has always been stand-alone party and people. So, but if Obi plays his card very well, it could be a beneficiary of the twist that is along the line or along our political line in another 1-2 years' time. That's what I see, and I think will play out. Then, if you permit me, on the side of this Lagos fifth city, well, when we talk about Africa, I said the other time that, well, I always believe in sub-Saharan Africa. When we talk about the North African line, I don't look at that on the map at all. And when we talk about sub-Saharan Africa, I think a lot of us have not been opportune to visit other African countries. I wouldn't say Lagos being the fifth is correct or not, but if you've been to other cities, particularly Central Africa, West Africa, you will thank God you are a Nigerian. Because whether we like it or not, Nigeria is still one of the cheapest African place to live in terms of rents. Even compare the rents in Nigeria to our neighboring countries. You won't believe it.
I'm sorry, which country? Which country are you talking about?
I can't hear you, Des. Please speak up.
I mean, you're comparing to which country exactly? Who
Let's look at Cote d'Ivoire. Let's look at Ghana.
Okay, let's go to Ghana.
Yeah.
Even Togo.
Let's just continue.
I have friends there. How is Ghana? How is Nigerian rent or whatever housing comparable to Ghana?
Wait. Let me give you an example. A plot of land in Ghana is 100 by 70. In Cote d'Ivoire is 100 by 60. In Nigeria, it's about 100 to 100 or 100 to 120. Let's start from that. Then let's compare an average.
That's not correct. Sorry. You say Nigeria. We are using cities in Ghana. Lagos size of land is different from other states. Lagos don't do 100 by 100.
Well, I'm looking at Nigeria holistically.
All right. Let's not spend too much time there, but carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's look at the average price of a 3-bedroom duplex. Let's say in an area like Lekki. Then compare Lekki. I think I can use Osu in Accra, and I can use Riviera in Cote d'Ivoire. If you are buying, you will know definitely that it is cheapest in Nigeria. Listen, let me land my point. It's a space I know very well. You understand?
Calm down. Let's compare.
It's a space I know.
Let's use Lagos. Let's just use Lagos.
Yes, I'm using Lekki. That's why I'm using Lekki.
Let's use Lagos and Accra.
I'm comparing three: one francophone and then one anglophone. So put Lekki, Osu in Ghana, and Riviera in Cote d'Ivoire. If you are buying, it's about 50% more than what you can get in Lagos. I mean, even double. And if you are building directly with your own direct labor, it's about 50%. You get my point. That's how. And in Ghana, for instance, they use 6 inches block. It is allowed. In Nigeria, we build with 9 inches block. The best you can do is to use 6 inches block to divide the internally. That is the rooms or the dining area and things like that. We use 9 inches block. Yet it is cheapest in Nigeria comparing the three cities.
Because we are talking about rent. I don't know where you started talking about building of houses.
I'm combining all together. Yes, in terms of rent.
Yeah,
Yes.
in terms of rent, yeah, because my friend lives in Accra, so I know that space a little bit. Now, the average rent in Lagos, let's say, it's always increasing anyway. Let's say now it's about 3 bedroom flat is about, let's say, 800,000, 700,000 naira now, 3 bedroom right now in mainland though. I'm not talking about island. You're gonna be seeing it like in 2 point something million a year in the island. But in mainland, we're talking about 700 to 800,000. In Accra, my friend converts his naira. He's paying 3 bedroom flats for 300,000 in Accra. So I'm not sure where you're getting the rent that is way more than. I'm not
It
sure where you're
depends on
getting
the
that.
area. I'm talking of particular area Osu. Without, I don't know, I don't want to say this.
Baba is not talking about the ghettos. So that's
Yeah,
Wait, you're talking
let me
about. Sorry, you're
let
talking
me
about
put it
Osu.
this
Don't
Then
way.
live in
compare.
ghetto, one man.
Let me put
Hold
it
on.
this way.
Compare
Let me
Osu
put
with
it this way.
compare Osu with
I
Banana
have things in
Republic now.
Accra. I have things in Accra, and I have things in Cote d'Ivoire.
Hold on, Baba. Somebody in the comment section is actually confirming what you're saying. It says Lagos is equal to Osu, so that's somebody that knows Ghana. So it sounds
Exactly.
as though, yeah. But
Wait, one man. This is not fair. Compare Osu with Banana Republic.
You have
I
to
say Banana
compare
Republic. Sorry,
Osu with
Banana Island.
Lagos.
No.
Banana
Osu is
Island.
Banana
about
Sorry.
Lekki.
Island. Then let's
Osu is
compare
about
that
Lekki,
now.
not Banana. If you want
all
to
right.
use Banana Republic, you can use
Banana Island.
Trazaco Estate. Trazaco Estate.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on. This is my point. This is my point.
I'm not sure that we want to be here, but make that point and then we move on.
Yeah, if you are bringing Osu, there are other places that in Lagos are equal to Osu too. There are other estates in Lagos, islands in Lagos that are equal to Osu. Don't just say Lekki. We have VGC, we have other places, big estate too, big places
right.
too in Lagos that is equal to Osu. So compare it fairly. Let's just say Lekki. Lekki is big. Which part of Lekki? So let's all know what we're comparing.
All right, just have the very final word on that space. I want to move on. I'm not sure that we want to be. Yeah, Baba.
I know the comparison I'm making. You understand, and even extending to Cote d'Ivoire. What I'm saying is that we should just be thanking God for what we have, and we should be proud of it. Because averagely, even I don't eat kenke with the kind of yo-yo fish they use. As a Nigerian, we don't eat that way. Neither do we eat asheke. I mean, in Nigeria, no matter how hungry you are, even if you have to eat kenke, you will eat with good tilapia, fried tilapia, and some pork feet and things like that. We eat very, very well. We are blessed, whether we like it or not, and we should appreciate what God has done for us. Our country is. Yeah, go ahead, woman.
No, land the point. I was just going to say that's an international survey, by the way. So I'm not even sure why where the argument is coming from. International survey tells us that Lagos is a hotbed of desirability. So we have to go with that.
Yes, it is. Even when they were talking about the music genre thing, I got excited because people in the old people will forget that no artist, even people like Rex Lawson, people like Celestine Oku, I mean, people like Osadebe, they all thrived in Lagos. It's in Lagos they actually made name for themselves. And with the exception of maybe people like Ishie Brothers. If anybody old enough to remember this artist, I think Ishie Brothers made their name either in Kaduna or Kano. That's just an exception of it. But every other artist that reigned, they all made their name in Lagos, because Lagos is like, I told you last time that when it comes to Lagos suffers from rural urban drift. People come to Lagos every day. Every day. That is why nothing can work very well in Lagos, because you cannot plan, because you don't know how many people comes to Lagos every day. You understand? So Lagos is a very special place. I sit here today. There is
Do
no.
you think we should start deporting them? All these people that come to Lagos.
No, like it belongs to all
Send
of
them
us.
back to
No,
Kano,
one man.
yeah.
No. That's what makes Lagos tick. You get my point. Every day, there is no blessed day I don't talk to Lagos. There is no blessed day I don't think of Lagos. It's not an easy place to live. I mean, I always tell people, my friends particularly, that look, what I enjoy about Lagos is that on a stretch of 100 meters, you can find 3 record shops with their loudspeaker outside, and they will be playing different genre of music, and only a Lagosian.
You enjoy that. That's
Yeah,
chaos now.
only a Lagosian will pick a particular one, even if it's far off, and enjoy it. He will shut himself out of the other 2 loudspeakers. I always tell people that that's one of the amazing things about Lagos. It is just a special place. You can say it's dirty, it's too compressed, it's not good, it's noisy, but like Bishop said, monkey no fine in mama like him.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. It was a space touched on by a bishop, but one of our listeners have sent it in. It says, these obedience still believe Mr. Rufai Oseni's lies that Chicago State University denied Tinubu's academic credentials. Now they are insulting and attacking the governor of Illinois, since they can no longer insult and attack Chicago State University, who have now locked their account. Mr. Rufai Oseni is a liar, sponsored by Peter Obi. Leave the governor of Illinois alone. I went to Chicago State University to physically verify the truth. Mr. Oseni and Peter Obi did not. Oseni only concocted lies, and now you guys are attacking, acting on those lies. Stop tarnishing Nigeria's image and focus on your case at the Petition Tribunal. So now let me now take you to the Twitter page of the governor of Illinois, Governor JB. Governor, yes. Hold on. Mute yourself for 1 microsecond. Governor JB Pritzker. Governor JB Pritzker. So he describes himself as a husband and father, proudly serving as Illinois' 43rd governor. So that's how he describes himself on his Twitter handle. And very quickly, people engage with him. So this is from Promise Mbakara. It says, if you can read the room, Nigerians are tired, better do the right thing. So that's him to the governor of Illinois. This is an Awale replying to governor of Illinois. Sir, are you aware of the drama unfolding at Chicago State University, deleting the yearbook of 1979 graduates? So we've seen that yearbook, and they still continue. So this one is from Nakamoto, he calls himself, Citadel of Fake Certificates. So that's what he said to the governor of Illinois. This one calls himself Mashallah. Sir, apparently CSU is giving your state a bad reputation. I think it's time you stepped in. And they go on. Wazobia comes in. He says, sir, do you sell forged certificates? I want to know how much it is. So this is Sukomi, he calls himself, but certainly not Sukomi, more like Ikechukwu. I need a certificate in botanical science and engineering. How much should I pay? And this one is Obi retweeter. Mr. Governor, I learned that Bola Tinubu bought a certificate from your school. I need to buy MSc in business. So these are the sort of things that the governor, I mean,
unbelievable.
You know,
it is quite sad that this is happening, but the fact remains. I have to say this because it's becoming sort of a propaganda right now. Obedience has always been a quiet sort of people since. Let me finish one man since this whole court case started. Since this whole court case started, and and we have always been saying eyes on the judiciary. What most obedience are looking at is what the court is bringing up. So all this stuff is a propaganda that I feel like there's no badge that says that those people are obedient or they are partified or they are whatever.
No,
People
no,
can
they are,
just
they
go
are
there.
Tinubu supporters now. They are
It
Tinubu
doesn't.
supporters
It
attacking
could.
the Illinois governor for
It
giving
could.
their principal a
It
fake
could be
certificate.
anybody just
Of course.
trying to make up something to make the obedient
Yes.
or partify. And I don't even appreciate the fact that they call them obedient. Even if it's people that are disgruntled, you will say, okay, there were more than 65% of people that the votes didn't go their way. So it can be Showore supporters, it can be Adewale supporters going there to, fill out their anger, which I don't believe that it is, because Nigeria.
You know who I think it is? I think they are the supporters of Major Mustafa, who was also a contestant in that election.
It might be. You can never
She
know.
already didn't
So
go to court.
I mean, I'm just saying.
No, it's the
I
level of
say
ridiculousness.
no,
This is the archetypal example of what is wrong with that
no.
space.
One man. What I'm saying is, if you say she already didn't go to court,
You
and
remember,
people went
it is
to
this
court,
sort of language that refused Obi from apologizing to Shoyinka.
it doesn't matter. One man.
Telling us that it was Tinubu supporters pretending to be
The
obedient.
fact is there because he won't know who is pretending to be who. I can just go there and pretend as I care, and it's gonna go on viral. Nobody knows who is behind that stuff. Like Bishop said, like Bishop used to say, you cannot say categorically say something that you don't know. And Bishop comes here and says something that he's not even sure of who is doing what, and said tags it obedience. It doesn't make any sense to me. You're not even sure of that, but you tag them obedience, and you're saying there is the obedience. Am I going there? I'm obedient. Have you seen me on Twitter? No. You've never seen me on Twitter. So if me as an obedient haven't gone to Twitter, and I know some of my obedients haven't gone to Twitter, so you are now telling me that the people that are there are obedient because they called you and told you I'm an
Bishop,
obedient.
let him land. Bishop, let him land. Yeah.
And you're saying that it's obedient because they called you, those people tweeting called you, hey, Bishop, I'm obedient and I'm tweeting all this stuff. That is not how we justify things and we judge things. Please, let's just follow, try and reason something before we come here and talk about it. You guys are making me as an obedient look bad, which is not true.
All right. It's not the
No,
obedience.
the fact is, I mean, it is very simple arithmetic. It doesn't need to be spinned anyhow. Hello, yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I beg you. Let me just have my opinion. I think this is the height of ridiculousness, if there's any grammar like that. And that you are trying to justify and make and defend this nonsensical behavior by the obedience. If you are not one of them, good for you. Now, let me tell you, I am not saying what I don't know. I have names of people I have personally interacted with that some of them have treated some of this nonsense, and I can boastfully give you 100 of them tomorrow morning. 100 individuals that I can mention their names that are in this nonsense. Look, when we want to defend this, let's be reasonable. And you are the God to say people are not being reasonable. We know the people that are. We know. Let me finish. You finish. You hold on. Let me finish. You finish your own. You call my name. You finish that. I would come here and talk about things I don't know. Are you kidding me? I know. We know the people that are behaving, that are putting up this gutter behavior. This discussion you are saying, anybody could have done it. It could have been obedient. It could have been shown. It could have been. What kind of a lame defense is that?
It's not a lame defense. Come out and show me the person. Actually, show me the face of the person and say that this is obedience. And he has an ID card that says I'm on obedience. So stop saying that you know. You don't know. Just say you assume. If you say you assume that I know that you are assuming.
Listen, I allow you. I'll allow you to speak. I allow you to speak. Number one, you don't have the what do they call it? You don't have the license of you are the obedient. No, you don't have that. You don't amount to obedience. There are 1,001 others out there. You can speak for yourself. We know that majority, 99% of the idiots putting up this jarred, they are the people that supported Obi, that call themselves obedient. So if you are ashamed of that, come out openly and boldly and denounce them.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I disagree with you, Bishop. You're just misleading everybody, and I feel like this is what APC sent you. APC sent you to do this, and I disagree with you.
Please let me comment. Please let me comment.
APC has sent you to bring out this propaganda and spread it, and I would not agree to it.
Hold on, please. Please let me interject. Please, we understand what's going on. You cannot be 100% right. Same the way you are accusing Bishop. None of you have the right to claim who is right or who is wrong. We know obedience are very frontal. We know Bishop supporters are very frontal. Same with Batify. They are both toxic. I cannot battle both of them. Then again, we understand from statistics, more than 55% of Yoruba didn't vote Tinubu or hate towards Tinubu. So, and more than 80% or 60% for national polls did not vote Tinubu. So there's a lot of people in that space that will be doing that. But we cannot remove the fact that obedience are not in front match of those tweets. They are in the front match of those tweets. But to say they are all obedient, that's the place I will agree with you.
That's what
I always say it's not all obedient. There are other, because wait, hold on, let me land. Let me land. Let me land. I want to judge one man, which is one man is not fair. Sometimes I don't like this on that tuning, discredit somebody. We are reading people. Hold on. Let me land, please. There was a time when one man was reading out people's name. When you read one Yoruba guy name, you say, no, this cannot be Yoruba guy. It should be Chuko. How do you know that the guy is not Yoruba or is Yoruba? So if you can say that guy is not Yoruba, that means the other names you read, they're not Igbos. Probably they are from the north. But we cannot take out the fact to question these people and want them to stop this nonsense. It's giving us national embarrassment. All this obedient, Batify, front people on Twitter fighting back and front. They should calm this down. Election is over. Let's move forward. Thank you. That's my summation.
What piece do you think Batify will be going online to be trolling the governors and the school and all that? You think Obedient will be doing that?
But if I are worse, do you know what they are doing to we in our state at those states?
That is not true.
No. You're not been there, so you don't know what you know.
I subscribe to every
you don't subscribe to everything. I'm not disputing what you are saying. I'm not disputing what you are saying, but you don't know what is going on everywhere.
Because
100%.
I see the rhetoric, I see what they post online. So some of the things
I'm not talking about obedient. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about Batify. What they are doing to us in our state.
The Batify is not as loud, as rude as obedient. That's what I want you to know.
That's how you see it. We see it. We in Benin. We see it worse. They tell us worse. Why are we aligning with the East? Do you know what they tell us? What they insult us like crazy. Have you seen it?
Let's go back to memory lane. Yeah, after this whole thing started, Obi has come out and said, everybody should calm down. He said we're taking the right process towards whichever towards the courts and the judicial system. That's what the route we're taking. Obi has come out and said this, and now Ratified the article actually was the one that came out with the supporters to protest. So if you're looking at if you go back to memory lane and you see that you will know that Obi has actually been the one calling out for peace.
Nobody is talking about Obi. He's talking about his disciples. Those minions coming online, being rude to people. Can you imagine? See, the people supporting Tinubu has nothing to lose. They are not the loudest when it comes to online trolling. But if you want to measure and see who are the trollers, go online, go on YouTube, go to the Asleep TV, go on Twitter, go and see the response and the reply on Twitter. You'll be able to gauge who are these elements are. Look, Batify will have a rejoinder, but they are not as loud, as rude as the obedient. You would say your own obedient is different because you're not going to go online and start abusing people. That's you. But that's some that they've taken it as their job. And guess what? On our Sleep TV, they have their anchors quoting these people on a daily basis in one of their programs. They will be quoting the obedience. And if you go down, if you go to the Twitter and to look up those ones that have been put up as a reference, you will see the responses underneath. Repulsive.
Yeah, Adewale, let me add to that. Obi has become, I laugh every time I say, Obi has become, money-making machine for some people. If you look at YouTube, for instance, there are some platforms you will go, particularly some pastors who claim to be pro-Obi. And if you see their followers in hundreds of thousands, and you and me know that all they are saying is BS. And you will see how the obedience are lapping it up, all these fake prophecies and everything on daily basis. Who does God speak to daily basis? It's amazing. All you have to do now, look at one man's platform. It's remained under 55,000.
What pastor are you talking about?
You say again?
What pastor are you talking about? Because I have one in mind that you're
Kingsley, that's one of them. Who has given October 10 again as the date. You will hear, bless you, man of God.
Let me
And
say
this is
I don't like the fact that people come here and insult whether he's a man of God or not. It doesn't matter. You don't have any right to come here
what did I use insulting
bash
him?
a man of God. That's saying that who does God talk to every, what's that, bro?
Yeah, of course. Who does God talk to every day?
God never called you, so you don't know how
There,
God talks.
the funniest thing, the funniest thing, disobedience we are talking about, they are not restricted to one ethnic only. They cut across both
Yeah, I
Yoruba,
know
both
that.
everywhere. And they're on couch. They talk to people as if they've seen them one-on-one, and they're addressing them not even the way they address you to address your peers, your age mate, but people that as if they are animal, that what they are saying is it doesn't make sense. And even you yourself, I'm not saying that obedient, I mean the Batify don't do that. Sometimes I will see some of their response and I will shake my head. You see? But most times what I see is that the obedient, those ones that have taken it as their job to troll and to abuse people online, they take it too far. Too far.
Okay. Let's check this. Yeah, I've been in this platform for a very long time. I've gotten trolled, like have a lot of insult thrown at me that I can't even, sometimes if I don't have a strong heart, I would have quit. So
Yes.
if you
Sorry,
go
sorry to
to
cut you
some,
short. Real quick. You see the trolling
yeah,
you think you are getting here. Those are not trolling. Those are the kind of jests you make among friends in a beer parlor.
no,
I said
no,
something
not
to one
really.
man. Hold on. I said something to one man. There was a series of tweets regarding one of the justice in charge of these presidential tribunal. They actually pinpoint his daughter, and they profile her so much that they were able to bring out where this lady works. He actually owns a shop,
in
and
Wuse Market or
and the
something like that.
obedient was saying that if our dad make any nonsensical judgment, that they will go and bombarded our store and they will cancel her. They said us all sort of things. And also if our dad make a very good judgment, that they will mobilize obedient and ensure that they buy everything in that store and all that. I mean, can you imagine somebody profiling you this up to your own family? How would you feel?
No, I believe that is not good. It's never good to
Exactly
threaten
what we are
someone.
trying, what we are saying here.
Um,
You can imagine
I'm
taking it too far to be, trolling the governor, trolling the school. It doesn't make any sense. This is a
I have
domestic
to
issue
say,
and
I
shouldn't be.
have to always
We are
say this.
diminishing our own, demarketing ourselves in international. It doesn't speak good of us.
I have to always say this. If something happens I don't want people to start saying is obedience. When is someone out there, maybe his name is Ikechukwu, whatever his name is, and mostly the name will be Igbo, and they will tag it as obedience. If it's Yoruba or whatever, it won't be obedient then. But when it's an Igbo guy saying that, it's now an obedience, which I don't subscribe to. If that happens, you have to find out is actually a sponsored person, or if it's someone that is partified, or if someone that is, Igbos are in partified. It's not just obedient that have Igbos. Partifies has Igbo, Partifies has Yoruba. So I don't, the only issue I have is someone coming here and always saying it's the obedience. I do not like it at all.
Well, what do you call a Yoruba that is Obi supporter? Is it not an obedience?
No. Do you get what I said? Yorubas can be in PDP, and they can come and comment whatever they want to comment.
Yeah, if a Yoruba man is in PDP, it's an articulator.
Yeah, that's what.
And if he's in Obi's camp, he's obedient.
You know what I hope? I hope that they will go and attack this governor's family and start to publish his children's photos, so that they will find out that for every crime there is punishment. Then they will bring
out the beasts in America.
Yeah, I hope they go and do that, so they will find out that for crime there is punishment. Yes,
it's unfortunate. We don't call a monkey a dog. A monkey is a monkey. I mean, it is obvious. It's either obedient or articulator will be doing this. I don't see Batify doing this. So it is very simple. We shouldn't shy away from the truth.
My own is whoever is doing it should stop doing it.
Exactly.
Whoever is doing it is wrong, and he should stop doing it. It doesn't matter which party that person is.
Yeah, it should not be supported.
Let's stop spreading this propaganda that the obedience are this, the obedience are. Yes, we have fought a battle towards the beginning of this battle. We have felt disgruntled, but a lot of obedience that I know have just been quite calm, and they're just looking and okay, let's see what this court.
Do you know what deja vu means, Desmond?
I know what deja vu means.
Hold on.
Deja vu is gonna happen with this court, it doesn't.
No, that's not even where I'm going now. So if you let me go there, then
okay.
There's a sense of deja vu to what you're saying, because when the obedience went to attack Wole Soyinka, what you are saying, almost word for word, was what Peter Obi was saying, that the obedience they are choir boys. They will never say boo to a goose. And the people that are attacking Wole Soyinka, they are Tinubu supporters disguising as obedience, which is exactly what you are saying now.
Wole Soyinka deserved whatever he got from the obedience.
Right.
I myself will attack him because he personally.
So Wole Soyinka deserves to be washed down by some 23-year-old boy.
Let me give you a narrative. Yeah, Wole Soyinka made a statement that went towards the obedience, and now you're trying to fight me. So what in turn I have to fight you back? That is just what it means. Wole Soyinka went there and said the obedience are this, are that. So what
that you are fascist?
No, say that we are fascist. What it means that I have to still strike back because you went directly to me. But
so Wole Soyinka deserves to be insulted by a 23-year-old boy.
I mean, if he can't know how to speak, then I don't know what to call
doesn't know how to speak. Wole Soyinka.
If you can't strategically or politically make a statement.
It's a Nobel laureate winner, but he doesn't know how to speak. He doesn't understand language.
I don't know. My own is that he categorically make a statement and put it out to the obedient, and he basically said all obedience are fascist. That's what he said, and I don't appreciate when someone call me a fascist. So I will go there and what do you mean? Why are you insulting me? I don't care how old you are.
I'm pretty sure that the obedience had to get out their dictionaries to understand what he meant by a fascist.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, yeah. This case of attacking Chicago, whatever, is different. Chicago never attacked the obedient or whatever. So that's why I said you shouldn't say it's the obedient. I would say towards the Waloshe Inca's own. I will tell you most of them are the obedient because me, I felt what they were feeling. Do you understand?
What
I
about
felt
the
what they
Time
were feeling.
magazine?
I'm not sure what happened towards that period. But if the Time magazine attacked the obedient, then they
They
got what
did
they
not.
wanted.
They only said Tinubu
Then
is man of the year.
then if they said that if it was towards the campaign, that is another different. If it was towards the campaign, everybody is
No,
trying to
Tinubu
fight
had been
for.
declared president then. I think
Was it
that
still
same week he was
fresh?
declared.
Then it was still. That's why I said obedience fought a battle towards the beginning of this battle. They can attack, but now I said they have all calmed down. Understand what I'm saying? They have all calmed
Yeah.
down because we are now fighting all eyes on the judiciary. That's just what we're saying.
Well, I like it anyway. I like the frontal attack. I like it because it works in the favor of a certain party. So they might as well go ahead and do it. Now they've even put a date to the judgment of the tribunal. 16/15, they are saying. And Abure is here in the US, of course, confidently telling everyone that supporters of the Labour Party that they are winning. Good. Nice.
It told them Obi will be declared president. That's
Oh, it's yeah, of course. That's why I say it's all commercialism.
God Almighty.
Let's move on, one man, please.
All right. Let me move on. Let me move you on then to this. I was going to move you on to. Let me move you on to this.
To the Wike space, yeah.
To the Wike space. Confusion galore. Confusion.com.
Well, like I said, the PDP, everybody is wondering why they have not sacked Wike. They won't sack him. In the absence of Atiku, Wike single-handedly carried PDP for many years. Many years. He used the state resources. So those people still remember because they know one day Atiku will dump them and they will need resources. Wike is in control of Rivers State. As far as Udili is alive and the Obiakpo people are backing him, Wike will still have access to state funds. So they know definitely that they have to be very, very careful. So Wike is not somebody the PDP will toy with. That is why they are not messing around with Wike at all. And I like what he's doing so far. He may even turn out to be the star performer in Tinubu's government because I watch his.
He has started demolishing buildings already.
Apart from that, I watch his press conference today with the son. What's his name now? Aviation Minister. Yeah, I love the synergy between the two ministries. They are now trying to talk about the moribund second runway in Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja. And I think that is very highly commendable because where have you had an international airport with just single runway? Nowhere in the world. Nowhere in the world except in Abuja. And they come together today, call a press conference, assure those whose land they took that the runway is eating up, that they will get their payment, but it is not the purview. It's not in the purview of the aviation ministry to pay, but they got that space from FCT. So FCT will pay, and Wike was there to assure the people that they will get their money. And that is kind of thing we should be seeing here. The ministers, the synergy between the ministries.
It's hundreds of billions. The Abuja will be awash with money.
Yeah, that's what I think, because Tinubu will fund them, because I think, like I said the other day, that I hope he's going to give.
Wike already announced the money they are paying to those landowners.
Exactly.
It's hundreds of billions, isn't it, Ajalego?
Yeah, it's 880 million naira or so.
Yeah, it's been through this kind of things before in his River State, and I think he's going to get the funds one way or the other because
and he promised them employment too at Federal Capital Territory and Aviation Ministry as well. So they promised the people in the community, employment. So yeah, you can continue just to add to your point.
So I like this synergy and Wike coming as a campaign. This is right. We talk of human rights here. Yeah, you can be in the democratic space and be serving the Republicans in a certain capacity. What the interest is for the nation? Yeah, it is by Elsa State. Actually, it looks very odd on paper, but there is nothing wrong with it. Yes, woman. Hello, everybody.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you. I think
okay, very well.
So
yeah, Baba, sorry, before you move on, the other day I was asking you to give me your private your WhatsApp number if it's okay with you, so we can discuss.
Yeah, one man will give it to you. One man, I really want to talk to you about this thing concerning the Edo people and the West. I know the principal grudge. Listen, World Peace. I know that when Midwest was actually created, the grudge you guys have is because the asset of the West to which you belonged before was not shared out. But I have an answer to that. So when we connect, I think I will try to open up because I'm pained. I'm very pained that the people of Edo, because I have two as in-laws. I have two in-laws who are Edo people. And I mean, I don't know how to handle that space at all. Because it's painful. Because we are one people.
It's what we discuss offline. It's not what we can talk online, because if we have to talk online, we touch so many wounds and nerves,
Yeah, so, exactly. I agree with you. Yeah. One man will give you my WhatsApp number.
I'll take a number from him. I'll take a number from him. Now, sorry, people, I'm going to do that is duty. So my baby now, small baby now, I can't go hospital. My kids go hospital. So I cannot respond to her soon. But they're going to listen. Okay?
Okay, Warpace. You take care. So, folks, I think for Wike, he is on the right track, and I think it's going to be a star performance in Tinubu's cabinet. I like the synergy going on with the ministers. Everybody is coming out with their KPI. Hanatu came out with 8 points, what she's going to do with the art space in Nigeria, and I think already she's meeting a ground that will make it easy for her to perform, particularly in arts, music particularly. All she has to do now is to leverage on what our musicians are doing. So the job is not too difficult for her if she's willing to perform. And I think she has the ears of the presidency. One man, are you there?
Well, I think while we are waiting for him, let me just buttress what you just said on the Abuja space. FCT. What Wike is going to shine, and one of the reasons is because the past minister of the FCT, in fact, not just the immediate past, the last 4 or 5 ministers of the FCT, they were -0. If there's any score like that, they were not there at all. In enforcement, in administration, in innovation, in construction, in everything, they were not there. The immediate past minister of the FCT, the one before him, And that's part of the failure of Buhari in the rest of the world. You know, people that were not even up to it, they're just there for, you know, keeping the Minister of Education in the same place, institution for 8 years. They found that. So, you know, so that's the low. If we take a jumpstart, and meanwhile, I don't know whether you're the one that said the contract was just approved around this time last year or September last year. It's horrible. I mean, they just design and they. Hello, am I on? Hello.
No, hello. Well, I'm listening.
Okay.
No, I'm listening. I can hear you.
It's just like around this year that is, you know, the thing was approved. So yeah, they have not been funding for it because, of course, obviously for several things. But it's not like it was moribund or it was abandoned. No, it has not been abandoned. You know, they just reduced even the one we are using for now, like about 2 or 3 years ago. That they have to shut down the airport for about 6 months. So this one is not very much. It's supposed to come on street immediately. They're supposed to start with what? Of course, we know cash is our battle. So I give you that we do at least if it comes to drink and water, he will put something. And he has actually said by himself that he wants to emulate air fight. Now everybody is abusing air fight. But everybody is pointing to his record in FCT. That means he did something. So he wants to surpass and he wants to equal, if not surpass his record. So I think that's something to look up to. And I will be very glad if you can achieve at least half of what he set out to do. I'll give you the pass mark.
I think he will even do better than 50%. With the way he's starting, he's just been there for 8 days, and it looks as if he's been there for months and stuff like that. So it's a good fit. I've always wanted Umahi to be in that FCT space, but it's cool. Hello?
Yeah, with you.
Yeah, it's good that he is there at the moment, and he has River State still in his pocket with Fubara there, and like I said before, Odile is behind him, and I don't see any opposition coming from River State against him. So far, so good.
No, River State. I mean, whatever is going to be good for the people, but I think River State is already in its pocket. Let them continue. If they can put the break up, I mean, one person cannot do everything. Let him do his thing. When another person comes, let him do something. If everybody is doing small, even if it is just 10%, in 10 years or in 10 times, everything will have been completed. So government is a continuum. I mean, we see what is happening even in the West today. You see some of their cities in America, you'll be shocked. Sometimes because people have not been to those cities, go and look at cities like Philadelphia. Go and look at Sunday City. Go and see a portion of Las Vegas. Go to Chicago, Illinois. I was in Illinois a few days ago. At least I went to some of the black sites. So there's no city that is completely built. Even they are rating that they say London and New York. I don't know about London, but say New York is the best something of the world. You laugh because they are only showing you the portion. If you go to the other side, you will know that it's a little how do they put it?
I think people like you, when you talk about the hinterlands in America, we should all believe you because you move around every day. And I think watching you, I always think it's only the Ghanaians that are very, very proud people about what they do. But seeing you moving around, walking, man, I always nod my head.
Yeah, Bishop was talking about yesterday. I wanted to come in. I'm like, in the Iowa you're talking about corn. I'm trying to figure out what road is that. What is it? Which interstate were you passing?
Will I remember the interstate now? Look, I was coming from Okay, let me tell you how I walked, how I drove. I was coming from Illinois, right? It took me to Wisconsin. I don't know, I can't remember. I think I left 64. I went to Wisconsin. I came from Wisconsin. I entered Iowa. Now, I was going to Pella. You know, there's the city they call Pella there, one of the. So it's not on the highway. I had the privilege of using the back road, the state road, not the interstate roads. Not the state roads. So I drove.
Well, you passed through I-40, 145. I'm trying to figure out where you're. You passed through 145.
It's possible. If I go through my whatever, I'll be able to get that place. But I know I went to Pella. I went to two places inside of that Iowa, and I drove like about 5 or 6 hours, and all I was saying was in fact, I was so depressed. I wanted to make a record, because I actually called to show one of my friends. I put it on video, but I was not recording. I just put it on video. For almost 30 minutes, we were just seeing, corn farm, massive. There was a time I was on an elevated place, so I passed. So I stood, I showed him around, You see everywhere around there. I was proud of farming. I was I was very emotional seeing the amount of farm there. So I don't know this. I can't remember the road, but if I check, I'll tell you.
Anyway,
Bishop, you know what? I think I will advise you,
maybe,
you can even commercialize it later. Take video of your journey.
Okay.
You can commercialize it later in life when you are fully retired.
Okay. It's like, you talked about Indiana having farms. I mean, where did you get that from? I don't know where you got that one from.
No, not where I got that one from. I know Indianapolis now. And the environment, they found there too. But nothing compares to what I saw in Iowa.
Okay.
What are you
saying? Something like Iowa, you might be correct, because, you might be correct based on Iowa. I don't travel.
No. You know what? I'm leaving New York now. I'm to South Dakota. And I'm going to pass through Iowa. So if you are on, I can make a recording for you. Tear off for like 1 hour. Go and make a recording of like 10 minutes. Then in Indianapolis, I know they farm in Indianapolis too. They farm grain. A lot of grain. I know Indianapolis very well because I lived there once. I lived there at a point, not a long time.
Are you talking about corn feeds for the cows? Because what they do there is feed corn for the cows, for the animals, not for feeding. So I want to understand the kind of corn you're talking about.
No, I don't know whether they are using it for that, but I saw corn farm. I know corn when I see corn. Agbado, corn farm in their hundreds of thousands of acres. So I don't know whether they use it for.
There's some Bishop. My advice actually is document your movement around. There is a lot of money to be made in book space, whether in e-form or otherwise. Bikers even have books and people buy. With the kind of work you do, there is no limit to what you can. We all want to learn. We all want to see the wonderful spaces you've driven through.
You could even live stream it. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, a lot of ways they can commercialize their movement. It's not just about things they are carrying or delivering.
I can probably look for something, a device that I can send, when I'm moving, that can give me a book. But what I saw, I was really impressed with what I saw.
Make commentaries along with the videos. Make commentaries. So that's for you also, Test.
Yeah, I was very impressed with what I saw in Iowa. Okay, was that Des that was talking? Des, I thought you live in Washington State, right?
Yeah, DC.
And I was watching it State a few weeks ago. Yes. But I went to Idaho and I was in Oregon. Go ahead.
All right. My system dropped for a moment, but I'm back. So I can see you are discussing the American landscape. I'm not sure where we are in the conversation, but
the Wike and the FCT and the Kayamo. We finished with. I exhausted that though.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. There's actually something somebody sent in, Baba, that they wanted you to respond to, but is a bit too PG for you. So maybe I'll save that for Dewale, who probably more suited to that sort of
thank you for the cover.
Yes, it's very PG, what they wanted you to respond to, but I thought, no, this is not for Baba, this is for Dewale. But take us to this place. Nigeria is in big mess, coupled with poor governance. Vice President Kashim Shettima. So he was speaking to a party of functionaries who were coming to discuss fiscal policy and tax reforms. And then he opened up about the state of the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian state even. And then, so when I was reading through that, it just put me in mind of all of the criticisms that the government is getting. Because of course, we all sort of roughly know the state of that country. So what's the expectation of Tinubu? Are they expecting that he would land with some Professor Pella stick and say abracadabra, and then Nigeria will turn into London?
Well, small, the hen is coming home to roost. We've always, it was Oshiomhole who first said this, and Wale Edun, and now Shettima, those three principal people. And I think Tinubu also alluded to it somehow. We've always said it here, that there is no way Tinubu will rule and have a little breathing space without throwing Buhari under the bus. We said it before. Him say, okay, this is what Tinubu said. You are fetching they are fetching water from an empty well. That speaks volume. We are fetching water from an empty well. So there is nothing in the coffers. So it's like Buhari gave us a BA degree, that is begin again. That's what Buhari handed to them. If it were to be another party ruling, for instance, they will have the luxury of saying, oh, we didn't meet anything. Look at the national purse, nothing in it. You understand? But Tinubu doesn't have that luxury. More so when during campaign, it's like, okay, nothing wrong in that era. We'll continue on their program and stuff like that. But the reality has set in. The hen has finally come home to roost. They just have to expose all that is exposable right now, just like since yesterday, because a lot of mess went on under Buhari, and a lot of people took advantage of him. Maybe the illness, or I don't know how to describe the man.
Justice will not be done if there's not at least some significant recovery from the Buhari space. They just stole too much. They stole too much, and we're not seeing any signs of any recovery being made.
No, I commented a few days ago that Kese and Kasa is coming. Like Walpi said a short while ago, that the Serikin Hausawa in Lagos, they discovered some, I don't know of that story, but I know definitely that Serikin Hausawa in Lagos actually has is his son or daughter working with CBN, and actually he benefited from this arbitrage thing. So, and that is just a small speck in the kind of scandal we are talking about. It's really, really big, very, very big. Only that space alone. Before we now turn to oil, before we turn to aviation, and
it really angers me that these people will just walk away scot-free. But it looks as though they will walk away yet again. No,
it's not going to happen.
Under the Babangida era, they walk away scot-free. Abacha, they walked away scot-free. Obasanjo, they walked away scot-free. Good luck, Jonathan. And now this guy again, they walk away scot-free.
This time around, it's not going to happen.
Are we going to wait for
you know why it's not going to happen?
To be arresting them?
You know why it's not going to happen? There is just no money. And Tinubu has added to it with the oil subsidy thing, for which he has nothing other than to do that, and the arbitrage thing. You understand? So that has put us in worse situation. So he has to tell us how we came about that, and those who are responsible to putting us in that position. So he has no choice. It's just that he's going to do it in a very, very civilized manner. They are gradually investigating, auditing, and they will bring it out like this. Every individual involved, this is your sin, this is your file. Look at it. What do you have to say about this? That is what they are going to do. They're just not going to drag anybody in and then start making all the noise, and then everything will cool, will just die down. No, they're going to bring the evidence, they're going to bring it to the public view, and they will do all the arrests. And I think with Lateef Fagbemi, don't discount it that there will be no special court to try such cases backed by law from the National Assembly. There will be special courts. I think so. There will be special courts so that it will not be encumbered with the kind of legal shenanigans we've been witnessing in the past.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's take the conversation on, and before we take the conversation on, actually, is there anything that you've picked up in the news that you especially want to mention?
Nothing we've not discussed about, nothing we've not commented on.
All right, brilliant. We're going to take the conversation to Dewale, but before we go to Dewale, let's acknowledge Faith, who has not been with us for a while. Faith, how buddy, you did there? Faith, Mama Pekin. Look at that. That's what she usually does. She will just come and quietly sit there. Let's go to Dewale, who hopefully is not quietly sitting there. Dewale. All right. Okay. So let's go to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is parked and ready. Ajanle Koko.
One man, what's up?
All right, brilliant. So there it is. Pick us up from the Yemsen Wike space, who is on the campaign council of both the PDP and APC. So whoever wins in Bayelsa State, Wike still wins.
Yeah, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Wike is not an ordinary politician in Nigeria. Wike is a national political leader in Nigeria. One of the best performing governors in the recent time, if not the best. As a matter of fact, for him to win the award of Mr. Project, or was that award given to him by Buhari? A man, a governor in opposition party, to win that award, it shows that, he has done some things that is recognized nationally. So Wike is a national politician, like I said earlier, who knows how to play this politics well. And is in both parties now. He's a friend, a very, very good friend to the president. We all saw it when at the inauguration, the way the inauguration hall went agog when Wike's name was announced. All the political leaders in that hall acknowledged his presence, And when he was taking picture, when he was having handshake with the president, you can see the body language. They were both, you know, um, you know, you can see that cordial relationship, that friendly smile between both of them, the way they were smiling, and the president was really, really happy. So, and it's not yet, he has not yet left PDP. It's not officially left PDP, but his body is looking like it's looking like he's going to find his way out of PDP, whether we like it or not. If he successfully perform as the governor, as the FTC minister in his first term, and the president want to retain him for second term, going into second term, the president might persuade him to, work for him officially and openly. And for that to happen, he will have to leave the party and move to APC. So we should be expecting Wike in the next 3 years moving to APC if everything work out well between him and the president. It's going good with him now. So if in the next 3 years the friendship is strongly solidified and they both have a common cause politically, then you will see him moving to APC. So Wike is still is still one of the leaders in PDP at the moment. Is still recognized as one of the leaders. Yes, some part of the PDP, some faction of the PDP, like Atiku faction, might not like him, but is still recognized. And
what do you think PDP is signaling by putting him on the list of the campaign council for the off-cycle elections?
In the campaigns council?
Yes, is on the campaign council for the off-cycle elections coming up in Kogi, Bayelsa, and Imo states.
You know what they're trying to do.
And it's also on the campaign council of the APC for the same set of states.
It's not going to appear for both. It won't appear for both. He will be busy with his job in the FTC. It's not going to appear for any one of them because he wouldn't like to embarrass himself because he cannot campaign for PDP now, because doing that will mean he's campaigning against APC. And when he's carrying a campaign against APC, he's carrying a campaign against the president. That APC candidate is the choice of the president running for that office in the state. So he cannot do that. So he's not going to appear for any one of them. So both sides are trying to play smart on him, but I know him as an experienced politician. He will not join either of them in their campaign activity. So Wike is playing his game very, very well. He's a smart politician, and he has really positioned himself well. Now, building is political ambition for the future. Is building it now. Is making friendship. Is both sides in PDP and APC leadership. They love him. Yeah, and we saw what's happened. As a matter of fact, you can see the president came out the other day, telling him that look, I want you to build Abuja for me, build Abuja for this for this country. The next time I want to be in a public function with you, I want to come and commission Abuja
metro line.
Yeah, metro line. So, and you know, like Baba said, today he was with the aviation minister. They both addressed the residents, the landowner, the chief, the king, and there, you know, that they want to build the second the runway for the Abuja airport. So, and he released the package for them. 880 million naira will be paid, and their people will be hired into aviation ministry and the FTC, and other packages they had for them. He told them, and then they have already agreed on the way forward, and they got to sign a documentation to that effect. So it's moving, is doing his job well. It's looking like, yes, he really want to perform there, and the president, I believe, will give him all the resources to succeed. And
so he is now at decision point, isn't he, Ajande Koko? Because he can no longer straddle two parties, especially at the level of his seniority. So he now has to make the decision, and he cannot really continue to claim to be a member of the PDP. So is it now time for him now to go to Abdullahi Ganduje and invite him to raise up his hand? And invite, yes,
and carry the flag.
Yes.
No, it's not going to do that now. He's still a member of PDP and one of the leaders of PDP. In his recent press, when he was having engagement with the media guys, when they asked him question on if he got approval from his party before he took the appointment from the president, he told them yes, that the party chairman authorized him, gave him letter to take the appointment. His party geopolitical chairman, the geopolitical zone, you know, did the same thing. His state party chairman, and he mentioned all the leaders that really matters, that you know should give him go ahead to accept, you know, that nomination. And he said he have their document to prove to anybody.
What politics do you think Wike is playing? Does he just want to continue to be relevant, or has he reached the bar of where he's ever going to reach politically? Because I cannot see what he I cannot see a step forward for him. What sort of politics is he playing?
Look, it's building bridges. It's building bridges across the country. The fact that it's in PDP today doesn't mean that it cannot move to APC tomorrow. And and when it moves to APC tomorrow, it doesn't mean that they cannot you know, hand over the ticket of the party for the highest office for him in the future. It doesn't mean so. So, but what he's doing now is building bridges. He knows who is who, is connected to who is who in PDP, and now is connecting to who is who in APC, and is building that those bridges, and which could possibly help him in the future if he really want to pursue his ambition for the highest office, political office in the land. So it's building bridges for future political ambition. And
do you think he can realistically have that ambition still for the highest political office in the land? Because I don't see a pathway to that for him. I see him just as the most he'll ever get ever again is a minister, super minister, and that sort of. I can't see him going beyond the ministerial level.
But I see him as a vice, though.
Woman.
I see him as a vice.
You mean to Shetima?
Yeah, I see him as a vice. Yes.
Yes, maybe yes. I can see that as well.
Yeah, that
No,
yes.
but I don't see him as a president. No.
Hold on one man. Age is still on his side.
He'll be in his 60s, won't he?
No, he's 55 years.
Is he?
Maybe 55 or 56. I stand to be corrected, but I think at the last time I heard him, say something about his age, or maybe when they announced his age, I think it was 55 or so. So I stand to be corrected, but so somebody can check. I think it's still around.
No,
So
if we look at the Nigerian trajectory, then there's no window for him for 16 years. So how old will he be then? 16
all right,
years.
let's do this. And then Obasanjo, Tinubu will spend 8 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we go to the north, let's say Chatiman spend another 8 years, that's 16 years. As at that time, he will be like 70, 71 years old. So the power will shift down to the south.
Lexi is telling us it's 55.
Yes, 55. So
yeah.
So in the next 16 years, it will be 71 years old. Exactly the same year that we have Tinubu today. So if God spares his life, if God give him good health, yes, that time could be his chance could be it could be good for him to go for that office by then will have built, cemented his relationship well with political leaders across the country, and with that big money in the pocket to splash around, he'll be ready to go. And so look, one man is really pursuing that game of the future. That is what Wike is doing. He has shown that he have that political sagacity to play the game well, the way he played it during the primary of PDP. If not that Tambua that betrayed, that stabbed him with the back, he will have secured the party ticket. So, and this guy got the cash at hand, and he got the state in his hand, one of the richest states, maybe the second richest state in the whole federation, or third, that from where you can use the money, if you still keep that state under his control, that is where he's going to get all the cash to spread in championing his political ambition. So it's all about money. It's all about knowing people, and Wike know people, whether we like it. He know people. He's well connected to people across the country. Look at the way he connected himself with the political leader in the West. Before the primary, after his primary that he lost that, look at the way he was visiting Lagos, giving like 200 million or 300 million to women organization in Lagos. Look at the way that governors from the West visited him several times. Actually, they were leading all the Western governors. They visited him later than persuaded him, placated him to work for Tinubu. And everything worked out well for him. And he's more well connected with the president now. So it's building his future political career, and he's building it well. So he's just doing the job. He's just doing all he's doing now for the future. So work in progress for the future. That is what Wike is doing now. So that's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant. And then let me take you to this space then. Lagos, the 5th best African city to live, work, and invest in. So all thanks to Tinubu, would you say?
Where's that report coming from?
It is coming from an international organization, actually. It says Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria, has been ranked as the 5th best African city for people to live, work, and invest in, according to a report by Brand Finance City Index 2023. The ranking is based on a global survey of close to 15,000 members of the public conducted in April 2023 in 20 countries on all continents of the world. Lagos and Nairobi, Kenya's capital, are ranked behind Cape Town, South Africa, Cairo, Egypt, Johannesburg, South Africa, and Casablanca, Morocco. So the best African city to live is Cape Town. And then the second best African city to live is Cairo, followed by Johannesburg, then Casablanca in Morocco, and number 5 is Lagos.
Well, about a place to live in, I don't know about that. I'm not sure if a lot of us, when we're tired, we want to go and live in Lagos. I don't know about it.
It depends on when. Now, if it's Lekki, Victoria Island, Aja, those sort of, you wouldn't object, would you?
Ikoyi? Even Ikoyi, everywhere. It's not as peaceful as it used to be. It's not as quiet as it used to be. It's all noisy and a lot of places and nasty and stuff like that. And to get yourself around, drive around.
You remember some sort of I don't know what came out then. I think it was sometime this year or last year, that Lagos was named the worst city to basically live in, high maintenance of life, something like that. So when all this data is coming out, I'm just a little bit confused.
Yeah,
that's just it.
I'm not subscribing with a place.
Are you surprised? Are you surprised at these people? What they just make up themselves? Are you surprised? If the MBS can be telling us that unemployment in Nigeria is 4.1%, does that not tell you that there's something wrong with us in the head? I mean, I don't just understand. I mean, this is Tinubu era. What are you?
It's 4.1, not 1.1. But
I said 4.1. That's why I said I said 1.1.
All right. Okay.
I said 4.1. I mean, I don't know. I mean, are you people surprised? You have Tinubu there, the master at propaganda. Goodness. I mean, I don't know. My brother, what's the name? Des. Please don't be surprised about this. Just let them have their few days. One thing I know is that you cannot govern the country with propaganda. Sooner or later, the truth will come out. Let them continue faking themselves and doing all these things. At the end of the day, we shall find out. That's just it. That's just my own way of seeing things now. I won't come here anymore and just argue with people, because just imagine the insult to our intellect. Somebody telling you that Lagos, whatever crap survey they did, and telling you that Lagos is one of those places to live. Where can you live in Lagos? Where's the light there in Lagos? And they ask people on the street, how many people did they even conduct? Did they conduct the polls with, or did they interview in Lagos? And they're telling us all this crap. And then they will go and put those kind of things on the international media and tell us that Lagos is a walkable, is a city where you can walk and live. Man, goodness.
They interviewed 15,000 people.
What are the 15,000 people? What are the 15,000 people they interviewed?
I'll email them for their names and addresses.
Yeah. One by. I was saying to Thomas and the rest of people, Tom, I mean, stop. You need to stop this Tinubu promotion here. I mean, you're just getting me like, what is going on here? I mean, 4.1%. Well, I mean,
you know how they arrived at that figure?
No. I don't need to tell you. I mean, woman, I've had so many crap. Whatever figure they say they arrive at, whatever forget it. I know how they arrive at it, woman. But is that a true reflection of what we're seeing in that country? Just because people do alabaru or whatever, they're not mentioned. They're not.
Do you know anybody that doesn't have? Do you know anybody that doesn't have some form of income or the other? Yeah. I'm not saying sufficient enough to give them a standard of living, but do you know anybody in Nigeria that doesn't have one form of income?
I know many.
Even beggars are making income now.
But I know many. I know many.
Man, let me tell you something about Lagos. People
You don't
seem
know
to
anybody like that, no?
people seem to not know Lagos very well. See, Lagos here, most of the places you go, if you go to one apartment or one house, you might see like 10, 15 girls living in that one house, trying to scatter for that rent. This is what's going on in Lagos right now. One person cannot comfortably afford, if you're not doing something good, you cannot comfortably afford, rent in Lagos. You can't. So Lagos is just something that people just make up in their mind as, it's so great. And so people are just trying to survive. Every time people are trying to survive, all the streets are filled with Olosho. There's no place you go in Lagos that is no, you don't see people
That's not a job.
So that's not a job.
The
Okay, no
oldest profession in the
problem.
world.
Hopefully, someone you know is on that street.
No. Hopefully not. I don't know people like that. Thank you, Des.
They
But do you have a
now, according to Adewale.
do you have a? I've got to that along those lines. A storyline for Adewale. But do you have a screen in front of you, Des?
Yeah.
All right. Can you read the headline? This is from the Evening Standard, the London local newspaper. Let me read it for you. It says, landlord who parked 40 tenants in a 4-bedroom Wembley home, giving the first ever Brent Council banning order. So what you are saying, so some girls are sharing rooms in Lagos. I think there are 40 people living in a 4-bedroom house in London. So it's not anything.
But is that the case everywhere in London, woman?
It's not the case.
No, it's a common narrative. It's a common narrative. It's a common narrative.
Those might be like immigrants that are basically hiding or something like that.
They're not human beings.
Yes. How many of your cities?
They are not Pakistani.
Hold on. Woman, how many of your cities or town boroughs there that have open gutter, open defecation, like we saw in Lagos, everywhere in Lagos?
I've never seen open defecation in Lagos, and I grew up in Lagos. What are you talking about?
You see, that's what I'm saying. You see, I know one woman. Let me not to say anything. I know from little interaction I've had with you, I know where you're from. I know a little bit of a pedigree from what you told me. You're not one of those people that doesn't really understand what other people are going through. Maybe because, like you said, you don't really live much in Nigeria, apart from those few years you spent in Nigeria. But ask people here on this platform. Go to.
Okay, let me ask Baba. Baba, have you ever seen
they still do open defecation there, even near those lagoon there? Go to.
Let's not even talk about the rain. Small rain, just 2 minutes rain.
I mean, what are you talking about?
There is flood, go full everywhere. As in, close to my house.
The drainage system is not
rain.
working. There's no
like, what's going on?
And then you're telling me Lagos is a walkable. I mean, it's a city to walk and live. If traffic hold you for 11 hours from coming just trying to just access the mainland or access the island, you will regret living in Lagos. You're telling me Lagos is that how other livable and walkable cities?
Yeah, no. Well, it depends on your entry point, doesn't it? Rational mind.
Continue.
Does it not though? Is that not the narrative of everywhere?
No.
What's the traffic like in New York?
Man, you see this? What about?
Can you get from one end to the other?
You cannot be stuck in the kind of traffic we have in Nigeria. Whereby I've been in Lagos. There was a time, was it last November when I was coming? I was trying to enter through border into Nigeria. I was stuck between. There was this heavy rain. I was stuck between Maza. Is it no from Vokes there, from Vokes just to access to go to Surulere. I was stuck there for more than 6 hours. No movement because the roads are bad. People had to start taking Okada. What are you talking about? Are you telling me is that a city? Is that a walkable and living city where you have spent 6 hours?
When I was
even in New York, where have you ever seen people spend 6 hours?
When I was taking my mom to the airport a couple of days ago, we were stuck in traffic. She nearly missed her flight. Yeah.
How many hours?
For hours on end.
You see, you're not used to it. One man just like the police. That's a play on this kind of.
You try to make out like something going on in Lagos is unique and peculiar to that space, and it's not a phenomenon that to varying degrees is global. It's a global phenomenon.
You've not experienced all this thing yourself. That's why you're saying all these things. Because you hardly go Nigeria, probably.
But annually in Alabama and in Mississippi, they have great flood. Check it out.
So great flood.
Annually, honestly.
Nigeria
that's why my mental health is important.
Rational mind. Hold your America, if we hold our Lagos. It's not by force that you will come back. Monkey no fine. If mama like we are not where we want to be. It is a work in progress. Every society has its challenges. It's a fact. We cannot just keep.
I'm thinking, how is Lagos better than Nairobi, Addis Ababa? I don't even. People haven't.
You are highlighting the bad side of Lagos. What you say? Have you been to those places to see their own bad side?
I've been to Addis Ababa. If you go there, you won't even know it's Africa.
Because you only saw the Victoria Island of Addis Ababa, or you saw the Lekki, or you saw the Lagos Island of Addis Ababa.
There's the Hilton Hotel that you stayed at. That's not Addis Ababa.
No.
Go downtown. Go to downtown.
What is it about Addis Ababa?
Addis Ababa. So how many thousand people that did it all? You know better than that. I don't know why we always see. Look, the truth of the matter is this: nobody is ever under what they are calling talking down on the challenges that Lagos have. We know it. It is there. Are they doing something to improve on it? Yes. Gradually.
Hold on. Wait, Bishop. You've made that point several times. Hold on.
Let me finish.
You're only going to say what is. Are there challenges here? We know what you are going to say now. Are there challenges here?
You cannot know what I want to say. You cannot know what I want to say.
But you said it several times. But say it again.
No, you cannot know what you are just assuming. You cannot know what I want to say.
Okay,
now,
carry on.
Every developed cities that you have been to have passed through their challenges over the years, and they keep overcoming those challenges one at a time. They were not just built like they fell from the air. You are mentioning cities, some of them have been 100 years, some of them have been 1,000 years. Let us everybody know that London is more than 1,000 years. The New York we're talking about, for how long have they been built? Most of these major cities. So if we are making our gradual progress, and it's a thing, I can never be tired of it, especially for naysayers to hear it, who will never see anything good, anything working about Nigeria. That is not my fear. I see the challenges and I see prospects, and I see that we are making, it might be slow, but we are making good progress at our own pace.
But can we make a distinction? Can we make a distinction between Lagos State and Lagos Island?
Before we make that distinction, let me make this point, Baba, and especially to Bishop. Bishop, the point that Rational Mind has always consistently been putting across is that for the wealth that Lagos State has, for the space that it occupies both in Nigeria and the wider African space, it is not anywhere near where it should be. And there's sufficient enough resources over the course of decades and decades for that city to have been a 100 times better than it should have been. And why it is not like that is because funds have been misappropriated, a lot of money stolen, shoddy jobs done, and just bad governance and bad management. And when Rational Mind says that, it's very difficult to argue against it. Yes, there are little progresses, but those little progresses are not commensurate with what the city has to offer.
Are you speaking for Rational Mind?
No, because it's a narrative that has always presented.
Are you speaking for him? Look, okay, you won't let me speak, so there's no point in even trying. Go ahead.
Bishop, what he just said to you, that's what I intend saying. That's what I'm saying, I'm trying to say. Maybe it's putting it better than how I wanted to say it. Because I get angry,
I have never, whether it is Lagos or anywhere in Nigeria, I have never seen you talk about anything good in Nigeria. Nothing is working. Everything is, you have your language that you use. Nothing. You have never seen anything good in Nigeria.
May I interject, please?
Okay, you can interject. I wanted to just...
Okay, Rational Man, calm down, please.
Baba,
calm down, please.
Can I just
apart from that distinction we have to make about Lagos or Lagos State, it's two different things entirely.
Hold on, Baba. Let Rational Mind come back because we are going to a different space. Let Rational Mind come back because I think Rational Mind needs to be understood within the parameters that is speaking. He has high expectations of the. I think a lot of our narratives, actually, there's elements of Stockholm syndrome in it sometimes. And maybe we're not holding the country to a high enough standard, and we're easily satisfied with little trinkets that they throw at the ground at us, like fouls. But Rational Mind are coming.
Well, I think you've already said it right. I don't know how to say it more than what you just said. For me, what I'm trying to say is that what we see in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria by different governments, state government, is tokenism. It's like take this one, just give the dogs a little bit of bones, let them all feel like. But then when you go to other countries, these leaders they visit, they see how things run. Okay, now we're talking about a rail. Buhari was there. They are commissioning rail every time, opening rail every time. Till this very day, this rail is not functioning. Where in this world have you ever seen it? Even just a light rail, or not a very deep rail that is cutting across several states. So just one rail within the city, like how many miles? That rail that I'm looking at is not up to it's not like up to 100 miles. I doubt it if it's up to 100 miles. And they have been building for over 20-something years.
There's a piece about
every time they will use that rail as a campaign. Oh yes, we just bring something now. Okay, it will start functioning. They will start doing it. They'll bring all the TV cameras and everything. Yeah, it's working. And then at the end of the day, nothing. You know what I mean? How many people that use that rail to campaign?
Rational Mind. There's a piece on Bloomberg on that thing you're talking about. Let me show you. I can only show you the headline because it's behind the paywall. It says Nigeria's train to nowhere shows how not to build public transit. And this is by Bloomberg. It says it will fade away, but let me see the bits I can get. It says in July 2018, Muhammadu Buhari, the president of Nigeria at the time, boarded a gleaming new train linking the capital city Abuja with its airport. At the ribbon cutting ceremony, Buhari hails the system as evidence that we are a government that delivers on promises. 5 years on, that promise looks empty. Train cars are locked away at a depot. Cavernous stations fully equipped with elevators, ticket offices, cameras, and scanners stand empty, overseen by board security guards. The full leather couch in the VIP area are covered in bird and bat droppings, and then it fades away. So it's really to that narrative, tokenism, trinketism, and then fobbing off, you know.
Yeah, may I interject, please, one man, Rational Mind, please?
Yeah. Come in, Baba.
What we should understand about this rail thing. The old ones have faded away because I think there is what they call, I don't know much about the gauge, standard gauge and narrow gauge. I think those are the two parameters. These are narrow gauge. But we shouldn't forget that banditry is involved with this inoperativeness of the rail system. Have we forgotten people even being proud that abandon their cars because of banditry and going on the train? Even as recent as 1 year ago, I think when they stormed one and kidnapped dozens of passengers, and they paid a lot of money. That thing that has contributed tremendously to the idleness of the train system. But I understand, I don't know, somebody can correct me, that the one for Lagos to Ogun State and Ibadan is still working at the moment, and people are really taking that opportunity. What I see in all of this is that we are on the right track. We may not be flying, but we are running. If we are not running, we are crawling. At least if we are not crawling, we are moving. We are not standing still. Somehow, we've been very unfortunate to have bad government all along the line. But like everything in life, at a point it has to stop. And of course, we start witnessing positivity. I'm not saying we should crazily embrace positivity and be optimistic when there is none. But what I see is that, it could get better, but we are doing something at least. Let's commend that. And for instance, when we talk about here, they even talk about we are not doing anything, we are idle. We are doing something. The SMC small scale this thing, they are doing very, very well. They may not be well funded, and of course, we Nigerians, we have our fault. Even monies we borrow from bank, we see it as public money. We don't want to pay back. Yes,
Baba, do you think we're easily satisfied with very little tokenism? Rational Mind called it.
Not really, because when we see good things, let us acknowledge it. Lagos, for instance, they are not doing badly. We talk about corruption in Lagos. Yes, there will be corruption, but definitely not in the magnitude people push it forward, because Lagos is the most indebted state in Nigeria today. So most of the monies are even being borrowed, and those who borrow Lagos State money are not playing with their money. They are breathing down their neck and looking over what they've done with the money they've given them. It's not as easy as that. The governor doesn't sign a check.
Let me show you something that somebody sent to me. This is Governor Sanwo-Olu wearing $1 million on his hand. So this was on a Monday.
Is it a Patek? I can't see it well.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, that looks like Odimeng Pege.
No, it is a Patek. Yes,
Patek. Is it a Patek? Okay.
Yeah, it's a Patek. So that's a Patek. I'm not sure what this one is. Let's say.
How much they say it costs?
Well into the high hundreds of thousands of dollars.
No, that's not true. Woman, that Patek I see, I've forgotten the name of this. No, the other one with the small, small seconds.
$350,000.
The one with the small second is about 65,000.
This one,
not this one, the previous one. I don't know. I don't know the cost of this one.
This one is a Nautilus.
Nautilus is expensive, but I think Nautilus is still on that. $300,000. Well, something close. Something
there
close.
There you are. There you are. Somebody that's been a civil servant all his life.
Well, let's be very honest with ourselves.
And this one is $129,000.
No, that's at 65. That's 65. Except if the engine is made of maybe 18 karat or 9 karat gold. Because these things at times, we have the starting point just like cars.
This one is Philippe, world time chronograph. And this one is 140,000
Is this
pounds.
peak of Patek? God, Nigerians. But let us be very, very frank with ourselves.
I don't think that guy has never done a business in his life. He's always been a civil servant.
But at times, these things are gifts.
Gifts.
These things are gifts. It's for patronage, contractors, and things like that. It's hardly you can use your cash to buy these things. People buy and give you.
Hold on. You see,
okay,
we all like to make excuses for these idiots, these thieves, these criminals. I that works for a city here. There's a code of conduct that guides my profession. Here, as a building inspector, when I go in to inspect construction, we have lobbyists that lobbies city councils, that lobbies the states. They want us to approve certain building materials for them so that they can promote it and they can sanction it, and then all of the architects and engineers, they can all subscribe to it, and like that. They would invite us for seminars, and during the seminars, they can give us stuff. But there's a code of conduct here that if it is more than $25, whatever gift they're giving to us, we cannot accept it. We've been given opportunity like, okay, to travel to the Caribbean. They said, no, we have to turn it down. We've been given like a gift of like $25. We have to just like give it out to schools, high schools, because
we are rejecting it, but people like Justice Thomas taking it.
Although as a civil servant, there's a code of conduct. You cannot accept certain gifts or certain amounts so that you don't get influenced. Now you are telling me now that a governor is getting a gift of a Rolex or whatever you call a Panda or whatever you call the name of the watch. What about 300? How much you say is what a woman?
300K.
300K, and you're here making excuses for it, like, oh, they give it to him now. It's my goodness. You see, this is how we talk about the Roman Empire, how it went on a decline, how it just went out. This is just one of those things. When people start rationalizing things that that doesn't even make sense because of one man, one person. Because he is your tribe man, because it's his turn to become, like he said, this is my Emilokon. It's his own turn to become, and now suddenly we just have to throw out sense into the dustbin, throw out what is etiquette out in the dustbin.
I am fully detribalized for your information.
I'm not saying you, Baba. I'm not saying you. They know themselves. That comes here. Every one of them that comes here. I'm not being specific to anybody here. But the point is, I'm trying to make is this: we kind of find a way around everything just to rationalize everything for this guy and all his criminals that I would say. Yeah, you know, they gave it to me. Let us give him some time now. You know, my goodness. And gradually, we become so numb to morals. We just look at it like, oh, nothing they did. That is how we have become in that country, Nigeria. We just become so numb. We just make excuses for what. How do you build a nation like that? How do you build a country like that?
Can I come in?
I don't get it. Go on, my brother. Go on, just go on.
Okay, we are like, my own thought on this is that a society evolves, so are its institutions. It's a gradual thing. It's not automatic.
You know how long I've been hearing that gradual thing you've been talking about?
No, let me finish.
You know
it's not an event. Even in the West, the democratic society we try to emulate today.
Hearing this gradual, as long as I've lived in that, I was born in that country, I was lived. I've been hearing it from the military regimes. Nigeria, we just have to make it. It's going to be gradual. We get there. It has hold us, even older than me. The word gradual I've seen. I've heard in that country.
We've been independent now for under 70 years. Let's take America. You know very well. You understand.
Let's not go this route. Let's leave
America. No. We have to, because we are. That's why we are saying it's a process. That's why I'm saying it is a process. The West today, it's a process that took them to this point, and even that process is not perfect. It's not perfect.
Baba, when people start making
can I take a moment?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Now, National Man just informed us now that America is a country that has no corruption. Because if he gets a gift that is more than $25, he has to report it. So America is corruption free. And I'll point one thing. The son of the president of America today selling artwork at $168,000. What
something was just $28.
So and you know those that are buying this from him, same people that we're talking about. I'm not justifying one. I'm not using one corruption to justify the other.
It's not a Picasso.
It could be. It's not even a Picasso for where. It's just. You know. I mean, there's a lot of things. I am not using it to justify what is going on in our space. Are we challenged? Yes. Can we get better? Yes. Are we moving towards that getting better? I National Mind is saying for how long? Hey, our country is just 70 years after independence. Not even 70, 63 years. 63 years. And we've had a lot of interference and truncated democracy. This democratic experiment we are having now is just 25 years old. Exactly, that is what it is. 25 years old. And we where we're supposed to be, that's one man will say, it's time of me saying that. No, you cannot be bad, because that is my truth. Except you can forge it. There are countries that are much more older than Nigeria. The volume, the magnitude of corruption in America is mind blowing. It is because it is our own that is. I'm coming. Sure. It is our own. Do we condemn when we want to condemn? I'll be here. I condemn when I need to condemn. But I don't generalize and say that the system cannot work because one thing is not working today. No. I am praying. I am hoping. I'm desirous. I am hopeful that the system will work one day. So I recognize the one that is working. The one that is not working, I believe it's a work in progress. Sometimes we'll get it right. Somebody will come and will fix it. We won't just throw everything away because one part is not working today. That's
exactly my point.
Let me.
No, but that's not a. Sorry, Des. Hold on. That's not a point, though, because the thing is, we cannot say someday it will be right. We have to insist that it is gotten right now. That's what we have to insist. And let me say why.
That's not possible.
Hold on. Yes. If you let me say it, then I will say it. We have to insist that it's gotten right now, because to get it right, it doesn't really need anything other than the political will to get it right. To get things right in Nigeria, it's a matter of spending money. You know, because Nigeria is not going to invent electricity. Electricity has been going.
That's the point.
Just hold on. Nigeria is not going to invent electricity. Electricity has been, I think, it's about 3 centuries old now. It's an already perfected system. So it's a matter of that political, and Nigeria does have the money. So don't say, where are we going to get the money? We've had the money for as long as we've needed to have electricity. So it's a matter of political will to point it. So building roads that suits the terrain, you spend the money, but you don't build the road that suits the terrain. So these are things that can be done immediately and right now. And you know, it's taking deliberate steps, isn't it, with deliberate intentions, which is what Nigeria never does. You know, they just come with highfalutin nonsense, steal all of the money, and then they will tell you there's a better tomorrow. And then that's tomorrow, another set of persons comes in and does the exact same thing. So we have to put a stop to it at some point and insist that the right things must be done now, not in the future, now. So what magic are we looking for in the future that is not immediate and right here? Everything is right here. So why don't they just do it? That's the point.
Okay, one man. Let me answer you. Let me answer you, please. There's please let me answer one man.
I'm trying to portray what one man said. You can take everything at the point. Yeah, it's like one man just took my thought out of my head. The thing is that people don't seem to understand that we are in the 21st century. Sometimes they say America has been there for so many years, it took them time, and this. I'm like, does people understand that we are in the 21st century? Everything that ought to be invented has already been invented. We are no longer using hand to plow. Now there's tractors that can fasten everything, and you can harvest with the machine, and it's just fast. Everything is fast. So if you don't, that's what I'm saying. That
here we are talking about lifestyle, attitude. Those are not manufactured in the laboratory. They are not lab materials. They're like equipment and stuff like that. We are talking about institutions. Institutions we are talking about, grounded in principles that are well tested and trusted. You have to build it. It's not an event that happens overnight. So it takes time to curtail people, to take food from a man's mouth. You have to drag it and remove his teeth with the mate. It's not an easy thing. It's been with us. It's endemic, yes, but we have to put the right institutions in place that will help our situation. What I'm saying, we are not trying to invent. We are making intelligent comparison that those people who had the institution over 200 years ago, still building them, even till tomorrow, they are tweaking, they are making a necessary adjustment and fine tuning. Take, for instance, even the Supreme Court. What is happening in that space in the US today? If it's happening in our own space and it's open that way, Jesus Christ, I don't know what will happen. I mean, we talk about Justice Thomas, we talk about Kavanaugh. We know what is happening in that space, and a couple of others. Just one unit of governance. We are not talking about the executive. Neither we're talking about the legislature here.
Could I interject?
So we have to be very careful. Must we talk? Yes. Must we complain? Yes. Must we make suggestions? Yes.
Hold on.
Baba, must we insist?
Yeah, of course, rightfully so.
So we are
rightfully we must have we must show righteous anger.
We are insisting that we want now, not in the future. We are insisting that now, not in the future.
Right.
You know?
It's like I hear that we want to eradicate poverty, and I laugh. Poverty is part of creation. We will always have the poor with us, but we have to reduce the number to the barest minimum. We have to face reality.
Baba, yes, can you hear me?
You know, when people talk about eradicating poverty, there's no country on this planet that poverty has ever been. Hold on, I'm sure you know, embedded in that language is to minimize it. And also,
some people take it literally.
No, I don't think anybody does with an IQ beyond that to get it. And also, when they're talking about eradicating poverty, you know, poverty has different meanings. So we have to redefine what the baseline of poverty is in Nigeria. So it can no longer be at the rudimentary level of, you know, people scrapping for food in the gutters. That's we have not to have that anymore. So poverty, even that definition of poverty, there has to be a minimum threshold that is completely unfathomable. Do you understand? A lot of things need to happen in that country.
Well, don't let's deviate. I just use that as an example. When it comes to issues like this, there are no absolutes. You understand? All I know is that the institutions we have to build. I cannot go arrest somebody or pluck the wristwatch out of a governor's hand to say you must have stolen this. You can, it's institution that will call him to answer. So those institutions are what we should build.
Hold on. You've been talking a lot, Mr. Baba. You talk about institution. Now, what come on. Let me ask a question. In the whole of, ever since that Lagos State, I've always thrown that question here on this platform. When have you ever heard that one person, APC person within Lagos, has faced one EFCC case? Where have you ever heard it? The only person we heard.
Oh, okay, you've answered it.
Hold on. This guy, what's his name? The Speaker of the Obasa. Recently, we heard about how Showere's platform revealed so many shenanigans, so many corruption. At the end of the day, they swept it under the carpet. We didn't hear anything about it anymore. Now, I'm asking you, what institution within Lagos is functioning?
Right on that mind, they describe that as work in progress.
So, you see,
wait, Ajale Koko, can I answer your question?
Everything in his pocket, as have your institution, your so-called institution that you say should be fighting corruption, should be questioning these leaders within the Lagos State government. They're not, because they're already pocket. They're also on their payroll. What do you expect? Now we're seeing this being replicated nationally now. You people are here making it look like no, it doesn't matter.
Okay, Russia.
It is you that doesn't understand. Okay, Daddy, what's the name now?
Yeah. Hold on, please, Daddy. Sorry. Let Pansar come in. Pansar come in.
Thank you. I was wondering, am I ever going to be recognized here?
He recognized. You only came in 2 minutes ago. Carry on.
Let me say hello to everybody on this panel and those watching us from every other fora. You know, I'm going to try to not personalize my response here to what's been going on. But I have to say, though, that certain voices here, certain arguments, some are infuriating, irritating, even annoying, provoking. To come here, especially when you're making comparisons with Nigeria and the United States, and you just pick out one area, say, okay, something is happening in this realm in America. If you're going to compare America to Nigeria, then you have to do a wholesome comparison. It has to be apples to apples. A lot are working in the United States. So if you make a citation about something about the courts in the United States and say, no, if this happened in Nigeria, then everything else is going to go to hell. Yeah, maybe the people tolerate it because the trash is being picked up. There's healthcare. So, you know, it reminds me of when we try to get our independence. Northerners, such as the guy here, Baba, they say we're not ready. No, let's not get independence from people who are colonizing us, trying to slow us down. Are we still in 2023 here arguing all these things? What is it? We need development. A developed country, or some call it industrialized country, that's at least the minimum. People have gone beyond industrialization. You have to have a mature and sophisticated economy. Do we have that? No. Things measured by gross domestic product, GDP. That's over a century old. Or average income per resident there. Have to have advanced technological infrastructure, diverse industrial and service sectors. What are you arguing about here? You have access to quality healthcare and higher education. Yes, you have to go tell your people to go to school. Don't come and retort discussions, go in circles. You know, I said, of course, if I tell you the truth, I'm going to be kicked out of your platform. Yeah, because there's a pattern here. You come here, we're talking, and you are talking more than everybody else. You wouldn't let people talk. When you say things, yeah, you speak in a quiet manner, respectful manner, but still.
You know the thing now. Don't make me always to the topic, not to the personality. even to Malam Baba from Borno, who we thought was from Ogun State, but now he's from Borno.
Lagosian Borno.
One man from Ogun State, but apparently from Borno.
One man, listen to this. Look,
he's from Borno Kingdom.
Yes. I made this point to a guy called the
Shehu of Abeokuta.
A white boy that came to Dr. Damage's show, right? And we're nice. We like to be nice to people. And I was saying to Rudolph, I say, for example, in this case, I'm the one giving Baba respect by holding them up to standard. I'm not going to have that soft bigotry of low expectation. So he's from the north, so let's be nice to him so he could be in our company. I'm the one holding.
So because Baba is from the north, we have to be nasty to him, Baba.
No. We have to be like you are to me, just like the way you address me now disrespectfully. I just.
How did I address you disrespectfully?
One man, I'm older than you, so anything you say without some kind of,
if I'm not in the Dobale position,
for me, it's not African. But on a serious note, though. You have a lot of voices here making sense, but he's
and then you came in.
Look, what I'm saying is that we're in trouble. Is there anybody here who doesn't understand that? I mean, we're in trouble. So when you have people in a haste, people who say, we have to, like you just told him, we want it today, not 5 years from now. So we have to shout them down because it's a takia. I said some people like in Iraq, George Bush didn't have time to be arguing with the Shias what's the other opposite of Shias over there in Iraq, right? Saddam Hussein, the Sunnis. He didn't have time to start debating with them. So he went to work. That's the only way. And he uprooted that evil in that country. Now, some people say, okay, look, Iraq is a basket case. Well, too bad. Do you want to be a basket case and respect human rights? Or do you want to build castles for a dictator and abuse people and gas the courts and lob missiles at Israel? So my approach to Northerners, with all due respect to Baba here, who speaks very politely and doesn't deserve to be shouted at.
In fact, he's so polite, you almost think he's a Yoruba man, isn't it? You almost think, except of course, we know that he's from Borno.
That's right, but he needs to help us, because who are people going to listen to from his place? He needs to come here, and then we hold him accountable, and then we recruit him, and then he's going to go over there, tell his people to go to school, tell his people to be civilized.
Saying this, I don't know if you know Baba. Baba is not a prince. He's not from the north.
No, don't do that now. Let's let him carry on.
I cannot tell unreasonable Yorubas from the Northerners. I really can't. Only the reasonable ones I can. Okay, I say John Lekoko is Yoruba. One man, I don't know where the hell he's from. Right? Because
you don't even know if I'm off this world. Maybe I'm a Martian.
If you're unreasonable and you're a Yoruba, I cannot tell you apart from the
unreasonable ones. Go ahead, complete it.
I'm saying. So I'll end.
You who call Obi a saint right on this platform. What do you think every other person would think about you? Calling a modern day human being in the year of our Lord 2023 a saint?
Okay,
that's the volume.
All right.
First of all,
all right. Let's not have another Pansat session. But
hold on, one man. What I'm saying is that you should have admonished him just for fairness and say, "Don't make it personal." Right? That's good.
Oh, you started it. You do. I mean, you go full speed and you want to reverse at once. How is that possible? Only you Pansat can do that. Not so.
Yes, only Pansat. Nobody else.
Let me ask you. Let me just use another approach and say to you, we need your help. We need you. When all these people are assembled here, all these Nigerians, they're not stupid. There is nothing wrong, and you can't compare the United States as so
It is your
superpower.
type of Nigeria that is the problem. You said here that you came from the east straight to the United States, so you don't know any other place in Nigeria. So you are still biased with the myopic eyes you have leaving your southeast and coming to US. You've not been to northwest, north central, western states. How do you come with rational mind?
Okay, let me respond to that. I'm here with rational mind.
No, I'm talking about the rationality of your own mind.
I know. I'm just kidding. But listen to me. I come from the southeast village. First of all, my activity when I used to go to the towns, about Lagos or Port Harcourt, is to go there and beat up some of these fat, spoiled kids in the cities. Right? There's nothing wrong with the village. The southeast. There's a synergy between Southeast and the United States. The adjustment is not much. We are a fair people. We believe in the Western tradition. We don't
Republican too in nature.
We're Republican in nature, like I just said. Right? So it's very easy for me to go over there. I'm not gonna be 5 o'clock in the morning when people are sleeping. I'll start shouting my prayers. I won't do that because I'm from the Southeast. So, coming from the village, it's one of our reserved, what do you call it? Conscience is in our villages. So, don't take that to mean.
Hold on, Pansa, you've been speaking for a long time.
I have.
Let's just interject you. Don't you think Baba has a point there? That when you said you just
Woman, can I comment?
Yes. Make that point, and then before Pansat responds, let Prince Daddy come in because he's been waiting.
Quick. So the only thing about Baba has a point there that you just moved from southeast and you just came to the United States. You've not really maybe go to other parts of Nigeria to see how life is there, interact with people there. Could that be possibly? Could that probably? That could have been something that also.
Imagine that journey from the back of Beyond to the Golden Palace. From the back of Beyond to the Golden Palace.
So don't you think he has a point?
Yeah, one man. That question deserves an immediate answer before.
So you're going to answer that question. That's what one man said. So
hold on. Let Prince come in because he wanted to come in before you, Prince.
Woman, if you don't mind, let Pansa go ahead and answer the question because
all right. Okay, go on, Pansa.
All right, thank you very much.
You see how a gentleman conducts himself, Pansa?
I do. I like Prince. It's one of our gems here, and then a true Nigerian. It's exasperating though, like the question that was asked me. It's annoying because do I have to be at the sun to know the temperature of the sun? Do I have to? I mean, if you go over there cutting off people's heads because they don't believe in your God, right? I gotta be there to know that. What is the virtue that has been exported from there? Let me turn that around on you, rational mind, because I know you're a good guy. You are actually on our side, right? Fair, progressive Nigerian side. You're a good guy. However, your milk toast responses to this will give them impetus to keep going and going, putting takia. Like asking me that question. Do I have to be at the north? I know everywhere on this planet. And I know about the cosmos even. Without being an astronaut, I haven't been up there. There's very few things I don't know. So I don't have to, Baba, directly to tell you. You do not export anything that we should be proud of. Even when you say if somebody's from the southeast, like you put me, do you think that people in the villages are stupid? No.
Let me burst your bubble.
Let me land.
In Inewe alone, what comes out of Inewe alone, you will marvel. Innocent alone is doing spare part for Air Force jets.
Right. Now that's where to talk. That's where to talk. What I'm saying is that there is no difference between a village in the north, a village in the southwest. We have good Nigerians. our virtues not in our buildings or our roads. First of all, let's be good Nigerians. Let's be good human beings. Let's be good Africans. That's where the virtue lies. It's not because I see people glorifying Lagos, doing this and doing that. That's not the issue. Go to school. Have your people go to school because there's no shortcut. Now, finally, let me say this, because I see this as the pattern, okay? The North and the Southwest, they conspire. They think that you're dealing with the Igbos. You're not doing anything, like passing up certificates.
The mental siege again. Here we go.
You're going to hear the truth. Now, just because I say let's be objective, I'm not saying let's be fair. You cannot say, I give you some and I'll take some. No, if I got it all, I'm going to take it all. Do you follow me? It has to be objective. I cannot say I'm not going to knock the North unless I knock the Southeast as well. I never said that P2B is a saint.
You said so.
I said without context.
You said so on this platform.
Hold on. I said without context. We're not talking about Mother Teresa or somebody. Or
no, you didn't qualify it. On the day you said it, you didn't qualify it.
Either you misunderstood me or I misspoke. It's not that kind of, I haven't judged him.
Pansat is a moving target, Baba.
No, but it's not true. One man, I am a known phenomenon as well. You always try to paint me. You can't paint me.
No, there's no consistency in your narrative. It's a moving target.
What do you mean? Explain that.
You take a position, but then when you are being caught out, you move the goalpost, and then you shimmy it, and then you sliver it, and then you pan it, and then you pad it, and then you push it forward, and then you're a moving target.
All right, I deny that, but let's have that conversation one day. So I yield back my time.
I do remember what Pansat said, exact word though. He said, compared to Tinubu and Atiku, he is a saint. That's
exactly
the exact word.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now that's the context that I would say something like, because I have no power to say otherwise. I'm not in that man's head or his soul. I don't know what kind of sins he commits. That's none of my business. I got mine, right? Nobody's a saint. The Bible tells us that not even Queen Elizabeth was a saint, right? So
I don't want to overflog this. Can you move on from that space? Because I know what I had.
Okay, so all I'm asking
and I have very good memory.
Okay, all I'm asking you to do is you come here, you get a lot of privilege. One man likes people who talk like you, gentlemen, who don't raise any dust. He's a media man. He wants followers. He wants his show to go right. That is
he doesn't give him more than what he gives other people.
Yes, he does.
He's a showman. One man is a showman.
What he doesn't give you, you take. You're right. He doesn't give it to you, but you take it.
No, I don't.
Okay, so but anyway, be fair. Think about our country. You know what is good and you know what is bad. That no matter what part of the country
you mentioned you went historical. Let me tell you for a fact. Yes, the North opposed independence, but when we got that independence, and Awolowo said, let's put a clause in this agreement that whenever any region chooses to go away, let that happen in peace. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Sardauna of Sokoto, they refused. That is one. I'm telling you this so that we should not actually be a victim of accident of history. Number two, when we talk about the unitary system, who introduced the unitary system? I will not want to go into argument of that, but let's look at it from a historical perspective. Our founding fathers all make their mistakes. They've gone to bed. But what we meet, we have to repair. But that repair I'm talking about is a process. It's not an event.
Right. Let me agree with you 100%.
All right. You've taken us on a totally different tangent from where we were, but I'll bring it back and then we carry on. No, you did, but carry on.
So, but I agree with his last sentiments 100%, right? And as far as he's doing so sincerely, I'm with him on that. Our forefathers, grandfathers, they made their share of mistakes. Now, let's move forward because, first of all, when you look at this argument and the light best favorable to those who push it, like say Nnamdi Azikiwe made this mistake, or that. What does that have to do with me? An individual making a mistake, you cannot bequeath it on the generations that follow. If Nigerian soldiers in the 60s, for example, did some violence or coups and all, that has nothing to do with the Southeasterners, right? So
I responded to that when you said that we did not agree. Some people did not agree to independence. That's why I went historical.
Right, and that's good. But what you forget in that response is that you are saying pretty much the same thing now as far as development. You're saying, hey, we've only been independent for 50 years. It's a day-by-day thing. Let's take it easy. There's no need. It's not an event. It's a process. You know, that was your argument. I'm saying that it's analogically connected to that kind of culture, that kind of argument. So I'm not. It's not a historical thing. It's contemporary. It's what you're doing that I'm talking about. But all that being said, though, you're right in what you've done. You just said. So I would respect the fact that it's a loaded panel. No matter how good what I have to say is, a lot of people are losing patience. They want to talk, and some want to hear from others. So I will throw it back at you, but please conduct yourself with decorum when you are debating here, because what Northerners are doing when they get on a forum is to say, now, what can you do to us? We could lie. We could say something that is totally untrue. What are you going to do about it? That I'm against. If you're saying something that is untrue on the basis that what can we do? I'm telling you, there are things that we can do, and we're gonna do it. We have to develop that.
You know, we were you know what we were talking about, Pansat? We were talking about expectations regarding Nigeria, and do we have some sort of a Stockholm syndrome? Being satisfied with the little trinkets that we're getting from the land of abundance. That is where we were before you took us to wherever we are now.
Let me hold on. Let me just respond to you on that. I listened very carefully to all that. Right now, every single reasonable person here they were making the point. It's going to be redundant for me to start talking about that, because even if you did half of what Rational Mind is saying, and John Lekuko, and my brother, I can't remember recall his name here.
Bishop.
No.
Des, me.
Des, right? Bishop is not my brother. Des is my brother. So
is Bishop your sister? Is Bishop your sister? Are we entering new territory now?
The reason why I came here is
one man.
I jumped in not to elucidate those cogent points that are being made, right? It's because what Bishop is saying to counter what they're saying is just blatant craziness, right? I keep knocking platforms such as yourself that will bring people who are in Nigeria, they don't have a boot to piss in or a wounded to throw it out of, and they want to tell us here, we in developed countries, we know what it is. We know what it is. There's nothing a Nigerian who's resident in Nigeria have to tell somebody in diaspora. Nothing.
You're making a lot of leaps you're making a lot of leaps of assumptions.
No. Look,
you're just throwing one pass it along. Let him just. I mean, you've already said you wanted to hand so that other people can talk. Pass along.
One thing. So let me just say what I'm saying. Look, you could stay here and sugarcoat him and do all that. That's fine. You could do that. But my approach is to tell our people the truth. When I left Nigeria, I told this anecdote a few days ago. When I left Nigeria, I left from the village, but I was as sharp as they come. I was a sharp guy, right? I stopped over in Frankfurt, and when I landed in the United States, right? You come to find out how dumb you are. I don't care who, like, for example, his governor, over there in Lagos, right? If he comes here, he's going to be one of the dumbest people in his neighborhood for a couple of years at least. Nobody's going to understand what he's talking about. He's not going to understand what anybody's talking about.
The guy school here. What are you talking about?
Who's that?
That governor school here. What are you
Okay,
talking
but what I'm saying, if he didn't school here, if he's a governor, now I've listened to him.
You see what I mean? You
Yeah,
see what
they're
I
like the
mean by
moving target. I got it now.
you see.
I'm a moving target
Thank you.
because
Yeah, thank you, Pansat.
I'm not a follower. All right, thank you very much.
Let's hear from Prince. Prince, come in.
All right, well, man, thanks. Hopefully I can recollect what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
Anyways,
apologies for that. We've been
no,
pansatted again.
that was interesting. Hello, everyone. Actually, I was just going to make a comment regarding what rational minds way of thinking, because sometimes it behooves me that rational mind coming from Nigeria or Africa to the West. So, in other words, we can say it's well exposed to a lot of things. And sometimes when it makes its arguments that tend to be poor, sometimes it just takes me unawares. Now, it made an example about how what do you call it? The bribe or incentives from contractors or whatever the way it works, and trying to make a point perhaps that America is not corrupt in any way. And I think it was a bishop somebody said no, America is maybe more corrupt than Nigeria, right? Okay, so I was gonna ask rational mind if he's ever heard about if he knows who Bernie Madoff is or was. Maybe it's dead now. I can't remember. Bernie Madoff. Okay, and how much he stole. And
the Ponzi scheme guy, right?
Yes, thank you. And if perhaps, hold on, perhaps rational mind thinks Bernie Madoff is a Nigerian, but actually no, he's an American. Okay, in case you don't know. If you heard about the Enron debacle back in the 90s or was the early 2000s, and heard about Eisner or maybe Conrad Black from Canada, the media mogul. See, when it comes to corruption, it's not unique to Nigeria. Rational mind. So I mean, I'm not sure where you live in America. Not like it matters, but sometimes it does matter because you seem to be inoculated from the perception or the reality of corruption in America. See, there's so much corruption and waste in American government, and the notion that someone like Sonolu gets a watch, not like I approve of it, but that American politicians themselves do not get bribes or get paid from the lobbyists, it's something quite troubling. If you don't know that, that's part of the system. There have been American.
Real quick, because I was about to type in. Sorry to interrupt you. I was about telling one man that I'm going. So let me just, because I have to be in a different meeting somewhere else. So,
go ahead.
Answer that question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand what you're saying about Madoff and the whole industry around this lobbyist and how they bribe, and I understand all of that. Yeah. So you want me to answer that question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Let us not put Bernie Madoff, the Ponzi scheme guy who defrauded a lot of people, I think billions of dollars. People lost. I think himself is dead. I think they locked him up and his maybe some of his kids too. I don't know. I'm not too sure. So I know what you are talking about. That's an individual who manipulated the system. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You see, one thing about the United States is that you can go on and do your shenanigans, but one day, when the law catches up with you, look at what somebody was giving. I was like an example of what's his name, Biden's son. What happened to him now? He's facing the music. So, but we're going to see how that plays out, how pans out. We know where Bernie Madoff, where he ended up. He was incarcerated for.
Exactly, rational man. The institution will reel you in.
Hold on, please. I know you have something to say, Mr. Baba. Please let me just land this point. But when people in I can't really remember my thought anymore. So what I'm trying to say is this: they have institution. He said,
No, but carry on.
All right, no. So now the point is this: that they have institutions that work. They don't have pocketed institution. Now let me go back to Nigeria. Your EFCC, our EFCC chairman in Nigeria, where is he today? The CBN governor, where is he today? The Ganduje is being investigated. You see, I mean, I was listening to a guy, and then the guy was trying to like explain it. Let me just say that it's my was trying to explain it, and I was listening to that guy, was just like laughing, and I went to check it. Where did you see? Where did you see an investigator being investigated himself? where do you ever see that in this world? Just imagine any of those attorney generals that are investigating what's it called, trying to prosecute Trump, and they are now being investigated themselves. Only in Nigeria you can see all this crap happening. They give us this illusion of that, our institutions are up, but how many of them are then? Even the one that they were successfully prosecuted, Daria and the rest of them, this Taraba state governor, where are they today? They were pardoned, right? But here they have a system that works. You can do it for so long, but one day when the law catches up with you, when that sword comes down on you,
okay.
No. It will chop that person up. So they have system that works. And now this is another angle I want to come from quickly because I have to go. If you compare the United States, this comparison, I don't like doing this comparison, but if you want to go that route, let's go that route. I was listening to this guy, and it makes sense to me, which although that's my fault too, but I just want to put, because I'll give people I'll give them credit for what they said. Was it Shore when he was doing what's it called recently, one interview on Arise? He was like saying something like, sometimes we compare Nigeria to America, but listen, this is a country that has about a GDP of about 30 trillion, or even more than almost 30 trillion dollars. One state, even Mississippi, which is one of the most poorest states in America, I'm sure the GDP of Mississippi is more than Nigeria, of 200 million. How many are there in Mississippi? How many are there in Mississippi? Let's just say combine Mississippi and maybe three other poor states, Louisiana and maybe Tennessee. Combine those three together. Their GDP is more than Nigeria. And how much are these three states? How many are they? Now you're not now comparing to a whole country of the size of the United States that has a GDP of about running to trillions of dollars. And you're comparing it to Nigeria. And then you have, he said what he said was that the problem with Nigeria is not Nigerian, it is the thieves in Nigeria. The thieves that were put there that are milking that country dry. Now you're talking about corruption. I'm not saying there's no corruption here. But was it Pansat? Was this Pansat or was it Adele that said it here? You are comparing apple to oranges. People would like to say that. They have a shock absorber system here that can absorb whatever corruption. But
no, okay. Let me interject. You talk. Hold on. No, Rashman, hold on. Okay, so it sounds like you don't really have a grasp about a lot of things that happens in America. For example, For example, if you only knew the corruption in the healthcare system when it comes to the Medicaid or Medicare in America, it would blow your mind. And also the assumption that you think that every corrupt person or criminal is caught and punished in America puts you in a state of delusionment, rational mind. Okay.
And Jim Jordan is trying to bring in Smiths to the floor of the House of Rep. Why? Because he's after Trump. That is an institution going after another institution here in the US.
Let's call this bull crap of American politics. Let me give an example. Here, the institution still works. Nobody pockets any institution. If you find one, you might do it. You might, like you said, yes, some people they might go scot-free. They may not be caught for now, but someday when it catches you, that iron sword will come down on you. It will Well, compared to your country, where the thieves, even when they were being successfully, at least they'll just give us the impression that they may not.
Right, that's not the argument. The system works here a whole lot better than Nigeria. That's not the argument. But you portraying to the public. Hold on, you portraying to the public that America is squeaky clean. Nothing happens of that magnitude of corruption. You're lying to yourself. One individual, Bernie Madoff, stole over $70 billion. One person and ruined people's life and killed people indirectly, of course. What are you talking about, rational mind?
What happened to him? Was he a free man walking the street?
say, well, what happened? The question is hold on. The question is the institution, the SEC, that was supposed to be regulating and monitoring such activities. They fell on their face, okay. And the only reason why it eventually got caught was because there was no way out. Quite frankly, is success, quote unquote, in embezzling people's funds was as a result of the support from government officials. Rational mind, if you didn't know that, that's why it was able to perpetrate that criminality for a very long time.
Again, I'll go back to what I was trying to tell you. A country of a GDP of $1 trillion compared to a country that barely can raise $10 billion to even fund their budgets. What are you talking about?
But we're not comparing the GDP of the both countries.
I don't know. That's why he's spoken for extended time now. I don't know where this argument is going to take on. Where this argument is taking on. Hold on. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Number one, you are comparing the system. You are comparing. Just give me a second now. I will say. You are comparing the system that has evolved for over 250 years with our own system. You are comparing an economy. Hold on now. You are an economy. Even at that system, American system is still evolving. You are saying it as if you are saying it that we can learn from it, but you are saying it because you want to disparage our own system. It doesn't work that way. You are comparing their economy. Of course, we all know the American economy. Let me say my own now, please. You are speaking for long. You are comparing our economy. I knew where you enter. I knew where you interjected and you were talking. So just give me 2 minutes. I won't exceed 2 minutes. Start counting me. Now you are comparing the economy. Oh, America is a 100 trillion economy. But America is a country that is in $32 trillion debt. But nothing is happening to them. They are not devaluing their currency. Because the debt is in their money, it is in their currency. They are using their paperwork to buy our own valuables. So America, you are remembering that America is a country of 32 trillion economy, but you're not saying that America is indebted to the tune of $32 trillion. It's the most indebted, I said 2 minutes, it's the most indebted nation of the world. They've been in enjoying money longer than us. They've had better opportunities than us. Why don't we grow at our own pace? I sure that when one man said we want it today, look.
Am I still here?
Yeah, I think Bishop dipped. But let's hear from FM, who I think is joining us for the first time. FM, unmute. Let's hear from you. FM.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. How are you?
I'm fine. I've been longing to join this group for long. Like you guys you've taught me a lot in this group. You understand? So I've been longing. I'm calling from South Africa. So I just want to contribute my own portion to this place. So I came in.
Come into the conversation wherever you want.
I came in because of Rational Mind. I like him a lot, but I just want to say something to Rational Mind. Have you been with these politicians before, like governors, senators? Have you been around them before?
Well, the most I've ever been with is a commissioner. So I won't, and I'm not really a body with him. Just sometimes I just hang around them, and that's it. Basically, that's it. And no governor, nothing.
So the answer is no.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Okay. So I'm just trying to what Baba is saying. If we've been around them, this thing of giving money, giving gift to them, is part of Nigerian system. What Baba is trying to say is that this thing we're gonna stop them, but not what we can do instantly like that. That's what Baba is saying. We are not trying to support what Sonolo, the wristwatch thing you guys are talking about. Because I just joined. I was sleeping. I've been longing to join this group for long. During the election, I just want to say something. Man, I even had a bet because I even came from this group because I worked along with a lot of Igbos here. They were like it was a war. Like they even called me Ashiwaju. Because of what Kolata said, I even had a bet with somebody I had to win because I told them, Obi, we come third in this election. Everybody was surprised. I was supposed to even pay this group because of I won. I won't lie to you. I have gained a lot from this group. So what I'm trying to say here is that when Jack Conde was the governor of Lagos State, I had an opportunity to. I was in their house. They used to say in Ilupeji, if everybody in Oshodi there, at the back of this, that's where they stay. These governors, they give them gifts. I used to go there. There's a lot of things that is going on in Nigeria. We are not trying to say giving gifts is right or wrong, but that is Nigerian system. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a long time for us to stop those things. That's why
is this Baba speaking? Baba.
It's not Baba. This is FM.
I don't know. It's Abdullahi. It's Abdullahi.
But it just sounds like Baba. Like I mean, it's just
Baba reincarnate, have you?
Reincarnation.
That's why you're looking for me.
You know what's the Baba? They all
sound the same.
They sound the same. You know, when you get there,
all these black people, they all look the same to me.
Let me just land this point with because I need to go real quick because
all right.
So you see this comparison. I never started with this comparison. My fixation is Nigeria, and the only time I made reference to my kind of work here as a civil servant is that as a civil servant, there's a code of conduct, there's an etiquette that you need to follow of your profession. But in Nigeria, you see, this is how we started years and years ago. We become so numb gradually, and now we're just excusing things that for me is just beyond me sometimes. Don't get me wrong, I'm trained to be very to be more of a law enforcer. I mean, that's my field. So my line of thought there usually is because I know the consequence of chaos when law and order is breached in any way. The ripple effects, the perception among people who sees that. Like for example, when somebody is not being prosecuted, you don't face the law, you don't face the consequence of your actions. When people see that people just go scot-free like that, it becomes a norm. And that is how a society slides into decline. And America too is getting, I must agree with some of you here. Yeah, America too is sliding into decline. It's declining. You hear it among some people here, some older folks who have been here for longer than us, who came here, who were born many years and their parents were born here. They tell you how America is sliding gradually. So my point is this, my focus is not America, my focus is Nigeria. Because besides America, there are other countries that are doing well, who are just young nations. We have Singapore, we have Malaysia, we have Dubai. These are countries that just started how many years ago? But then if you use that excuse now, if you use that example now, you say, oh, you see, in those places, a very small country now compared to
sorry, rational mind. Kulata is asking that where does your law enforcement where does it place in your list of professions? Because Dupsy was telling us the last time that you're a medical doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, and now a law enforcer. But carry on.
It's okay. I don't really need to reveal what I do much.
No, that's fine. I'm only teasing.
It's okay. I understand one now. You're not you. I'm just talking about.
Yeah, where Dupsy le kono le mo gbogbo nto se to.
Very
good. Anyway, let's just call it bull crap. So my point is this: you see, when we bring example of these other countries, you say no, they're just small countries. Nigeria is a country of. I mean, what are we going to bring? So that's why I don't want to talk about it. The only time I just made reference to America was just because of my job. I said as a civil servant, that's just the connection there. I'm not saying America is an all saints kind of country. I mean, yes, there is a monumental corruption here, but they have a system that can absorb it. And I was citing an example of Shore when Shore was talking about. We talk about when we have half of our money, even more than half of the money revenue, we're using it to service the lifestyle of those criminals in government. starting with the governors, the president, the deputy governors, and all these ministers, and all these commissioners, and all these lawmakers. We're servicing, I mean, just and their family, and we're just taking care of those people. So what is left for the people? What is it? Where is the social contract? Where is the social contract that we will give you that power to rule over us, and in return, you make our life easy? Like Pansa was saying here. You talk about, yes, there is corruption in the health sector. Yeah, it's a $1 trillion industry here, the corruption. But people are getting the benefit of it. I went for an eye service, and I have three different kind of glasses here. Even my sunglasses, I have to put it on a recommended too. So, but my insurance covered it because the system works. But where in Nigeria is that working in Nigeria? We're not there yet. We're not there yet. You know how long I've been hearing that statement? It's older than me. We've been hearing the days of Awolowo and all of them back in the 50s. They've been talking about it. We get there. Everybody was like, Buhari just left there when he was there. We get there. Nigerians are still in the haste. When you hear people like Okona Deshino and the rest of them, and Garuba, what's his name? They were telling us Nigerians are that idiot that calls himself Femi Adesina will come and insult our intelligence and tell us that Nigerians, I don't know what is wrong with Nigerians. How will Nigeria? Every day we have to come and talk about this silly country that is not working for people. We service the lifestyle of these idiots. More than half of the revenue of that country is used to service the lifestyle of this idiot. And you're comparing to America here that has $1 trillion in economy. That's even just the fringe of it is what the lawmakers are getting at the end of the day. And not even just one state. They have 50 states. And the population is even more than our population. And you are here arguing this silly. And we're talking about a governor having a wristwatch that maybe we don't know actually how he got it, but or maybe fine. If his money is not to even buy that watch, probably. Then how did he get it? If really it was given by a contractor, then he has violated the etiquette of his office, that oath of office, whereby you cannot get. I don't know. Let me not apply my own kind of rule of conduct here. But I know Nigerian civil service does have it that as a civil servant, you cannot take. You cannot take certain things from maybe contractor or somebody working for the government. But in Nigeria, we just throw into the wind because Nigeria, now that's how it's always been. And so we should excuse it. You see, if I speak the way I speak, it's because I want us to change this way. If we don't change this way we think in Nigeria and how we do things in Nigeria, we're not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. It's this same chaos we'll be seeing. As long as we allow people to violate laws, forget it. This is how we continue sliding. And we'll come, most of us will come here, we'll start, we're having a president that has this kind of monumental baggage on his neck. And where some of us will come here and say, what is there? Will he be the first person to have a certificate issue? I mean, look at how Ganifa has fight with this guy from 1999. Is that how pure this guy is? Hey, Afiku Yomi was the one that did it. And now again, they did, I mean, come on. And people still go and vote for him because of I won't pull on down on your lamb. You just excuse anything because that's because our people's mind now. They just excuse anything. What is the nothing they let us maybe well, man, I just raised my case here. I can go on and on, but my point is this. Of course, that is it. So this is how we start getting numb to immoral things, corruption. We excuse it, and everybody's doing it. Nigeria needs, just allow. Yeah, and you expect to build a country like that. I wish you the best for that. Woman, I'm done talking. I used to be woman.
I'm still here. I thought somebody wanted to come in. I heard a bishop on mute.
Woman, let me take my leave. I listen to you.
I love you. I don't know what I was talking. Said I did. I don't know what. Well, if you say
no, you did deep. You did, hold on, Bishop. No, yeah, you did deep. There was a silence, and then go on. Yeah.
I had you. I mean, I was saying at least we've not had the kind of opportunities America has, or they have it. We are going at our own pace. Unfortunately, some people feel that place. Barista sang a song many years ago that we are the journey from Lagos to Ibadan. We got to Okereto. He said the driver Okoye Osareto, he has to go back to go and get another driver to begin the journey again. If we are not moving back enough, he says we want to take today. What do we do? Do we destroy this democracy and begin all over again? Do we go on a civil war? Or do we pray that God should destroy Nigeria so that Nigeria can start from the fresh? Or do we say, oh, let there be a revolution and everybody will kill their people? So, okay, kill 50%, kill your leaders. We are making progress. And there's the saying that say, monkey learn to jump from. Gradually, it will master the art. Comparing us to America is not fair. Comparing us to other countries, because there are countries we are better than. We have our challenges, and I'll keep saying it. Having said that, I unfortunately I had Pastor talking. I don't want to respond to him because I will be defying rather than that. I choose my friends and I choose my brothers. I don't want. I imagine that. I imagine, and I'm even a calf that if we imagine that I would consider him to be my brother, to think that he doesn't want me as a brother. Who wanted him as a brother? Hey, me. I don't want you as a brother. God forbid bad thing. I reject it by every ramification. So if you are listening to me, just keep that. Thank you, one man.
All right. Let's hear from Faith. Who Ajalekoko did come in.
Yeah. You said you want to hear from who?
No, from Faith. From Faith. She's been here all day.
Yeah,
but,
let her go. Let her go.
Faith, you don't sleep. Edo Pikin.
She's not there again now.
She's not there again now. All right. Yeah, come in, Ajalekoko.
Yeah. Hey, one man. It can sound ridiculous sometimes to hear from people to hear that the corruption in America is of monumental proportion compared to Nigeria. I can't believe it. When I hear people say that, I just want to ask them. So, the corruption that couldn't give you good road in Nigeria, does it stop America from providing good road for their people across America? The corruption that does not let you have good educational infrastructure in Nigeria, does it stop America in providing good education system and infrastructure for their people? The corruption that does not let you have good healthcare service in Nigeria, does it stop America giving healthcare service to their people? Human capital development that you have in America, all of us in America that we enjoy, that Americans have given to us. How many Nigerians enjoy that? The corruption that have put your country, make your country unproductive country, your economy going down. Is American economy not the strongest in the world? With all the corruption that you said, that America, that as worse as you guys are describing it, is American nation economy not the strongest in the world? The corruption that couldn't let you handle your security, that killed your security, that you have a nation that is not secure, that you have banditry and you have insurgency killing your people like killing bird in the bush. They kill people every day, all over everywhere, particularly in the north. Kill as if life means nothing. Does insurgency kill people and banditry kill people in America? Look, the food affordable that is affordable for you to buy and eat in America and drink anything you want to drink. Is it affordable to a common Nigerian? I mean, I mean, the innovativeness that we see that America is known of, number one in the world. Yet you can describe that, oh, the corruption in America is of monumental proportion. It's the worst in the world. Does the corruption in America disturb their innovative and creativity? Can't we see it? The strongest military in the world. Why did corruption kill them? Why is your military cannot stop, crush the insurgency for going to about 15 years now or 10 years?
Angelica, if you allow me, please.
We have to. We have to.
We don't have the strong institutions. Sorry, we don't have the strong institutions.
What stop you from developing? Okay, what stop you from developing strong institutions?
Good question. At the inception of Nigeria after the independence, right, when we had regional governance, we had institutions, and we're gradually building those institutions to a point of maturity, which never came to pass as a result of the military intervention in our democracy, and we have to start from scratch. So we're not really comparing Nigeria and America as one, because Nigeria as a country is extremely diverse. Just like it's not just a nation of 90% majority one group and the others a minority. No, that's not the case.
So
it's a very complex.
Not diverse. America is not diverse.
Well, more so today. I'm going back to
America is not diverse.
I'm going back to its foundation. I'm going back to the foundation. One large group determined the course of the country. Okay.
America is not diverse.
Okay. So don't add all those immigrants crossing the border today into America as making America diverse. Okay. But in terms of its
Prince Daddy.
Yes.
So
you don't have strong institution. Do you know when Ghana left Nigeria?
Look,
in the 80s, I don't know.
You don't know when Ghana left Nigeria?
Ghana left Nigeria.
Ghana has steady electricity supply. They have more infrastructure more than Nigeria. If you don't know, so what are we talking? We are the people that take Ghana away in our country.
No, we also have we add institutions, just like I said, we add institutions that
Ghana have a better health care than Nigeria.
Prince Dati, let me tell you, if you are talking that Nigeria does not have institutions, you guys are lying to yourself.
I said strong institutions.
Hold on. What do you mean strong? You have the institution, but your corrupt practices does not allow your institution to work. Your disobedience to the law does not have your institution. It is the supremacy of the law that everybody abide to that make institution to work. But you have a situation where you have governors in their state can do anything they like. You have your ministers at their own department, office, government department as the head, do whatever they like. They don't follow the law. Unruly, and they're doing it with impunity. You see, the police chief that's supposed to go after them will not do it. You see, the EFCC guy, it will take its right. Look, we have the institution, but you, with your corrupt mind, corrupt practices, will never let the institution work. If America allowed their corrupt mind and corrupt practices, to work like that, their institution will not work, and you won't be able to live in America. We won't be able to live here. This place will not be a peaceful place for us to live. But we all come here, We run away from our country, and yet you want to say, "Oh, America is big. America does it. Corruption is so high. Corruption is so high in America, but you can sleep with your eyes closed. You can have
No, Ajande Koko, I think you are missing the point here.
I think you're missing the point. I'm MAGA, I'm MAGA, and First America. So it's not about down in America. No, we just point out things.
Hold on. You can run into a situation and you call the police you call. You can run into a situation that you find yourself, you know, a safety situation. You know what to call, and they will respond and help you out immediately. And yet you say it's a corrupt system, and you don't have such a situation.
That movie was just 4 days ago.
I don't get you people.
So
Dubai that they built yesterday. If you go to Dubai, hold on. Let me land now. Let me land. It's all that
No, as a person,
after all, I have.
Hold on, everybody. Everybody, hold on. Let Ajande Koko land, and then after Ajande Koko, let the prime come in. He hasn't said anything yet.
Dubai yesterday, they built Dubai yesterday. Go to Dubai. You can even see the institution in Dubai work better than what we have in the United States. Because
it's not a democracy.
Forget it. Look at the excuse again. It's not a democracy. Then when Niger now saying they want to run their country, where you say, oh, it's not a democracy, we must not allow them to work. We must not allow the junta to operate.
Military is different from monarchy.
Okay, oh, it's different. So what is the difference? So what we are saying is that it takes the political will of the leadership of a country to make country work. When you have a group of people in the position of authority with corrupt mindset, their vision and their mission is all to loot the resources of the state and use it to their own advantage and not to the advantage of the country and not to the advantage of the people of the country. You have the country that you have today. This is the kind of country you are, and people like you will come to justify it. I mean, this is unbelievable. You can't believe it sometimes when you hear people defending indefensible. We should all be crying for that country. Baba, you said it the other time when Obasanjo, what do you call it? Tinubu made that statement. Do you know when I listened to that statement, I almost cried. Because he spoke like a Yoruba man.
Which one is that? Which particular statement?
That statement you said, you had Tinubu said when he was addressing his minister yesterday, that the situation that we find ourselves in this country is like somebody giving the basket, a bucket to go and fetch water in a well, in a well that is dry. How did he say it? In a dry well. You gave somebody bucket, go and fetch water in a dry well. He said that's the situation. When I heard that statement, I almost cried. I said, this man, I've seen it all. He just telling us that, look, there is nothing. We are a bankrupt country. A country that is completely down financially. Is that not that statement is enough for everybody to cry and to start thinking of, look, how can we start holding these people responsible for what they have done and for the destruction they have inflicted on this country? But then you want to say, oh, it's a work in progress. Let us.
Can I say something?
No, hold on. When Ajande Koko lands, let the prime come in. Yeah.
Look. One man.
I want to interject if you give me.
When Ajande Koko land, let the prime come in. He's not said anything.
We are in a very, very bad state. And all of us should not be defending indefensible. It is not good. We are not helping ourselves today, and we're not helping our children coming behind us. for tomorrow if we continue to defend these criminals that are destroying our country. We must not. It is bad. Nigeria is in a hole. Let me leave it there, one man, man. This justify what is
Ajando Koko, I'm not sure if you saw this headline. Even Kashim Shettima is telling us that Nigeria is in a big mess. That's just that's
I mean, look at it.
Because
you think they are deceiving us?
He's seen the figures now. He's seen the figures.
Go and look at the figures. All the figures released by National Bureau of National Bureau of what did they call it?
That is why I am upset that they are not rounding up the Buhari administration. If they let these people get away with it, it will be unforgivable.
Go and look at what they released on the economy, the National Bureau of Statistics.
Woman.
It is a failure. It's a country that it has failed completely.
Hello, woman.
What are they talking about?
All right, I'm going to dinner. Good night, everybody. I will listen from the sidelines. One man, thank you for the platform. Thank you.
All right, always a delight, Pansat. Yeah, come in the prime.
Baba Janle Koko, if you get into your apartment and your toddler has opened the tap and water is pouring in the whole kitchen, I think the first thing you do is to stop the water before you start cleaning. In the case of Nigeria, Nigeria is in a deep financial mess. As one man just alluded a few seconds ago, like we should round up the Buhari and the previous government, all those stuff. We should first of all, the government, I think, is trying to take care of the people first, while if the first aid has been given to the people, then can start going after those people that have looted the country dry. That is the first thing. You see, when China noticed that with the way they are going, that they would die of starvation, they introduced something called one-child policy. In Nigeria, average of 7 to 9 million new babies are born yearly. 7 to 9 million. And as poor as our medical infrastructure is today, the survival rate is at least over 70%. Please, let's do the maths. There is no
survival in terms of what?
Child mortality. It's over 70%.
Okay, I'm better.
Now, there is no government in the world, meaning average of 5 million, let's put it as 5 million babies survive. There's no government that can make provisions for that number. Meaning in just 5 years, it can explode to 25 million. That is the reality of our days. So if we are not looking into that, we are just going to continue to make the same noise about this thing, and no infrastructure that will be built will be enough. The other one is, I was listening to the conversation yesterday concerning plate numbers also, and you were of the opinion like they cannot continue to produce poor quality products, but those products will create jobs for Nigeria as much as revenue. So on the part of the citizens, what are we really willing to do to help our nation? Should we continue to look at patriotism from the point of it must be leadership? Because I will say it point blank, like every leader in Nigeria.
In reference to what I said yesterday, so the government makes a poor quality plate number that will fade out within 2 years, and once it's noticed that it's fade out, they want to charge you 25,000 to come and get another one. You think that is justifiable? You think that is
What I'm saying is this: you have to put into
that the
environmental
way it
factor.
works? Where is that the way it works where you are? Is
Hold
that the
on,
way
hold
they
on,
tax people?
hold on,
Is that what
hold
you are
on,
saying?
hold on,
Look,
Baba John Lekoko. Hold
here
on,
in
hold
my
on,
state, let
hold
me
on,
tell you this. Let me tell
hold
you
on.
this. Let me tell you this. Here in my state, every 10 years, they redesign. The state will come up with a new design for the plate number. Do you know that we get that plate number free?
Baba John Lekoko, you cannot get,
Do you know it is free?
you can't get. Hold on,
Every 10 years,
Baba.
redesigning of the plate number. They
Okay,
redesign
hold
it,
on, hold
and the
on.
moment you go for your
Can I say
registration,
something?
they will give you that new plate number. Once it is redesigned one, they will give it to you.
Baba John Lekoko, hold on.
Don't let us.
Please. Can I go ahead?
Yeah. You can
Good.
talk.
This is funny, but let me say this. Just after we started this thing, after I spoke, I got pulled over right there in New York. I'm now in Ohio as we were talking. Do you know why I was pulled over? One man, I got a ticket that my plate tag is fake. That the man said it's not easy to read from afar, the policeman, and he gave me a ticket for that purpose. I can scan it to you here. I have it now. Just now, about 2 hours ago, I got a ticket that my plate, my tag is fake in New York. He said in New York they don't allow it.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Because my tag is fake. He said it's fake.
Okay.
It's not easily readable.
Okay. Thank
That
you.
the reading camera cannot read it easily. So he gave me a ticket for that purpose, and that is New York.
Okay. Thank you. So, Baba John Lekoko, what I'm trying to say is this: on the part of we, the citizens.
Now he just said it. They give him ticket. Go and ask him how he's going to pay. He have the option to defend, to go to court, to defend that himself, to tell the judge, look, this plate number, if the police said it's not readable, you can take it to the police. He's driving in the night now. You can show to the judge, look, this is readable, and if the judge sees that it's readable, you say, okay, just don't worry, go and get another page number, and they can strike it out. So you have the option. They are not forcing. Hold on. You have the option of going to court to defend yourself, but in your situation in Nigeria, you don't have. They just slam it on you. You have to pay 25.
No, you have options. You have options. In 20 during Fashola time,
no option for defense.
Yes, you have options. Let me tell you this.
Hold on, Bishop. Let them. Yeah.
During Fashola time.
No, hold on now, please.
During Fashola's regime, I think that was around 2011. I took LASMA. I took them up. The commissioner of transport had to call me on this issue. So there are procedures also in Nigeria where you can formally challenge issues. So that is by the way. So I want to bring I'm trying to bring another scenario. In South Korea, which happens to be the 12th largest economy, I've said this. In the late 90s, when they were having economic challenges, citizens of that country contributed their gold, their precious, necklace to bail out the country. The America you live right now, at a point, one of their noble presidents said, it's not what the country can do for you. It's about what can you do for your country.
That was Kennedy.
If we don't get to that point about what can I do for this country, and we continue to push the blame at those leaders that are part of our brothers, our cousins, our friends, our townsmen, we are going nowhere. Because most times we say the government should create things. Some of us here did sciences. We understand the concept of protocols.
Can
Where
I ask a question?
universities, yeah, okay, can I'm with you.
What you can do for your country? Does it
Yeah.
start with the citizens or the leadership?
No,
Or
it
can the
starts with the
leadership come up?
citizen. It
It
starts with
starts
the
with the
citizen.
citizenship. Okay,
Yes.
what has Nigerian citizen not done for Nigeria,
Okay, this
for
is
this
what I'm
country,
trying to
to
say.
make sure that the democracy survive?
No.
No, hold on. Take
Ekene,
that point. Take that point that Ikena is making. I think it's an important point.
okay.
Ikena make that point again. Yeah.
I said, what has the Nigerian not done for the Nigerian, as in what has the citizen not done for Nigeria to make sure that democracy survive? Then what has the leadership of the country called Nigeria have been able to do for Nigeria to make sure that they continue to do those things they're supposed to do?
Okay. The citizens, there are lots the citizens I think can do. Following simple law and order. This is almost
No,
like a
well, the
civic
question the
responsibility.
question Ikena is asking you is that why should the citizens be patriotic to a country that the governance is not patriotic to?
Yeah, because they are failing in their civic responsibilities. It's part of their civic responsibility to pick responsible leaders. So
You mean is the fault of the citizens that
yeah,
we get the leadership we're getting?
yeah. Those leaders we have, they are part of us. We chose them.
What of the institution that make sure that the leadership that the country, as in the leaders, build leadership themselves? Then
Sorry?
if the citizens say, what of the institution in Nigeria you know perfectly well, that institution that is the leadership of the country controls it in order to bring the leaders they want. And when maybe if the leadership comes on board and the citizens were like, you see what we get after all our efforts? Anyway, let's manage it. What happens?
Ekene,
Because you cannot tell me that you don't see it.
Ekene, this is how this whole thing, for some of us that have done grassroots politics, you cannot rig where you are not popular. If that is where you're going, you must have minimum of 50% popularity to even rig. That is the fact for anybody that has done grassroots politics. So when I'm talking more of we, because this problem is a two-phase problem. We always conveniently look at the leadership part. We don't take our own part. Every one of us have or know one person that is spoiling that country, but it's my brother. Thank God, it's our turn to eat. That is our character to the nation. We have people in civil service that are living way above their means, and our society celebrates them with chieftaincy title. That is what we do.
So you now mean that the citizens are now to be blamed?
Because
you cannot tell me that that if something wants to be rotten, maybe the thing starts from the tool to start to rot. The rot starts from the head to come down to every part of the body.
We can conveniently want to use that analogy that the fish rots from the head, but we all know that it takes one brick to build a house.
See, let me tell you this before you continue. Let me tell you this before you continue. I know you are a father.
Okay.
You have kids. You cannot tell me that in your family, you are the one to build an institution. Even with your wife, your children should obey in your house. If you as a father become wayward, it's definitely very difficult to raise an obedient child. If as a father you try everything possible to conduct yourself in a way that your children will not emulate anything bad from you, By that, you have already solved at least 50% of that problem of raising a wayward child in your home. Because before you give your child an instruction, the first question that you should ask him, maybe you are not the type that goes to the club or womanize or anything. And if you have a young boy that does that, before you give him a correction, you first of all ask him, have you seen me as your father do such thing? Then if the answer of the child is no, then you don't have the power to discipline the child. But if you as a father does that and you see your child do such a thing, you will not have the power to discipline him. Because you do the same thing. So what do you have to do?
All right.
So,
let the Prime respond to that and then carry on from there. So the Prime, back to you.
Ekene, you see, the analogy of a father and kid, it's a bit too narrow in a complex nation like Nigeria. Civic responsibilities, and because in Nigeria, we all know rights, we forget easily that right comes with obligations and responsibilities. The citizens of Nigerians are not toddlers. Most of us are adults that basically have conscience and we have common sense on what is right and what is wrong. Every one of our society does what I just said earlier, where we tend to celebrate the wrong ones among us. And we failed to build this nation. And we are always here trying to knock only the leaders as a cheap excuse. At what point are we going to really sit down like, am I doing my own part as a citizen? It should be a collective effort. That is for that. I don't want to use the analogy of father and kids. So that's it. So in my own opinion, we need to understand that for us, especially, I was discussing earlier in the day with somebody, we're talking about the educational system of Nigeria, in which when countries want to grow, they start from the university and the technical schools, where they make prototype before investors come and seek that opportunity and build. So even our universities are not producing. We only have professors that speak English. But everything is government.
So what is responsible for that, for non-functioning of our university?
Baba Janle Koko, I just said prototype. I thought I mentioned prototype. To build a prototype, to make a research, it has to do with some level of dedication. We are too materialistic as a people. Let's just face the fact.
No. That is not the issue. No, you are not answering the question. I said for non-functioning of that tertiary institution that should have been the engine house for our development, places where we can come out with research, implement it, and then develop the country. What is responsible for that? I mean, non-functioning of that institution, or the bad state. Let's say the bad state of that tertiary institution across the country. What is responsible for it?
I think it's a complex problem, but let me try and put it one after the other the way I see it. When the emphasis on education is not seeking knowledge to improve our immediate society, then the education becomes a waste. Most of us studied in Nigeria, the mode of study was basically, let me cram and pass Agberu, Agbeso, I get my degree, I go and start a job. It's not about really seeking the knowledge. When you seek knowledge, you find the fundamentals of those things
Are we investing on education
No,
as a
Baba Chanle
country?
Koko.
No,
Baba
no, no.
Chanle Koko.
Are we investing on education in that country?
Baba Chanle Koko.
Answer my question now.
Yeah, I just told you
all right,
something like.
all right. Answer the question and then bring it
Forget
up.
about Agberu
Yeah.
Agbeso. I can do Agberu Agbeso. That is my own. But does the country invest on education?
Papa Jande Koko, this thing, the same OKK physics textbook you read, if we are seeking knowledge, the knowledge you get from it, it's enough to build prototypes if that is what you want to do. Some of these things, there is difference between prototypes and making big invest. When you bring prototype, that is when investors always come in. That is how cottage industries are built all over the world. But we don't do ours like that. And we're trying to call our attention like, let us start doing it.
Okay, who are the people? Who are the people that does not do that? Who are the people?
All right, Ajanle Koko, let him land.
Answer the question.
Let him land.
For Ekene's benefit, please.
Yeah.
But
I want
you
to
just
address
don't
Ekene.
want to. You just want to say anything.
He said
against the government.
No, Ajanle Koko, you are
You
breaking
just
up.
want to go after the people.
No,
Yes.
Baba Jande Koko, it's not always about the government. They said a bad workman complains of his tools. The Nigerian people would need to sit down and seek knowledge to grow.
All right.
Can I come in one man, please?
Yes, you can come in, but I want to get to a Kenneth quickly before we lose
It's
him.
Ekene I want to address actually. Because
all right. Yeah, but
Ekene,
the prime has the floor at the moment.
just
so
30 seconds.
Yeah, let him come in.
Okay, you round up and then you put your question to Ekene, and then I'll use that question to bring Ekene in. But round up in a couple more sentences, the prime.
Okay. Baba Jande Koko, and to every person, I am just here to propagate like we, the citizen, should think of what we need and of what to do to build that nation. The excuse of, oh, the leaders is taking us nowhere. That is the way I'm concluding it today.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put. Well put. That's the prime, of course. So yeah, put your question to Ekene, and then Ekene, off the back of that question, come into the conversation and let's hear from you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, one man. Ekene, I'm addressing you because I know you are an LP man and you are trying to be a functional party man. What I expect from LP space, you understand, and I want you to take this to the meeting. One of the things that makes this election, the last election, contentious was because of Mahmoud and INEC. Now, the process of appointing an INEC chairman is faulty. So what I expect from LP, as soon as the final judgment comes in with about the president, all you have to do is pick up your senators, 6 of them, and let them put a bill in. An INEC chairman has to be how we want INEC chairman to be appointed. Is it like the way attorney generals are appointed in some state, voted in some states here in the US? Or there must be a mechanism. You guys have to fashion a mechanism that will bring an independent chairman into INEC. That will solve a lot of problem for us because we all have to agree at the person that will be the chair of the INEC and not the president appointing that person. That process to me is faulty because whoever appoints the president may be subservient to the president. So that is my take. Take it to the party and let them advance that process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. You make a suggestion. No problem. I abide to it. But for me, I'm not defending LP in any form. I'm just a member. In LP, we are trying to bring up idea in our space. What are we going? It's not all about there to win election. Anybody that is an LP working as a senator, House of Rep, knows what we are doing. If you misbehave, we are not giving you second term. We are not. The best you can get is the 4 years. I'm not that type of party member. Even at least most of us, we drag them in our platform. So anybody that wins an election under LP knows that he has nothing to show than to perform. So your performance shows that whether you are going for the second time or not. I'm not a blinded party member. I'm in a party to contribute my idea, as in what I can say, to have my say, at least in my own environment. So I'm not defending party. So it's not about LP, it's all about Nigerian. So, but before going to what we are talking this night, you see, we might continue to blame the citizens. But at the same time, you are denying the citizens the only right they have to turn things around, which is through a peaceful protest. Because we that is blaming this government now, if Nigeria turns out tomorrow to say, things are getting bad, let us go to the street for a peaceful protest. The same people that is blaming the citizens now will still come back here and say that these citizens are not doing the right thing. That's the only power you have as a citizen in terms of governance. So what are we saying? You blame the citizen. The citizen want to perform their civic rights. You say they are killing the government. Then we have done it to an extent that it now becomes a sin to go for a peaceful protest in Nigeria. It's quite unfortunate. But for me, you see why the only way I know you can get a good leadership, it happens in every other country. It's not a must that when you elect a leader, you must get what you want. But at least if the leadership has a mind that if I do anything wrong, these people will chase me out. Starting from the senators, the governors, the president, whoever you are not giving my constituency what we voted you for. We are standing up against you, and you are leaving tomorrow morning. Nobody will go there and mess around. But we are trying to silence the citizens. We have silenced the police. We have silenced the army. We have even silenced the judiciary. We even silenced the INEC himself. And what you do is to come out every day to heap it on the citizens. You also deny the citizens their own rights. The only right citizens have in this country is a peaceful protest. But all of us here, we still say that we will still come out with a lot of argument that protest is a very bad thing to happen in our society. You cannot tell me that a country like Ghana today, we miss electricity for 5 months and they will not protest. It will not happen. Cotonou there, whether we are richer than them, but at least they have the basic things for their people, which we never enjoy in our lifetime as Nigerians. As Nigerians, we never enjoy a steady power supply. We never enjoy good health care. Most of us now travel to Ghana to go and study. It's happening. Even in Cotonou, if you're able to study in Cotonou, you are very proud as a Nigerian. So what are we defending? And that is why when I come here, I say, Nigeria, we act as we know too much. When we know, I don't think we know anything. Because if I begin to speak now, how it sounds in me, you say that I hate English, I don't like. It's not like that. Let us stop this English a little bit. Speak our mother language so that we can get to the root of our problem. Because what happened here is just like the last the last speaker. I'm not trying to condemn your intelligence, but we try to come and be using
Please leave
all
English
those.
alone.
See,
Just go to the
see.
point. Leave English
So
alone.
all those things, I don't like it at all. Speak to the people with the right language; they will understand.
Ekene.
See,
Hello?
me, I am not happy
Ekene.
that I am not happy as a
Ekene.
citizen.
Hello, Ekene. Hello, Ekene. You
Yeah.
know, I want to address this this your repulsiveness to people trying to speak properly and trying to like, oh, people are forming class. I'm a pure local guy, but this is not only for us. There are millions of people that will see this video at one point or the other. So we need to speak properly to them.
Let us make it.
An average
I understand.
Nigerian
I understand
what I'm saying.
I understand what you are saying. But my point is this: we are trying to address the issue.
Sorry, Ekene, let me come in. I think what Ekene is saying, and please correct me. You have the articulation to express yourself, but I think what Ekene is saying is that we over-label language instead of substance, and we don't speak more to the substance, and really is almost showing off English rather than talking about
always,
yeah.
One man, you get it right.
Yeah,
I
you get
just
it right.
said that Nigerians, we all know our rights. We forgot that there are obligations that goes with rights. Rights, for you to have a right on any issue, there are obligations. Nigerians don't want to do obligations. We are all claiming rights. That is the part of obligation is where I'm coming from. It's not a one-way traffic.
See, what obligation do you expect from the citizens? That you have to vote. Let me say, obligation to vote, the right to vote and be voted for. Is it not your obligation as a citizen?
No. There are
let me finish. Right. Is it the right of the citizen to govern?
Is the right of
to make laws?
Is the obligation of the citizens to select responsible leaders?
Yeah, no. Hold on. You said that earlier, and I I didn't want to take it on, but it really, the obligation of the citizen is to select from what is presented to them, and a good example is this last election. So they had because you will say, oh, Sowore is there, but Sowore was never a realistic option. They had the option of Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and Tinubu. So there was really no choice. They all smelled. It's just whichever one you are happy to hold your nose up and tolerate. It's not as though they were giving
of life.
Yes, so it's not as though you say the citizens have the options to choose decent leaders. They can only really choose from who is decent among those three.
And the one man, the worst part of it is this. Let me say this. One man, the worst part of it is that the selection starts from the primary. The selection starts from the primary of each of these big political party. So you cannot go to the primary and do nonsense in your primary and present to us what you have as an option. Then when the citizens come out and say, okay, let's give this one a try, and you come out and begin to blame the citizens, when you know there what happens in our primary, it's just like a very, because the primary now you cannot blame the citizens. It's all for the big men in the party. They go there, they buy everybody.
Okay, do you know there are countries that you cannot skip participating in political process, that you can be fined as a citizen for not participating? So if we don't participate in political process, party primaries, where we have similar ideologies, then the idiots among us bring someone for us, and it is still our responsibility.
Yeah, I got a question. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what is stopping a citizen from finding out who among them can do whatever they want, right? And
okay, like last primary. See what happened in our last primary. In the last primary,
which primary
the primary election between
political parties. Does
Yeah,
the
political
party
primary.
belong to the people? Is it not individuals that
I told you the selection starts from the primary.
Okay,
Listen
why
very well.
can't you wait now? Why can't you do primary among yourself as the people and bring somebody forth and then you all vote,
I'm trying to answer you to see for you to understand what happened in the last primary. If you follow the space very well, what happened was that if you follow the space very well, there was a protest right before the primary of PDP. Some group of guys went to the PDP office, present PDP give us OB, PDP give us OB. Then some group of guys went to APC. APC give us Osibanjo. APC give us Osibanjo. That was a protest. At least that was the best they could see in that primary.
But why do you have to go to APC and PDP to pick your leader for you now? Why can't you pick your leader yourself?
At least these are the two major parties, because you know when you're talking about.
Okay, why do you keep following two major parties?
Let me finish now.
Then
at least,
go ahead, finish.
But at least you now see where the problem starts.
It starts with the people because they keep following two major parties. Is the major party putting gun on your head to vote for them? So you are the one picking the two major parties now over and over, and you're complaining and you're saying it's the leader.
But at least I'm trying to bring out something for you. I'm trying to make a point to you that even in the political party, because if you follow that APC primary very well, you could see the kind of crowd that Osibanjo drew in that primary. But at the end of the day, he couldn't get it.
So why are you blaming? Are you blaming the owner of the party? The owner of the party create party for himself.
No, the parties themselves, the big parties themselves, they have already know who they can align with.
Wait, is it the party that will decide who become president?
The citizens.
Is it party that will decide who become president or the people?
Listen to Mike.
So you are putting your hope on the political party, and then you are blaming, you are complaining. You are complaining. You are the one that have to pick your leader. You are putting your hope on political parties. And you are blaming political party for leader you have. Are you kidding me? If you
before you pull out a leader there for people to vote, you must first of all go through the primaries of the party. And I'm just giving you an example of what happened in our primary.
Can I come in for 1 minute, please?
You understand? So there is nothing there to blame. Even at least you would have given their citizens what they demanded, either from APC or PDP.
You don't go and tell owners of political party to give you what you want. No. You
should follow. You cannot tell me that you cannot demand your right. At least it happens when that primary happens.
Political party does not belong to the people; it belongs to the owners of the party.
But the people have their say.
Hold on, Mike. Mike, are you driving? You sound as though you are driving.
But I'm wearing headphones. I'm talking through my headphones.
No. I was going to take it. No. The incoming of February, but carry on. Yeah.
Troublemaker.
But you guys hear me better? Are you hearing me good?
No. I was going to ask. I was going to ask if you can take over, but it doesn't sound as though you can.
No. All right now.
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah. So, you start with the people. Like me today, if I start my own political party and I start talking, and you choose to be voting for me, and then I'm not performing, and then you keep voting for people of my party, and I'm not doing whatever you want. Yeah, you are blaming me for your problem. Are you kidding me? No, you gotta blame yourself. You decide. It's called democracy. The people decide who's gonna rule them, who they will put in place. And if you are choosing who you feel is not performing, then it's your fault. You chose them. It's like if you have a company, if you hire the wrong employee, you have to blame yourself. It goes to why we say
Mike, please, Mike, can I just say something, please, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, please, I just want to buttress your points. Please tell Ekene, see, if you come, as I said, I live in South Africa. If you come to South Africa, the EFF you are hearing about, he started from nothing. Come to South Africa, the guy is gaining momentum. Yeah, he's a young guy. That's what Mike is trying to tell you. The people have the right. If you find out that these leaders are not going the right direction, you can shift this. The citizen can say, yeah, we want this person. We can create our own party and say, this is who we want. That's what Mike is trying to tell you.
Yeah,
Mike,
but unfortunately, in places like Nigeria, unfortunately, you have a population that are so tribalistic, where everything is, you understand? Like, if someone like Joe that came from abroad, I say, okay, guys, let's rally, let's do things, they say, oh, see, this Yoruba boy, then Obi came out. He didn't even say half of what she was arrested. They say, it's a savior. Oh, look at what he's saying.
Yes. Yes.
Because it's Igbo. So you have a population that's very tribalistic. They can't be on the same page. They can't be honest. When it's time to discuss what's right, what's wrong, they can't. And you are blaming leaders. That population is what you have to blame for your problem. That population, the mentality of that population is the problem. That's why we're trying to break to you people all day.
Mike, if you are trying to create that, you have to educate. We won't stop you, the educated ones, because I believe we have a lot of educated ones that sit on the fence. Then allowing the citizens, those in the villages, to make that choice. Because during that campaign, a lot of the educated ones will still say that we know that when all these people, they give them 5,000 naira, they will still go and vote the candidate that get them money.
So if you have a
what stop us here, the educated ones, because we are still part of the citizens, no matter where you are living today.
The educated ones are a bunch of propagandists. All they do, their education is propaganda and lies. That's what they do all over the place. They don't use the education for anything productive. Nigerians are potential.
I'm not saying that we cannot pick a political party as a Nigeria. We can pick a political party, and that is why I pick one. But if we are saying that
with his education, all he's doing is going around doing propaganda, destroying the image of his country. You cannot be Mike. You cannot be pointing at another person Mike. See.
The
educated ones are negative.
Mike, let me say this. Let me finish.
Both educated and uneducated, they are making bad. They are just terrible. That's the problem. It's the population. We just have to change the way we are for that country to change. So let's.
But my point is this, Mike. My point is this. I don't want to blame whether Rufai or David, anybody. I say you are part of the educated ones. Let us raise our voice also. It's not the one man thing. We have this. Because me, I can if I pick a person now, so this is the person I want to vote for, and I go to my space and I organize people for that. What have you also do? You as the dedicated ones also.
Why do you keep saying
not to also lead them in that path?
Oh, Mike, sorry.
What we need.
That's why we're on this platform, Kene. We are this with everything.
But unfortunately, I'm not getting what I want. That is my point.
No,
I'm not getting what I want.
I understand what you are trying to say. That's why we are here speaking every day. I listen to this platform every day. I learn. I want to learn from people. I want to know from people. You start and Ekene, you said something. Starting a political party is not child's play. I'm telling you, it's not something you just just say I want to join. It takes a lot of money, a lot of.
And you have also made a point here, and that is why when the election is around the corner, the only space they think about is either APC or PDP, and that is why they go there to say, because you cannot tell me even in APC we still have.
So now you're making our point. So
let me finish. You cannot tell me that every politician in APC is bad. You cannot tell me that every politician in PDP is bad. It's not possible. But the possibility, let me finish. But this possibility of these people coming out to contest as a president of the nation is very difficult. If you check their primaries, in APC we have good people. In PDP we have good people, but they choose to overturn it and give you just anything. Choose from anything.
Can you want to solve problem, man? You have to start from. You just got to start.
Mike, please, can I drop something? You see, political parties in developed country is mainly ideology. You understand? And you were asking if Mike is participating in the politics of Nigeria. Sometimes that is why I also come to this platform where we discuss political ideas, we tend to know. Okay, like tomorrow, if I have money tomorrow and I want to go into politics, obviously you, Ekene, is one person I've known. Like, I think I know one guy from the East. His head is straightforward. We've not met, but we are networking here.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
That
Yeah.
is how political ideology and people of like minds tend to fall in place.
Thank you, brother.
This thing we're doing. That is why when we talk here, I like us to be more rational, because sometimes it's like we're trying to fit people into groups. We're like, okay, yeah, it differs, but it's rational. That is the whole idea.
All right. Can I bring it home? We're still not heard from Enigmatic and Simba. So people lined up. Can I back to you?
Okay, my point is this: at least we all have agreed that even the administration that is in the government today agree that Nigeria is a mess. The finance minister made a statement yesterday. The vice chairman also admitted it. Even the president himself admitted it. But in the last election, a lot of people defended it, that Buhari did well, come up with a lot of English and all that to defend it. And that is why I have a problem in that aspect. So, but at least today we got what we wanted. I'm not against the government doing the right thing. If they have the opportunity to fix it, let them fix it. If they can, let them do it. It's my country. I'm not praying for anybody to fail. But let us not defend something that you know that this is what is happening in our space. The economy is very bad. I'm not the one at least we have been saying it during the campaign. And the people will come out with a lot of analogy, English and all that to defend it. But the people the people that most of us supported is now in the power, in that position now, and they're coming out to make those things to be reviewed to us. The finance minister said we cannot borrow. If we go ahead to borrow any time today, this country will go down. But when we are talking about the money we use to service our debt in this country, people will come out to defend it here. We talk about this, you come out with another. So let us stop that. It's not all about the citizens also. The problem starts from the head. If they start to build the economy, do the right thing, build some institution, you have to give the people a fair playing ground. Give them what they want. Invest more in education. Our education is nothing to write home about. This education I've seen in Nigeria is not education. It's all about going there to read theories, come out and begin to speak English. All about. They're not building talent in our schools.
I don't know if English do you. What man?
It pains me a lot because if I know what it takes to build a fortune. It's not about all this. You see, before you build,
to educate yourself.
Yes, I have what it takes to educate myself. Yes.
So why are you waiting for leaders to educate you? Go educate yourself now. What's so hard about buying science books, buying books and reading and educating yourself? What do you have to
what stopped the government investing in that? What stopped the government investing in that sector? At least other countries do it. You don't teach people theories with that technical know-how. You teach people theories. You come up with technical know-how.
Listen. If you go to listen, let me say this.
Man, I'm okay.
If you go
all right, make that point, Mike, and then after that we go on to Enigmatic. Enigmatic
Mike,
is unusual
in the Western world. But I'm already saying something now. Hold on. In this Western world that you see in all these other countries, all these countries, people that came up with the scientific breakthroughs, like all these innovations, inventions, if you go and read about how they came about it, it was through self-education. They spent time like self-educating themselves because they have passion for certain things, and they were doing research in that area by maybe spending time in libraries, picking up books about that thing, just reading, self-educating themselves, and then from there they were able to come up with something. So when we come and say why are Nigerians not coming up with anything, it's because Nigeria is not educating you. You understand? So just to let you know, you have what it takes to educate yourself. You don't need to wait for Tinubu to come and sit you down and open one book in your head. You go and Go and pour the book in your own head. Go and figure it out yourself. That's what we need to start thinking, and this is what we need to start talking to. It's high time Nigeria will stop this leader. We heard this for the past 60 years. It's time to start saying people. Why is it that in all these other advanced countries, there are people that are making things happen, but in Africa we're sitting around lazy, intellectually lazy, waiting for one leader to do the thinking for us. So that's just
those nations. Compare the revenue, the money they invest in education with what Nigeria is investing in education. Before you say that Nigeria should not talk, we have the lowest.
Excuses. I just told you most of the.
No, it's not. There's nothing like excuses. It means that the government itself don't even care about whether you read or you don't read. You have to first of all show that example. Invest in it. You are happy that we have a lot of beggars in the street. Those guys need to at least have a basic education. If you give people at least basic education, you will see them on the street like that. Because at least they can before you begin to think about your personal education, you first of all need basic education.
Listen. Okay, the one
when you have basic see, let me tell you what basic education. Let me tell you what basic education is doing.
What are they producing?
Let me finish. Let me tell you what basic education does is that it now gives you the option, the right to choose where to go. You can defend yourself at least in some certain areas. But that basic education, it's almost dead.
The problem of Nigeria.
No government is paying attention to it. Nothing.
The problem of Nigeria, we are not producing. That's the problem of Africa. The black man is not.
What have you teach your people to learn production? What have you teach your people to learn production? You didn't teach them anything. No basic education, nothing.
Hold on, Mike. You are talking across purposes. Both of you, you are talking across purposes. Because you are making an egalitarian point, and Ekene is making a pragmatic point. So you are both making points, but you are talking to different spaces. So you are talking about some lofty egalitarian ideas, and Ekene is talking about the practicalities of functionality.
One man, can I quickly interject? One man, please. One man.
Carry on, and I think FM wanted to come in.
I want to appeal to both Ekene and Mike. First thing we must know is that our technical education has been neglected for several years. If you look around now, skill is very important. So we need to revive our technical education, in which they call vocational education here. And then we need to bridge the income between bridge the income between the poor and the rich. What you see in most developed countries is that you can be a carpenter and your hourly rate can fetch you enough money to survive and live a better life. And I'm also advocating that in Nigeria, we should do away with monthly payment of salary, and we should introduce hourly pay. With that, people will be more hardworking, because it is the hour you work for that you will collect. But in Nigerian space, for example, a lot of people go to work, and within 1 month, they can call in sick, or say their children are sick, or something happened to them, and they still think that at the end of the month, they are also entitled to get the same amount of salary. For example, look at this ASU strike. I'm not saying that they cannot go on strike, but you go on strike for 8 solid months and you still want the salary to be paid to you. Come on, this is wastage. You want money you do not work for. So I'm just trying to advocate for, we must put our resources, a lot of money on vocational education, making people to learn different skills and talent. And then we must also encourage to buy more, machines and machinery for our people to practice, especially in the polytechnic. Sometimes the university is just for you to just shape your mind and prepare you for a lot of discipline outside there. It's quite advantageous. And of course, we also have the local apprentice in Nigeria. We can also formalize it much more better, so that if you go and learn something within 4 or 5 years, you can also graduate, and probably maybe you can go for a kind of licensing or maybe a certification that can give you that almost the same at par with people that go to vocational college, if you can pass that exam. So we can harmonize everything together. So all these things about English is very important. At least you are using it very well, I can hear. So education is very important in somebody's life. It opens your mind to what you don't know. And you can also at least hear the information by yourself if you are well educated. Okay, these people are telling lies or this is the truth. So that is what I just want to contribute. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put by Remy. So thank you, Remy. Let's hear from you. You wanted to come in, FM. You wanted to come in.
So yeah, me too. I just want to encourage my own. What's his name? Ekene. I just want to encourage him. There's nothing wrong. Like English is something that we almost learn how to speak it. There's nothing wrong about it, and we are not in this group to condemn anyone. Everybody should express themselves the way they want. Nobody's condemning anyone. Like I just don't like it where Ekene always tell people English, as if we that are speaking English we don't know what we're doing, and it's not good. That's what I want to say. Come to South Africa, Ekene. You see, South Africans, they don't even speak this English. They will tell you they are proud of their language, Zulu. They will say, Kuluma Zulu. They don't care about your English. It's in Nigeria we do all those things, but please, Ekene, English is good. Thank you, Woma. I yield the floor. Thank you.
No, I'm not in any way condemning English. My problem is that we use it to cover a lot of lies. That is my problem. So anybody that knows how to speak good English, kudos to you. It's not all about I'm condemning it, but we want to use it. We use it to speak the truth, not to cover a lot of lies. That is my point.
I believe we are speaking the truth here. I've learned a lot from this group. That's what we're saying. I've learned a lot.
All right, thank you. I think what Ekene's point is quite clear. I'm not quite sure why people understood it to say that issues with English speaking. He speaks English excellently as well as everybody else. But what he's saying, he's just said it again, that people try to hide a lot of shortcomings and a lot of, unacceptabilities behind just grammar words, which is what really annoys him. Let's hear from Enigmatic. Enigmatic.
Okay. Welcome, English.
Yes, just to Enigmatic. Just off the back of the commentaries. Enigmatic.
Thank you. And
our correspondents from Abia, you have not been reporting for duty.
One man, everybody, get your dictionary ready. Your dictionary ready.
Well, I just want to say good day to everybody on the platform, everyone. My utmost regard for everyone, and I salute the courage of all patriotic Nigerians on the floor. I mean, right now we have to basically, we have like maybe three branches of Nigerians now. There's no way we can shy away from that fact. It's quite, it's quite embarrassing. And then I will start from what is happening now at CSU. I didn't even see it. It was somebody that sent it to me that people, they've finally, transferred and they transported their, their silliness.
Agberoism.
Yeah, overseas. The truculent nature of that group, is becoming so, it should even be embarrassing to even the landlord of the group. And before I proceed, I must instructively say to everyone, anticipating a reprimand of this, apostate obedience and the adherence of this guy, Obi, could possibly yield any disillusionment. In instances where there are focus, for instance, in instances where they are focused, centered on on the, for instance, the Time magazine journalist, compelling her to basically restrict, access to her account. Where was Peter Obi? Evidently, there appears to be a toleration of these activities, potentially, and maybe acquiescence to their frivolous actions, as we may apparently see. The contingent within their fold, inclined towards reason, who valiantly, articulate their reservations, often, encounter branding of traitors. These people are traitors to Nigeria. And as heretofore expressed, I would consider them the assemblage that I will, in my assumption, a substantive concern that is manifesting, as a formidable, vexing and conceivably pernicious faction now, the way I see it. Their action is deleterious to Nigeria and Nigerians. If they don't know, I call them the MAGA version of the renegados that we have in America over here. The ones they call themselves MAGA republics, and nobody should warn them. They will self-destruct themselves. We have the clear evidence in the US. Look at their leader, Trump. Look at his life now. Look at the factions under him. We can say the Obedience are a faction under Peter Obi now. Look at the Proud Boys. Look at the Oath Takers. Look at all of them being slammed here and there into prison for various felony, and infraction of the Constitution. These people they are gradually getting there. And I believe they're already there. But they do have a leader who is always ambivalent in times of crisis. He was too quick and so fast, with his Twitter finger, responding to Reno Omokri even while he was lying, not answering pointedly the question that Reno was pointing to him. He quickly 2 days ago, but he wouldn't do anything when situations like this happen. He wouldn't tell me that he doesn't know what the renegades are doing at CSU and what they are doing to the Chicago, to the governor, what they did to that Times lady, what they did to Wole Soyinka. One of them was on this platform earlier trying to rationalize and justify, the malevolent attack on the Prof. Wole Soyinka, trying to, the state of their ignorance is so unconscionable. You can't even think that at this, what do they actually want? You want to question yourself. What do these people actually want?
It is anarchy for anarchy's sake. That's just what it is. Anarchy just for anarchy's sake.
I mean, we've had several elections in Nigeria now. A whole general, Muhammadu Buhari, lost election 3 times. 3 different times. He walked himself through the judicial process. He went to court to challenge the process. He went to court to seek redress. He had 12 million in the bag every presidential election. In the North, he had fervent and more or less like occultic followership in the North. We didn't see this type of, embarrassing situation to Nigeria. They are not embarrassing Nigeria now. Somebody was saying, you people were trying to rationalize Peter Obi's chances going forward. Peter Obi is done, finished. If you guys don't know, do you know what?
I think so as well. I think this is the end of Peter Obi, not physically but politically.
We can be liberal a little bit in the South, because the South, of course, especially the Edo people, those Edo people, and maybe the Delta people will still, twerk to his fuckery and his excuse my language. and his pretenses. But where does he want to go in the north? Even in North Central now, they know him very well now. Where does he want to go in the north with this set of obtuse obedience? Who are apparently they are
what if we go back to PDP? What do you mean that where does he want to go in the north?
Okay, Baba,
PDP still have ground in the north. So if we go back to PDP and they give him the presidential ticket, he will have ground in the north.
We can factor that into the conversation. You know, while I'm closing the conversation, I'll factor that into it. But I'll tell you, first of all, we should be, if we have to go by antecedents, right? And the precedents he has laid, you know, for himself by virtue of a political treachery, and then being one of those in the top ladder of serial betrayers in the political landscape of Nigeria, we can almost more than 70% be assured that Peter Obi is almost out of Labour Party, because ab initio, Labour Party was never a party for him. It was just more or less like a vehicle to actualize a dream. And we understand the fact that his obedient groups, the IPOB, the Biafra, that, you know, manifested eventually, morphed finally into this fascist obedience now, trying to burn the country down. Just a few days ago, when there was a news that the president of the US had, wanted to see, or probably he was going to be seeing, he's going to be seeing the president of Nigeria. They went ballistic all over again, calling Sleepy Joe and everything. And this was the same man, just some few months ago, that was the doyen of all the leaders in their group. Chimamanda was still writing to Biden. Obieze was writing to the same Biden. This obedience, Biden was the best thing alive to them at a point. And all of a sudden, it became a Sleepy Joe. It became a man who was falling apart. So look, if things do not go your way, go back to the drawing board and try again. Obi, he came to be president of Nigeria. This Atiku has been running for over 30 years. And probably in 2027, he will be coming for the 7th run. And Obi has joined the group of perpetual presidential runners now, going forward. But the fact remains that they are doing more evil to his chances, and not only his chances alone, by extension to the chances of the Southeast, than they think they are doing to Nigeria or Tinubu himself. This has gone beyond PDP or APC now, Baba. That's what you are not saying. This is hatred. This is hatred. What actually did the man do to them? Has he ever contributed? Has he done anything to them in the Southeast? Okay, they went to CSU. CSU said, P-Bat graduated from our school. It's our guy. I think they said, no, show us results. They showed the results. Obedience said, no, they want the yearbook. They showed the yearbook. Obedience said it was forged. No, it was photoshopped. Show us his classmates. They saw the classmate. Okay, show us his who held his hand when he was signing, getting admission. How show me the seat where he sat when he was writing his. I mean, so it's quite absolutely preposterous, ludicrous. You just want to. Are you still living in the same country with these folks, and you want to call them Nigerians? But you know why I'm not surprised is because
enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
Most of these warriors on the internet, I want to tell you, they don't live in Nigeria.
Who are the warriors? Are they warriors?
Yeah, those internet warriors that are
they are warriors on the land, the one that are in Lagos. Are they not still crying since February? This is February that we concluded election. They are warriors. They make mouth every time. They make mouth every time. They do all their stuff online.
I want to tell you, those in Nigeria, majority of those in Nigeria have moved on. They have moved on with their own businesses.
and facing the hardship in Nigeria and finding their way out. All those ones on internet, those are the ones, a lot of them are living in abroad that don't have job to do, or maybe at their free days from work, they will go on Instagram and be cursing and be fighting their war. So
no, I mean, it's a glorious thing that, you know, we escape, you know, these fascist groups with their leader. It's such a glorious thing for Nigeria, because they came with Nigeria as a zoo. All of a sudden, they love Nigeria more than every other Nigerian, and then all of a sudden, now they are trying to pull down same Nigeria because they lost an election. I mean, prominent Nigerians, better than the guy 1 million times. They've gone through the same route. They've never tried to put Nigeria down this manner. They did not stop at CSU. Then now they are attacking the state governor. Do you know what that means?
Enigmatic.
I mean, are these people, are they normal? Are they normal human beings? Do they have some people do they really have elders within that fold who can talk to them? Do they really have? Because look, what I'm seeing, the optics of this now, and I'm very, and it's quite very shameful, and it's very worrisome, because they are sowing another seed of discord, right, to the next generation now from Southeast. Remember, the last generation, they had Awolowo as their major enemy. Now they are already planting another discord for Tinubu to be the next storyline for the next 100 years or how many years. That Tinubu.
Enigmatic. Are you against opposition now?
You know? So now they are embarrassing themselves, not Nigeria any longer. Because now, even I know in the US, the CSU and the governor of that state now, they know these are not Nigerians. They will know these are just, they will, you know, that man is a Democrat now. In his mind, he would have said, oh, we deal with this kind of people too in the US. We do have them. We do have the MAGA Republicans. We do have the oath takers. We do have the Proud Boys. We do have all these fascist groups. They will know who are Nigerians and those who are not. And when they are talking, they keep talking about the youth. Are you talking about the youth in the north, or you are talking about the youth in the southwest? Am I not a youth? Don't we have youth on this platform? But when we come to this platform to say, okay, some people will say obedient are different. The same language that Peter Obi was using was somebody was using it today, defending the indefensible. How would you go into an international space until the school block that Twitter? Then you jumped into the state governor, and you think they don't have something, they won't think something is in common with you guys. I mean, this is beyond politics already now. This is disgusting already. This is absolutely lugubrious, and they need to cut it. If they have a leader that we, of course, all of us, a lot of us know he's a bloody pathological lying pretender. We know that. He's going to be pretending as if he's not seeing what is happening. He's just going to be quiet there. And when something happens that touches
Enigmatic, how are you, my brother? Yeah. So what is going to be the end game or the limit when they will stop? When are they going to?
I don't pray they stop again, because they've gone beyond it. I want them to self-destruct themselves, like the examples I've given in the US. Go and look at the oath takers and go and look at the Proud Boys. They are self-destructing themselves with their leader. That's what I want for them. They should self-destruct themselves, because they've gone beyond they've gone beyond the normal now. I mean, this is not the first time we are having presidential election. But when we are saying is this an election or you are taking it tribal, they will say yes, it's an election. This is tribal already, because when you see the preponderance of all these people attacking Nigeria and everything, almost all the institutions, go and look at the group. You will know where they come from.
Enigmatic, you are the one making it tribal. We can check it.
So now we have to. the prayer now is that they shouldn't stop until they completely self-destroy and they go into that level of perdition. They are actually going now. They shouldn't stop, and God wouldn't let them stop until they self-destruct themselves. Finally, we have their example in the US now. As big as Trump is and this MAGA group, the system is catching up with him. I mean, everybody. Atiku is a big boy. Atiku is
What they don't know, enigmatic, is that all of them that are carrying out this attack against that university, they don't know that we are in this place is the world of technology. They can fix them out if actually both of them, if they committed a kind of what is called bullying or what how do you know it's an offense in the United States. They can feed them and do
that's cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying, rather. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah, cyberbullying. They can feed them by getting their IP number, or how did they say it? And they'll be prosecuted. So they don't know. They can do all those whatever they like in Nigeria. But here in the United States,
the US should quickly do that. And the US government should quickly do that and give them.
You know, they will get them. I mean,
they are not resting on this thing. They've gone. Look, something will give something, especially those in the US
Yeah, those of them in US that are doing this, cutting this, attacking the governor. They don't know that they can easily be fished out. And they'll be prosecuted. They will show them on the TV.
Their faces on the TV. To the LinkedIn of some of the functionaries of probably the school or the state. No, things like this. It's not only destroying. It's not only destroying the image of that their man now. They think they are trying to curry favor for. No.
Enigmatic, sorry to interject you, please. I just want to add a little bit to what you just said now. From day one, that election has been tribal. It has been between the Yorubas and the Igbo. And they lost out. They didn't like it. And they are fighting tooth and nail. But it's an election, it's just a game. There must be a winner. They are taking it to extreme, attacking, cyberbullying, doing all this kind of thing. And if Obi, as the president candidate of Labour Party, did not call them to order, they will not stop until they started making scapegoat about them. And go and write it down today. Nigerian government is also will start to regulate social media. They must do it also in Nigeria, like other countries. Because you can, like yesterday, I was on TikTok and I saw a little girl. Is from Igbo extraction. This girl is just 4 years old. And this girl was crying because somebody was telling that she looks like Tinubu. And she said, I hate him. I only like Obi. How come 4-year-old kid, for God's sake?
They are indoctrinated with that stuff. I told you that thing is hereditary.
They are passing to
the next generation
I was
already.
so shocked and surprised.
You don't believe
it. If I see that video again, I will send it to one man. 4 years.
I saw the video.
It's too bad. What are we reading?
That's the same way they brainwash them to hit our.
See, I just told you you didn't catch.
Most of the thing experience propaganda.
Coca, you didn't catch.
Enigmatic, hold on. Did you saw the video? The lady crying. The small girl crying.
I've seen the video.
Oh my God.
Remy did not catch part of my statement. Remember, right? Remember, it took them years, right? You will see people of in their 20s, even in their teenage years, they will viciously be talking about what I don't even care about, what I don't even know. Awolowo, Azikiwe, all those nonsense. They've indoctrinated them with that, and then they've gone with that. They are this current generation,
and all they're telling them is lies.
They grew with all those nonsense, and now the next generation they are grooming them with another hatred for another somebody like Tinubu now. And the next 20 years, don't be surprised when you are hearing Tinubu stole their presidency from kids who will be maybe 16 years or 17 years by then. They'll be telling you stories now. So this is hereditary, and I just pity them, because in the eyes
in the it's not only it's not you cannot okay. Let's assume like Baba just said, like if Peter Obi moves to PDP, it's not if Baba, it is when. It's a matter of when. That guy is. Do you think he's going to stay? If you go by its antecedent, and the precedents all these years, you will see his political movements now, and you will know what he does. He started from PDP. He moved to Abga.
I want to guarantee you it will be the presidential ticket for PDP in 2027.
Well, Baba, may God spare all our lives. If he does, right? I mean, it's politics. It's politics. But how they want to play the game in the north? I want to see it. That's the question. Do not forget, one man, and Babaja, do not forget that for
PDP is still in control of some states in the north.
Hold on, Baba, just listen to
and
this.
they will win back all their states in the east.
Just hold on now. Hold on. Have you forgotten that for 8 years, what they've just started now, they did that for 8 years to the northerners? You are not hearing the Fulani dog or whatever again. Do you know at a point Buhari was a cloned Sudanese? So for 8 years, they did the same thing. Then they've jumped now, right, to the next. Then when probably they hand over to Shetima again in the north, then they will jump to another one from the north. Start all those maybe 8 years.
But enigmatic, this has to stop. Why do I say that?
It shouldn't stop.
Let me land. Let me land, my brother. This has to stop because they are not damaging only Tinubu's name. I don't care about Tinubu. They are damaging Nigerians. Enigmatic. Let me land, please. Let me land. I will still repeat it. Somebody walk up to me in the church saying that you just elected a drug baron as your president. I was so embarrassed.
Thomas.
That's what I was telling Kenny earlier.
What you don't understand is they are, you know what they call that is their attack. That is what they are playing to. That they will, whatever it takes them. That's why I say this has gone beyond politics. It's going personal now. Whatever it takes them, they will spoil the name of this man all over the world. But what they are not getting now, hold on, politics and international relations work better than that. What they do not understand now is that the world leaders, they know it. You know, at a point, what you should look at now. At a point, they will start seeing this man now, right? The way some people see Trump in America now and his fascist groups, right? The insurrectionist group around him. That's the way they will look at him, because he has had plethora of opportunities to call them to order, but because he's still, is fanning the embers of his political space, he won't do that. Right? He's still lining that pocket of his, political capital for now. He won't do that. But the thing is that Biden, UK, all of them, right? And then the tribunal already, it's like they know they've lost almost everywhere, and they are lashing out sporadically.
Yes,
in a very wrong manner. In a very wrong manner. Look at Article 2. Article is clutching to every clause. What you did not put in the tribunal case. Everybody, if you know the law, you understand tribunal is sui generis, right? Except on an absolutely, let me say, that maybe God will have to intervene for tribunal to accept.
This is the presidential tribunal, not even a state tribunal.
Not even state. So the case, tribunal case is closed now.
So many factors. Okay.
It's done and dusted. They've reserved judgment. Reservation of judgment means what they are doing now, right? They are each of those judges now, right? They are putting their inputs into it, the legal jurisprudence and everything they are putting into it, and then at a point they will announce the day they will have. They will have the ruling. So everything
They already
is done.
announced it. Enigmatic September. They already announced it.
Oh, they've announced. Oh, I didn't even
Yes,
know.
yes,
No.
the
What next
20,
is that
20
no matter what happened,
yeah.
they merged by September 16, before September 16.
September 16, yes. September
Exactly.
some I forgot the date, but it's
That
September.
means that it's been 180 days. That is the last elapsed day. So no matter what happened, they must give their judgment on or before that.
And I think there are five judges in number. Except they already ruling the date already.
Thomas, when you look at their trajectory so far, right? It's like you've submitted yourself to the legal process, right? But within the purview of that legal process, you are trying to ambush every institution that goes with it, including the justices of the Supreme Court and all those tribunal folks. I mean, you can't be doing that now. Do you think they are stupid when you threaten their family?
Enigmatic, you asked yourself a very good question. Remember, Obi used to be a governor of Anambra State, and he went to the tribunal up to Supreme Court like twice, and he won. And now this time around, you are trying to like say the judges are not good.
But that's where people are having issues, Toka. That's where people are having, because this guy himself is a product of the judiciary, right? And then nothing stops you from saying, "Hey, obedience, tone it down. We are, because we already have a case in court. Let this thing play out." No, they are not. They don't want to. They just want to do their own thing. So, okay, my question now is that you doing this now, do you think is just
Enigmatic, hold on. Enigmatic, hold on. If you are not speaking, can you please mute yourself? Who's making that noise? If you are not speaking, mute yourself. God, I think it's Mike. Oh, come on now. Let it go on.
So look, you cannot threaten judges. You don't threaten, because these people, look, one thing that people do not know about law and the legal process is the last people you actually want to threaten or probably want to humiliate or embarrass, right? All these things they are doing, those people, the judges, don't try it. They don't even try it. You cannot. Your cries, your tears, your anger, your coordinated propaganda, right, will not change anything. It won't change anything. You've had the chance.
And my sorry to interject again. I'm sorry. I see Obi as a very selfish person. You come from Southeast. You do not think of other people that is going to vie for that position in the future. You just want to bastardize and destroy everything. At least we also have a lot of people from your region that can go for this presidency again. Why are you now there just to make other regions of Nigeria to unnecessarily do not trust you, dislike your people unnecessarily? Why are you doing this?
And then he knows they are coming from a position of deficit already, a position of political deficit already, because now the taciturn nature from the north is well emboldened now, and then the not so yummy whatever you have with the southwest. Do you want to just rely on Edo people and some people from maybe Delta State?
Even Edo people are already fighting with him. Even Edo people, you ask them, they are, because they also like castigate them. They insulted them. They insulted their hobby. They are fighting. They have make enemies all over the country. I don't know why.
Somebody is writing. The magic is the reason we keep pushing with everything we have. Push very well, Omolanke. Push your Omolanke very well.
They are not.
Can I interject also, Enigmatic?
Push very well.
Can I now say something? Everybody just speaking. You don't want me to interject.
Why you don't use all that energy? Push for
Igbo market. Don't be Omolanke.
Enigmatic, hold on. Let's hear from Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy,
go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. Yeah, Enigmatic, hello. So your preamble to your discussion so far, trying to compare obedience with a MAGA or Trump. I think we had this conversation before. and I do not I accept your submission or your characterization of both factions, if I may say. Um, as a Trump supporter or MAGA, I don't think we are the same as the obedient. Not at all. You may not like the politics of Trump or MAGA, which is fine, and that's why in America they're allowed to have opinion vary in whatever direction that you want. But I was going to ask you the question which I posted on the chat. See, are you truly in support of imprisoning or jailing opposition, regardless of how you feel about them? And the reason I'm asking this question because a lot of tyrants over the years in different countries have done it. One that comes to mind, of course, is Nazi Germany with Hitler. To your mind, do you think Hitler is right to have jailed the opposition because it was in the right? Do you think so? Because you can always make the argument. It's not the person, right or wrong, that has the power, has the right to subjugate or imprison the opposition as it sees fit. So I am not in support of treating obedience as the proud boy that you mentioned as hold keepers. Because these people, believe it or not, they are Americans as much as the other side that you supported. They actually claim that they love America more. So they can have a difference in opinion or in the expression of their love for America, but it is not a justification to jail them. I mean, because quite frankly, a lot of scholars have come to the conclusion that what is going on right now in America is quite frankly it's not different from what happened in Nazi Germany or with Franco back in Spain. So let's not go there. Let's not go there by jailing people because we don't agree with that. Yes, I agree. Some obedience, they're like miscreants and they do silly stuff. I do agree with that. But let's not go to that far of saying let's jail people because they oppose us. That's not the way to go, especially in a democracy. And I can tell you right now, what is going on in America right now is anti-democracy in so many ways, so many levels. Thanks.
Okay. Prince Daddy, I take your point, but I completely disagree with you. At the risk of absolutely sounding modest, I would say there's quite frankly, right? There's an element of absolute resemblance, with the Trump MAGA, with the fascist obedience that we are dealing with now in Nigeria. The obedient, they are an existential threat to Nigeria's political landscape and even the national security of the country now. Same as the yeah.
Are you calling them fascists?
Yeah, of course they are.
They insult Baba Wole Soyinka for that word. Don't let them insult you.
That's their second nature already. We know. So what is new again? Would they actually do anything more than? Would they display anything better than their malevolent nature? You will be so surprised that they will have to tone down their pugnacious attitude. I'm not expecting less of that. When you see the way they write, when you see their comment, even on comment section, you can easily point to who they are already. They can't hide it, right? We do have, look, Thomas, 2020 here, America almost collapsed. The democratic process in America almost collapsed because of the selfishness and the greediness of a lunatic narcissist that we have in the US here. And we do have somebody like that in Nigeria, right? Who does not care about the proponent of the future of his even political colleagues from that southeast. He's just so tunnel visioned about his own selfishness, trying to burn all the bridges as we see now. Look at Soludo. Look at what they've condemned Soludo to. The revered Soludo, just because he released a memo that did not align with the fascist group of his associates, of his supporters. Now he's the worst thing in the southeast. Everything. Look, they've lampooned the Sultan of Sokoto. Wole Soyinka did not escape them. Pastor Oyedepo did not. Pastor Kumi did not. Joe Biden, until now,
President of Ghana. Which president? I remember one
So
president.
there's a pattern to that. But when they want to rationalize that, you just think, are these people actually stupid or what? We are people. If you are stupid, people are not stupid. I mean, the dogmatic sentiments of their buffoonery. Sometimes you want to think about it, but you can't even place it. That is how bad it is now. And then some people will say, okay, people are speaking this or look. Okay, people are educated, right, and they speak in the way they can basically express themselves. That does not mean they are trying to choose and pick where they belong, because the thing, what actually separates even a technocrat, as some of them will consider some people on this platform now, and them, is that those so-called technocrats who they consider that comes over here to maybe rabble-rouser them with grammars, the way they see it. They even what you are doing, the only thing that you know how to do, probably they know how to do it better than you, right? In conjunction with what they are doing in the technocratic field, because so many people so many people they are running multiple businesses, stream of businesses, fashion business, oil and gas, real estate, right, and a whole lot of other stuff, importation and exportation. But for the fact that you probably have the way you think you want just a heart of technocrats for them, that does not mean they cannot, function in other areas. That makes them better than even what you do. There are so many. I have a lot of people who are partners in so many blue chip companies who are traders. There are so many people on this platform who are technocrats, who are traders, but their trading is quite different from yours. Yours could be pedestrian, but theirs could be sophisticated. So education can align you to what you want to do, and you even do it better than the So we just have to get it right. We've had an election. Kwakwaso, Kwakwasiyas, they are there. They are doing their own thing. Articulators, they are there with their man who has been a consistent, perpetual presidential, veteran. And we've never had it so bad. And when you say the preponderance of this, I'm not saying all of them are from the same place, but the preponderance of that, when you see 70% of a group coming from the same region, what does that mean? 70 over 100 in an exam. What is that? That is the preponderance of that, right? And we keep telling them, we keep trying to have conversation almost every day. They keep rationalizing and justifying the idiocy of the character in them. How long do they want to do this? They cannot align with the North. The Northern people, they are looking at them crazy now, because for 8 years they hounded and lampooned and embarrassed their own son because he was president. Tell me what they did not call the Northerners for 8 years. At the point they self-buried and Christian Buhari a different person. They called him another name entirely. Now they jumped into
Sudani from Jubri from Sudani.
Yeah. So now they jumped into another region now. For 8 years, is this how they're going to cry for 8 years on Tinubu? And then when Shetima comes or somebody comes from the North again, they will jump into that. What is the level of that confusion? How long do they want to do this?
Enigmatic,
Can I respond, please? Can I say something, please?
Well, Joe, you just came in now. If you met people, respond. Respond.
I have right to. Can't I just interject?
So
no,
Thomas,
of course, yeah, you can.
Thomas.
Hold on. Let Joel respond, please.
No, me about Joel, so I'm not talking to Joel, so I don't expect any response from him.
Okay. This is what I want to say, right?
Thomas,
what I want to say is this,
I still have the floor, please?
But you still have the floor. Yes, you want to. Hold on, Joel, please hold on. Enigmatic too, hold on, please. Before anybody say anything, I don't want personality attack.
Hold on.
I said hold on. Everybody hold on. Joel, hold on. Enigmatic, hold on. You know I have the power to kick anybody out. I don't want any personal attack. Speak to the issue. Thank you. Let's hear from Joel.
Okay. Good morning, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville as usual. if you can, Baba T, you can just shut up so that I can just make myself clear and you can continue with your
I can't even
rambling.
hear you. You're already saying shut up. I can't even hear
Okay.
you, Joel. I can't even hear you. You are not coming for me. I'm not coming for you. I
You are
never spoke to
mumbling
you
in the
about
background.
you.
You're mumbling in the background. Allow me to talk.
I didn't speak about you, so you're already saying shut up. I'm
Enigmatic,
already.
enigmatic,
Did I start it now?
enigmatic. Hold on. Simple instruction. Speak to the issue.
Yeah, it's
I've
coming
said
for
it
enigmatic.
earlier on before even you spoke.
It's coming for enigmatic
Speak
now.
to the issue. Leave the personality.
Enigmatic already or there.
Joel, come on now. I'm not speaking Swahili now. I'm not speaking Hausa. Speak to the issue. Leave the messenger. Speak to the message. I just said that just now. Just some seconds now. I don't want any fight. This space is not for fighting. We are here to deliberate. I'll bring you back. That you can't tell anybody to shut up. No, that is instructive. I'll bring you back if you want to have a conversation. If you are not ready to have a conversation, you can actually leave. Please, I just said it now. Leave the personality. Speak to the issue. Thank you. Over to you, Joel.
Okay.
And I don't want you to
Okay.
say anything to enigmatic. Leave enigmatic. Don't
Thomas.
hold on, please. Hold on, please. Don't mention enigmatic name. Enigmatic, don't mention anybody's name. Speak to the issue. If you are not ready to speak to the issue, you can as well leave. I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm not here for you people to fight. So, Joel, you have the floor. Speak to the issue. Thank you.
Okay. Thomas. When I was in the background, you did not caution enigmatic for calling me Ode. Remember, I know Yoruba very well, but it's okay. I get it. But what the point I'm trying to make here is this: often a time when I listen into this, when I tune in, I keep hearing
And
this
Joel,
particular
if
rhetoric.
you, Joel, hold
Can I
on.
say
If
something?
you can
I'm not
speak,
calling anybody's name. I'm talking
hold
about it
on,
now.
please. Can you please hold on? You don't know what I want to say. Hold on. We can't hear you very well. If you can move closer to your phone or your mic, we can't hear you very well. That's what I want to say. I'm not saying you want to attack anybody. Just hold on. Just calm down. We can barely hear you. That's what I want to say.
Okay, can
Go
you hear
on.
me better?
Yes, we can hear you better now. Much
Okay,
better now. Yes.
thank you very much. My thing is this, right? Whenever I come in on this show or tune in, I keep hearing this rhetoric about obedience. The last speaker spoke with some sense, and he said something that the political game is going on in the United States today. Is something that should worry everyone, and I align with him. What we are seeing in the United States today is what naturally we say happens in the third world country, where you see your main opposition and you want to jail him. And some people want to call Trump all different names. You can, but you cannot support the Democrats, a party of perverts. And on Sunday, you go to church and you come out to say that, oh, that you believe in, there is no damn ideology that tells you to mutilate kids. There is no damn ideology that tells you that you should take anybody, that a man can be a woman or a woman can be a man. That is it for some of us. And if anybody is coming for Trump, he is coming for us. And that is the reason why we're supporting Trump. Now, if I want to align it back to what is happening in Nigeria, whether you like it or not, whether you like the obedience or not, somebody was talking about Buhari. Now Buhari is a saint all of a sudden, with a mess that man made. Yeah, people might have their different opinion or how they describe him, which I don't believe in. But Buhari was a mess. And if people were crying under Buhari or calling him names, that's what happens to public leaders. Tinubu is not going to be different. So if the obedience, being what we are, we came out in mass, made this election what it ought to be. Whether you like it or not, we change the narrative. So you can always come here and call us names. You can always recommend anything to us, jail time or anything. Look, you can only lock us up. You cannot die. You cannot kill the ideology. You cannot kill the ideology. The ideology for the obedient is that Nigeria must work. Nigeria must work for everybody, and that is the bottom line. For some of you thinking that it's about the Southeast, it's okay. If it's about the Southeast, so what? In the last election, what percentage of Yorubas voted Tinubu? Are we going to castigate those ones too?
Thomas, it should be an interjection.
In the north, how many percentage?
Let him land. Let him land. Yeah.
How many percentage voted for? So are those people? Are we going to condemn those people too? So the issue here is this. I think as Nigerians that we should have to calm down, listen to each other, because the economy is not working. I wonder if this certificate thing that is going on was
before you go,
this whole thing would have turned into something else. So I rest my case, Thomas. You can continue the show. I rest my case. I'm still in the. Thank you.
Before you go, are you trying to tell me the reaction of, I don't say you, the obedience, in these last 2 days or 1 day, I can say 2 or 1 day, about the university, about everything that is going on? Are you trying to tell me that it's allowed, it's okay, everything is good?
Didn't we discuss Misoma here? Did we or did we not discuss Misoma here? Why won't we discuss the number one citizen if his certificate?
I'm not saying they should not discuss Tinubu. Yeah. I'm talking about the attack on the universities. On the university.
No. There is no attack on the university.
Let me hold on. Do you know they have to take down their Twitter handle?
Yeah, because they are playing games.
So Thomas, please let me continue. Let me just round up so I can.
You understand what I'm saying? So, and Thomas, you asked me a question. So they're playing games, Thomas. The issue we are just writing them, intimating them that look, do the right thing. We release
what is the right thing? What is the right thing?
See. There have been many things coming up. There was a lady. I don't know if you've been following the space on Twitter, right? And Thomas, I don't want to take most of your time, but if you want to allow me
to... Joel, it's a conversation, enigmatic. We wait. We have to at least. It's a conversation.
Okay.
It's not a monologue.
I don't know if you saw this video on Twitter where this lady logged in the yearbook of I think was searching for Tinubu or something, and a name came up by and that particular year. Is it Gloria B. Tinubu or something, right? So the thing there is this:
I've not seen that though. Yoruba. Let me say this: Yoruba adage.
Thomas,
please hold on.
Thomas, yeah, it is there. I mean, by tomorrow.
One Yoruba adage said, "Oju mi o ni ribi." Let me tell you
I want to ask this guy. I want to ask him a very pointed question, which is because I'm sticking to the law.
Oh, yeah,
I have a name. Okay. It's like, just call my name. I mean, I know I'm too small, but mention my name. My name is, you don't have to mention. You call me Joel of
sticking to the law. So hold on, Mr. Tennessee. I'm sticking to the law, okay? And I'm going to strictly. I don't want to go to the echo chamber of idiocy now, or the echo chamber of those fallacy and propaganda. I'm sticking to the law. There's a deposition. If you understand what deposition means under the law, then you understand what this is all about, right? If the fact speaks for itself. Now, there was a request that was made, right, to the school. The school responded in affirmative. This guy, you know him, right? He was in our school between this year and this year. He graduated with honors. 1. Number 2, the deposition right? Deposition now. People should check what deposition means under the law. It means when you do anything under, and when you file anything under deposition, anything on deposition, right? It means if you contradict that, even by a whiff of it, you know what that means under the law. That is criminal offense already. So there's a deposition out there that was released by maybe the representative of the CSU or probably their legal team, right? They replied Atiku Abubakar that, look, people should go and read that deposition. And that's why we called it.
I read it.
Can you guys give me 1 minute just to address Joel? It's very important, please. It's very important, please.
Oh yes, Baba.
I beg of you. Joel of Nashville. Ever since I've known you on this platform, I gotta be honest with you. I have never been as disappointed in you until today. What you just said this last few minutes is heartbreaking for me that you just uttered those words, because the very person that you are speaking of, I am on a page right now on LinkedIn. Gloria Bromel Tinubu. She's a Tinubu by virtue of marriage. She's married to Soji Tinubu. That's how she became Tinubu. There was no history of her going to Chicago State University. She went to Clemson, for God's sake.
I know.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
I don't know what happened to you. You know, I was joking about this stress with the election. I don't know what happened to you, but to be honest with you, brother, I have never been as disappointed that I am with you tonight.
Okay, can I respond?
Nothing to do with Tinubu's record.
It's okay. Can I respond?
So before you respond, Joel, let me call it, because I believe you are educated, and I believe you probably even, let's assume you had maybe your first degree in Nigeria. Probably you've gone to further schools in the US, and you know the academic and the education system in the US. And I choose my word carefully when I speak with people that I believe should have some intellectual, let me use the word intellectual fecundity now to be able to balance, situation and conversation regardless of primordial sentiment. One, I was basically focusing on that deposition. I will challenge everyone on this platform now to go and read that deposition. When you read the deposition,
enigmatic, I've read it. I have read it.
Okay.
I have read it.
But to people who have not read it, but go and read it.
I have also read it.
Okay. There was a response.
Enigmatic, before you even go ahead.
Yeah.
The university, Chicago State University, also submitted true certified copy of Tinubu admission letter, his record at the university, and his diploma, his bachelor degrees diploma, whatever they call it, to the petition tribunal.
I don't even want to even go. That is even too far. I'm trying to stay on that deposition now. What you are saying now, because why we question, the intellectual character of some people sometimes, because it's easy.
Sorry, lawyer. Sorry. How can you post that? Because now you have a picture all over Twitter. And Tio say, why? Come on now,
Babati, which I with a certain level of education, you shouldn't rub in the mud with some with some truculent loose minds. You should basically.
Thomas, can I say something?
There should be a departure.
Hold on, let him land. Yes.
So now the position I'm talking about, there was a response to Atiku Abubakar, right? That look, Babati, you can bear me witness on this, and whoever works with probably the health sector, the IT, or some maybe program managers or operations managers, stuff like that, right? You understand that in America over here, the laws are dynamic by states. There are some states that do not have some data policy or data laws, right?
Enigmatic. I muted everyone that is not speaking because there's a background noise. So don't complain that I mute you. If you want to talk, you can unmute yourself. Yeah, Enigmatic. Yeah, go on.
Okay, so like I was saying, right? So now there is a general law that that you cannot encroach personal information, PII, of certain individuals except otherwise or unless, right, there's a ruling from a court of competent jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction. Yes, you are right. Yeah.
So now when article requested, right?
It's just like somebody that wants to get something about, you have to get a subpoena from the court. Am I right? You lawyers. Yeah.
When article requested for certain stuff from the school gave him what they would normally even give any organization in the US. Did article for instance, let me use Jewel now. Did Jewel attend Tennessee State University? Yes, he did. Right? But when I want to probe further, would you please tell me, at the point of admission of Jewel, do you know if Jewel was married, had kids? Do you know what degrees? I mean, what did he make in his?
Like more information. Yeah.
Personal information. At that point, the school, nobody will care about your information again. They will have to refer you to the higher authority now. So in that deposition, what they did to article was that unless, I'm just paraphrasing it, unless otherwise, right, we are authorized by a court ruling, we cannot go further than what we've done, right? Because under the law in America, that is a big case. A lot of companies are in trouble with that. I think at a point, is it PepsiCo or wherever, almost $360 million. So they will not get broke. They will not bankrupt their system or their financial capacity, right? Because of your frivolities. And they put it right there that even under the law, from what they know, they don't really understand the Nigerian law, but they know what you're asking for. It's not captured within the tribunal case that is ongoing now, because the case is the tribunal case is sui generis, right? What you do not have, what you did not file ab initio, you cannot add. It is only on a special occasion, very high level condition, that will have to be sanctified and sanctioned, right, by another court of higher jurisdiction for you to add any other document in a tribunal case. So people should go ahead and read the deposition. And when I saw it on Twitter, I hear it on this page, then I want to rate your academic level to probably a kindergarten level. So having conversation going forward with that kind of somebody with that kind of a tunnel vision mindset becomes so monotonous at that level. I mean, this is America, man. You are blessed to have crossed the waters of that Nigeria, where the echo chamber, can basically, mundane your mindset. You are in America. Nothing stops you from traveling from Tennessee there. Go to Chicago if you are so confused. Go to Chicago right there. You know what to do when you get to Chicago. If you are so confused, it's not Abakaliki Secondary University. It's not some school in Nigeria. There's a process in everything in the US. So there should be a clear, definition of who you are. Have you escaped the narrow mindset of that Nigeria when you live abroad? And after you've lived abroad for so many years, and you still, because of some pedantic primordial politics, you are bringing yourself back to the narrow chamber of those, dogmatic buffoons because of politics. When there are depositions from court, have you taken time to read the deposition? All they are talking about is for this, for that. What? Can you people just be coordinated? Mind? Can you have your mind coordinated for once? It's quite a lot. Even Atiku knows what he's doing. Atiku, if you listen to Reno, Atiku is up to a game. Atiku is not up to the game of trying to remember. Atiku has a long relationship with Tinubu, right? When push comes to shove, they know how to go behind the scene and do their thing. Yeah. But what this guy is not seeing is that when they decide the matter, it's going to be the one to lose, and this region at the end of the day, Atiku's region is not going to lose anything.
Thomas, can I say something?
Yeah, I think you should just go ahead because you have been asking for a long time.
Okay.
the last speaker, I want to address some things you said.
My name is
All
Enigmatic.
This assumption you are making, and you are referring it to the southeast.
This
I
grammar.
don't understand because
This grammar.
let me finish. And this issue of certificates is between Tinubu and the article, and even Tinubu filed a lawsuit.
Who are those embarrassing themselves now?
I'm coming. This is an issue.
We are having the conversation. Answer the question too. Who are those embarrassing themselves at CSU? Who are those?
Nobody's embarrassing themselves. You see it that way. If you see that as an embarrassment, yeah, you can just consider it.
I cannot have conversation.
But for me, the issue.
Have conversation with you then, and you do not have
the issue started with Atiku and the Tinubu.
Other conversation with you because you are not seeing it. You are not seeing it as an issue.
I must not see it the way you see it now. I must not see it the way you see it.
So to you,
but I'm just trying to lay my own background on what I know concerning the certificate you're talking about.
We all know.
But my point is this. My point is this.
Enigmatic. Let him speak.
Hold on. Let him speak. Yeah. Hold on.
So my point is this. The issue is between Atiku and Tinubu, not with the Obi and the Tinubu.
Have you seen Atiku?
Not with Obi and Tinubu. Let me finish now. If you don't want me to, let me finish. You at least have all the time to speak now. It's just an interjection. A few minutes, I'll leave you. You continue to speak.
I didn't speak to you when you were making your point.
Enigmatic, calm down.
Thomas, call Enigmatic to order now. Let him shut up. Make another person talk.
You have almost close to 1 hour now. You have been speaking. If you don't want other people speaking, is it only your opinion we are going to? Yeah, let's see other people's opinion now. Everybody will have opinion to make.
5 hours. For 5 hours, you guys have been speaking. Before I came on this platform, I just came.
But at least they are giving you enough time to speak now. If you don't want other people to speak, then you say. So for me, I'm just trying to say what I understand and what has been going on between the certificates.
Everybody, hold on.
Let me just
hold on, please.
I wish everybody
please,
well.
Hold on.
I've made my point, Thomas. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, Enigmatic. No problem. I'll call you, my brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, Enigmatic. Thank you. The next voice I want to hear is Ekene. Yeah, Ekene.
But removing Enigmatic, I just feel like he's running for my opinion because I don't like it. I want to respond to this. So I don't
Enigmatic.
Okay, let me.
Ekene, we dey listen to you. Make you talk.
You see, my point is this. I wanted to make a point to Enigmatic that the issue of certificate we are talking about is not between Obi and the Tinubu. It's between Atiku and the Tinubu. And the whole blame that he brought about the certificate and used it to call all the names that he called Obi and the Southeast is what I'm angry about him about. They're now reserving some sort of love for Atiku. Shows the kind of bias he is. Because if it's all that went too far to go to that court in that US to seek for that release of that certificate, I wouldn't know what Enigmatic would call Obi and the Southeast here. So let us not be too much hatred about each other. The hatred I see in Enigmatic about the Southeast, I cannot contend it with it. I cannot contend it. It's very unbearable. It's very unbearable. You left the person that went for the issue, then come to a national platform and use it against a whole region. What are we talking about? If it is Obi that went ahead to go and look for that certificate issue in the US, what will Enigmatic do? You use it to label him, call him all sort of name, cause the house, tell them the Southeast they will never rule, all that and all that. Who is asking Nigeria to give the Southeast an opportunity to rule? If you don't want to give them an opportunity to rule for the rest of your life. Who cares about this? People like me don't care. I don't care if the Southeast rule or they don't rule. What is happening to the stop power in Nigeria is what other people that rule this country, what has turned around in our nation? Don't come and tell me that because you can speak English and you use your English to use it to incur hatred for a particular religion. If you don't like the status, say you don't like them. Don't come here and say because of this and all that. I just want to say, what will Enigmatic imagine
If Obi was the person that filed that suit against Tinubu, this suit was filed by Atiku against Tinubu. Tinubu filed a suit not to allow those things to be released to Atiku. You didn't say that issue.
I cannot calm down.
You use it to call the parties all sort of name. You use it to say they will not rule, they destroy their chances. Who cares if their chances are destroyed or what? The ones that have made the election. I'm angry about the I just want to say it. I just want to say it. I don't respect English. I don't respect personality.
I think that the problem there, the problem is that they're allowing him to make this statement.
No, I don't want to get allow him or what. But let me say it. Nobody should come and the contract is not up of them because of one particular thing. If you want anything to get from the north, go and get it. If you want the vote from the north, all the If I said hold on, I mean hold on. I'm the one moderating here. We must have some decorum. As I said, hold on, hold on. Please, hold on. Ekene, bring the tempo down. We are not fighting here. Bring the tempo down, please. If I said hold on, I'm saying this, please. I'm not being dictatorial now. If I said hold on, please hold on. Please bring the tempo down. We are not fighting. Enigmatic is not here. He has left.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I also want I can understand one thing. The bone of contention is not Atiku or Tinubu going to court in the US. The bone of contention is that some people are writing to the university. This is not proper. They are writing and cyberbullying the university, and some people went to the extent of even cyberbullying the governor of that state in America. What concerns America with Nigeria election? Election is just a game. There must be a winner and a loser. Why should we take our dirty learning? Why should they be cyber? If you are doing that in Nigeria to Nigerian judges, Nigerian leaders, we don't understand it's within Nigeria. Why are we going to that extent of what? A university is an institution. Don't you know that there are some Nigerians still studying in that university now, in that Chicago State University? Don't you know there are some Nigerians residing all over America? Why should our people go to that extent of doing this kind of nonsense all around the world?
Okay, but Remy, hello, Remy. But how do you know they're obedient? How do you know they're obedient?
Yeah.
How do you know they're obedient?
I don't care whether they're obedient or no obedient, but from the pattern, they have been doing that in Nigeria, and they are opposition to Tinubu. I don't know. And I'm not saying whether they're obedient, but those people that are doing this thing to our country and to our fellow Nigerians, they are bad example, and we must condemn them.
Remy, let me respond to you a little bit. You see, that issue of certificate, I don't want to talk about it, but if I must emphasize some things, I think the obedience that are in that space, which Enigmatic is talking about, is not only the Igbos. You can go and check that record very well.
I'm trying to tell.
Let me finish. So we cannot be singling it. My point is this. I know, but I'm talking from the point of what Enigmatic said. So my point is we are talking about national building. You don't just single out a particular space because you don't like them to condemn them. Do you understand my point? So my point is this: if you come to that obedience space, the highest supporter of that obedience is the West. You can go and check the record.
You know what? Let me be.
But when we come, let me finish. Let me finish. I just need to make my point clear. Because in a nation, when you want to build a nation, we're talking about opposition. Opposition cannot only be the Southeast opposing the West. And when some people begin to see it that way, that is what causes division in our space. Because if you are talking about opposition now, what are you going to tell the Yorubas, people like David and all that is in that space, that is championing that obedience? Are you going to kill them? These are Nigerians. If you want to address them, you address them as Nigerians. You don't just bring it to a particular region, call them what sort of name you want and leave the platform. That is my point.
Let me quickly respond to you. First and foremost, we should condemn any Nigeria that is cyber stalling or that is doing something terrible in the look at the impression they gave to all other national all over the world, that our president is this or is that, and you are not even stopping. I don't care whether you are Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa. If you are doing this thing today, you should stop it. And if the law catches up with you, they should send them to jail. Now, let's come back to our Nigeria setting. No matter what you say here, Ekene, no matter what you say here today, there is that enmity between Yoruba and Igbo. It has been just several years ago. You cannot wish it away. If I can understand the situation and other Yoruba people cannot understand the situation, they will see that, okay, because Tinubu is a Yoruba, you don't like him. And if Obi also won, some Yoruba people will also do the same thing. I don't know whether they would do too extreme like what is happening. I don't know. But so that thing has been there for a long time. And that is one of the bane of problem issues in Nigeria. That distrust within the three major tribes in Nigeria, Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba people.
Remy, all I'm saying is that let's keep people that are not involved in this case away from this case.
Thank you. What concerns that?
That's my point. You can go to court. You can
they don't know nothing.
Leave people's families alone. Leave people that have similar names alone. Don't start bullying people online. It's all I'm saying.
But do you know I saw some judges? I saw some judges name of their kids, grandkids, the office of their kids. What for?
What is going on? For what? Just because of
going on here? What is going on here?
When I say obedience, it's not an original thing for me. Like, to be honest with you, Tinubu to me, yes, this
Babati, hold on. I want to know who is on the screen. People are at the background. I want people to confirm they are on the screen. I know Remy is here. Do we have Adewale? Adewale, do we have Adewale? We don't have Adewale. I'll put you in the background. Do we have Simba? Because people are waiting in the background. Simba, we don't have Simba. I'll put in the background. Do you have FM? FM, we don't have FM. I'll put in the background. I'll replace you. Do you have Prince Daddy? Prince Daddy. Yeah. Obviously, we have Babati. We have we just brought Rational Man in, and we have Midway. Yeah, go on, Babati.
So many innocent people doing their job professionally. And
Remy, please hold on. Let's Babati. Remy, please hold on. Yeah, okay. Babati.
When the Gloria B thing is the issue I had with Joel of Nashville. Okay, because he said somebody on Twitter said they put somebody's name on a database in Chicago State University, and this is who you brought up. And
I did not say Babati. You know, I was waiting to respond to you.
Yeah,
I said I was on a clip. I did not say it was Chicago State. I said she went on this like ancestral stuff, right?
Right.
The yearbook. So the thing there is that you jump to the conclusion. I do not want to talk back to you because you're a friend that I always respect.
Right,
so but the issue there is this. The issue there is this, Babati. The issue here is this.
I beg you. I beg of you. My point is that her name shouldn't have come up in the first place at all. Yes. Is my point. Gloria Tinubu's name should not be involved in anything that we're discussing about Tinubu's case. That's my bigger point here. For her name to even be brought up into this discussion means people are desperate. Why are you going?
What are you talking about?
No, Gloria, because Gloria. I saw Charlie Boy put a picture of Gloria Tinubu, right? She's married to a guy named Soji Tinubu. They are both professors, right? But by virtue of marriage, her last name, so her middle name is Bromel, but she married a guy named Soji Tinubu that gave her the Tinubu last name. But people on Twitter are not saying that this is the real Tinubu
that went to Chicago.
This is the female Tinubu. So that's the issue I have. Like, this person is an American that married a Nigerian. Why are you? How would you feel if somebody is posting your mom's picture online, claiming that it's somebody else? That's the issue I have, Joel. I think they have.
So, my thing is this, right? I have not come out here on any day to say that I am in support of whatever they're doing. All I'm just saying is this. If I went to school, like I said the last time, if I went to school and they say bring out EJ, and I know I did very well in school, they say tender your this, and I will tender it any way you want it. The problem there is just this, that Tinubu's education, whether you like it or not, is hidden in secrecy.
No,
look at the primary school. Hold on. Let me say something. The primary school, the secondary school. Hold on. We saw the INEC. The form that Tinubu submitted to INEC. We saw the schools. You understand what I'm saying? We saw all these things. So the issue there is this: whether you like it or not, if we discussed Mesoma, then we ought to discuss Tinubu. There's no two ways about it. The issue is, if it is clear, it is clear. If he walks like a dog, walks like a dog, then it is a dog.
Excuse me, please, let me here quickly put this one in. Please, if Tinubu education is hanging in secrecy, is there no due process to ask question, and which they have done? You see, the problem is this. We Nigerians, we were raised without a process. So we don't understand the importance of process. We want to do it like Nigerian style. And that's why we're in a total mess. We are messing up our country with this certificate issue. We need to have assume the reality on ground. People are just smoking up. If educate, like my governor, wait, my brother, if there is any way, there are due process to find out about something. So a situation whereby we abuse everything, we turn into quarrel among ourselves. We don't want to, even think of our own national interest. And now we are bullying another country. Governor, state, go to Twitter, everywhere insult. That is not the due way. I'm a supporter of Peter Obi, but I hate this nonsense. We have to be sincere. This is not the due process at all. We should approach this issue. If somebody education is not clear, there are procedures.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Hold on, Joe. Wow. Midwest. To be honest, please, just be honest, please. And Tinubu supporter that they are supporting Tinubu,
turn left to stay on
do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Would they do that kind of thing?
The thing is, see, my brother, whether Tinubu supporters,
my brother,
whether Tinubu supporter.
No. If I said wait. If this is conversation, please. If I said wait. So the first suspect, people can suspect, could be obedient, could be articulated. Am I right?
Because they are
the first suspect.
Can do that.
Because they are the losers. So Midwest, go on.
For me, I see this thing this way. If Tinubu did not go to the walls of the university, go and write it down. Unfortunately for Tinubu, this is America. There is no way all these big multinational corporations will give you that appointment. Because by virtue of your training and professional knowledge, you cannot be an accountant, talk less of a financial accountant of a big organization like that. Not only 1, 2, or 3. What are we talking here today? And we are also in abroad. Who even cares about your certification here in abroad? Sometimes that, do you have the skill set to do this job? We are past the era of certification or no certification. I think we have done the right thing.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
What are we talking? Let me finish first.
Let me stay on point. Let me stay on point with the
Let me finish. Calm down.
No, don't tell me calm down. Not coming down. There's nothing coming down here. I'm not coming. Not on top of a woman.
You have been here before. Just calm down. I know your mindset. So
you do what I like now. I'm coming down with a woman.
I'm not on top of a woman. They say calm down.
I think it's not hello, grandpa, everybody. So at the end of the day, I think we went to court.
Babati, kilo digon.
I think we went to court, which is
Ibo lo tún gbà yọ yẹn.
Ó ti wà mí bàtẹ́ tẹ̀lé ó lòun ní important assignment kan tó ń fẹ́ la ṣe.
Gbọ́rọ̀ báyìí.
Okay, so as we are saying.
Láṣẹ́dá máa ń lọ yáta.
What we are condemning here today is that what these people, whether they are obedient or whatever you call them, cyber stalking, doing all this kind of rubbish to our country is not good. If you ask an average American outside, he or she will be proud of the country. Whatever shenanigans Americans do in Iraq or they do to Libya, they will speak very well of their country. I've met a lot of Americans that will tell you that America is a messed up country. But still,
what comparison are you drawing?
Can you just calm down? Let me just finish with you two.
You understanding and saying things I don't even understand what you're talking about. America
rational man, Jekyll land.
With the history of this one, very funny guy. And you're telling you're trying to justify anything with America, whatever. This one.
For a while, please, I beg you. Just for 1 minute.
You people have been talking now. Agbado people, you've been talking on this platform so much. Anybody was here, he talk. Nobody stop him. As soon as this guy enter, he jump on him. Huh? Goodness, you cannot master now. Allow us to talk too.
Finish. Oh, that's all. Go ahead.
You go on. Just go on. Do your Agbado.
I'm letting it
go. Do your Agbado narrative.
Okay, guys, calm down, please. Okay, this is the point.
Okay, so what I'm just trying to say,
please. Let's leave Gloria alone. She's not the real Tinubu, for God's sake. Okay?
My bone of contention.
Stop bullying the woman online, for God's sake.
Yes. My bone of contention here is that these people, they have to stop.
Ṣé àgbàdo wà lẹ́nu ẹni bàbá tí?
So these people have to stop. These people have to stop what they are doing. Atiku went to court. What concerned those people writing rubbish, trying to cyberstalk the university, even trying to cyberstalk the governor of a state? Do they understand what they are doing? You are in a foreign land. If you are in America and you are doing that something, you are putting yourself at a great risk. The police can pick you up anytime and ask you and interrogate you.
Why would they pick you up? You think it's Nigeria where you do anyhow? You have every right to do anything, to protest and say anything. What are you talking about?
You mean, okay, let me ask you a question. There is a case recently in Nigeria. There are 2 Nigerians that they were, I don't know, maybe they selling some information to one young guy in America. And that guy did something terrible to himself. I don't know whether he killed himself or something like that. Those 2 Nigerian guys were deported to America recently, last week.
Yes, he did. He offed himself.
Yes.
Based on the
he killed himself.
They were apprehended and they were on the plane. They're already in America now. Whether they will send them to here or not, I don't know. But they send them from Nigeria to America immediately. So if you are stalking somebody or you are threatening somebody online or something like that, I think there is a punishment for that.
That is not because you're inquiring about someone's education. That's the reason why
they are not inquiring.
Once we are criminals, those ones were criminals. They were Yahoo boys. What are you talking about?
I'm not being truthful, and I guess that you are also part of the people that are cyber stalking to university.
Now you're going to accuse me, right? You're going to accuse me now, right?
They'll just defame you. They don't have anything to say about you. Just like they'll say, "Oh, look at you, you're a liar." If Mike come here now, Mike will say, "I'm a liar. You're this." I mean, like,
are you not a liar? Since I know you, you have been to several discipline. You are a policeman. You are a medical doctor. You are an engineer. You are what we call a linguistic. You are this. You are that. You also. You are a
oh my God! So he cannot be jack of all trades. He cannot be jack of all trades.
Are you helping me?
Jack of all trades, matter of nothing. Oh my God, Remy, you know, go kill somebody.
Okay, guys, good now. But
give him chance to talk before you know it.
Can you have Joel respond?
I remember when I was working.
Remy, that's enough. Please, let's hear from Rational Mind, please. Rational Mind, yeah.
I'm hearing you.
No problem. Mute yourself.
Please, guys, I beg of you, guys, please. I'm saying that we all, my own opinion, I feel like he has a very shady past. I agree with you. and you're seeking legal means to unravel this mystery, right? All I'm saying is that the inquiry is okay. You can bombard the university, is okay, but let's leave people alone. The Glorias, all the that's the issue I have. I hope you get where I'm coming from, Joe.
Hello, brother.
No. Babachi, I just told you that I watched a video. I did not respond. I did not even know if it was real or not. What I'm just saying is that it is too much like, I wish this thing could have just been like, where is this? Bring it out and let this whole thing die down. You understand? So this whole skirmishes, even this whole thing now led even to the INEC form, when they were started asking about the primary and secondary school. You saw it there. It was blank.
What are you looking for, this man?
Hold on. Can you give me my brother? I'm responding to somebody. Remy, I'm responding to somebody, right? So allow me to just talk, please. You've been talking. So Babati, what I'm just saying is this: is whenever you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions, people will ask. You're a public officer, so I do not blame those that are going there. I do not believe in cyberbullying or trying to make someone do what they don't want to do because you're cyberbullying them. But the thing there is that Tinubu brought in that wood, that infested wood. He brought it that infested wood, and we have to agree to it. If you say you went to this school, what information do you need? Bring it out. Let us leave this issue and go. So, if you ask me of my primary school today, I will tell you.
Joel, so okay, let's look at this way. If the school, let's say the school comes out today and says, maybe a press conference and say, Tinubu was our student, would that be okay enough for you?
It would be enough for me. Do I have an alternative?
No.
I don't have an alternative.
No. Hold on. If they say press conference is with our students officially, that would be okay for you, according to what you said. That would be okay for you.
No, I don't have an alternative. Do I?
No, he's not saying that.
Don't do that.
That's not what they are looking for. They want the university to tell them.
No. Do you know why I asked that? No. Remy, wait. Do you know why I asked that question? The famous Clinton quote. He said, "Never give your opponent anything for free. They must sweat for it." So even if it's available, make them work for it. So I'm asking you, at some point, the university says Tinubu officially is one of us. They do a press conference. Would that be good enough for you, Joel of Nice?
Okay, thank you. The issue there, let me answer this question.
Joel, before you respond, they already came out and said Tinubu was one of their students.
Yeah.
So what is the point of connector here?
My thing is this, right? I am not one of those. I think we're having some miscommunications here. I am not one of those that are bombarding Chicago University. Mine is on the tribunal, right? It's not on the Chicago. Obi did not go to Chicago. Atiku went to Chicago. So it's none of my business. I don't know why that we are bringing this issue like obedience or me or I'm believing.
Talking about cyber stalking and the rest. You understand?
It doesn't. What I'm just saying is just this, Babati, right? The issue here is this. If Chicago University, they have got the memo. I believe they have gotten the memo. And nothing stops anybody from getting any information they want to get. And nobody's arresting anybody. If they have the information, bring it out and let this one die down so that we face the most important one, which is the tribunal. Because in that particular tribunal, we must get a result there, at least something. Because we cannot just allow it to slide like that. No. It means that. No.
Joel, I want to ask you a question.
Chicago.
Let me answer.
Everybody, hold on. Ekene wants to speak. Ajali Koko wants to speak. Everybody wants to speak at a time. We can't speak at a time. Ajali Koko come first. Ekene come second. Yeah.
Let me ask with this question. With all the information that is available so far, are you convinced that Tinubu finishes first degree in Chicago State University?
Look, to be frank with you, right? I have not been, I did not follow that case at all, right? But the thing there is that if he said he went to the school and the school said that, yes, he came to the school, what else? That's the way I answer it. But the issue there is this, there are reasons why people are asking all these questions. And the reason is just simple, that his education is laden in secrecy from the primary, secondary. So everybody started looking at how would you get into university without this? Now, for some of you here, I want some of us here to be very, very careful whenever we're talking about the United States and the education system. There is fraud in the educational system. If any of you are in the health sector,
you said there is what? There's fraud.
There's fraud in the education system in the United States. Yes. Let me tell you something. There's one thing that is going on right here.
Fraud.
Yes. Can I come down? I will tell you what is going on in my own field now. Let me tell you what's going on, Ajele Koko. Do you know that in Florida, right, people were acquiring nursing degrees in Florida, paid for, and they don't have to show up. Thousands. It happened to thousands. In fact, I'm talking to you now. The investigation is on. They are writing. They are writing nurses. They are doing, like in my own state right now, they are doing a revitalization of all licenses. Yes, it is happening. So do not come and say.
You should consider 1970s to 2023. You should consider those years. Tinubu graduated in 1979.
If that can happen now, hold on, my brother. If what I'm telling you right now can happen.
I want you to say the truth. Say the truth. I want you to look at
what is the truth? What is the truth?
My question I want to ask you is very simple. Let's assume that it's a fake diploma. Yes or no? Right? Let's just assume. And then Tinubu went ahead and worked in Deloitte, worked for Mobile, and work for all this multinational corporation. If you don't go to that university at all, there is no way you can do accounting system.
My brother, see,
that time, there is no software that is going to help you. You are going
hold on. Let me tell you something, my brother.
Can I say something?
So, go ahead, Ekene. Go ahead. Go ahead.
On that basis alone, it shows you that for you to be a financial accountant of a multinational organization like that, you have to be highly educated and you must know what you are doing because it involves a lot of money. It involves a lot of budgeting. It involves a lot of planning. It involves so many things. Come on,
Mr. Remy, can I respond?
Also have
when we for me, those educational stuff are nothing to me. If you have an idea to govern, you have an idea to govern. That is me. So all those let me say my mind. Let me say my mind. If people want to talk, you allow them to say their mind.
No, because the way you are putting it, you are just putting it so simplicity like that.
Let me say my mind now. Let me finish. Let me say my mind.
Remy, can you let him speak, please? Can you let him speak?
I don't even understand. You cannot allow people to talk. If education is
hold on, Ekene. I noticed something here. If once people want to speak, they will not speak what you want to listen to. So just take it like that. Let him speak. Let everybody speak. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, everybody must not have the same opinion. Opinion must differ.
Yeah, that is good. If you have the same opinion, we will not be here. Yeah, go on.
So for me, education is a very nice thing, basic education. But in terms of governance, I see governance more than education. So that's why I don't really question that issue. But transparency is very important. That when you come to, if you say you want to govern a space or you want to take up a job, even if it is primary school certificate you have, just present it. Show your idea. If you have to, at least that governance space doesn't require much. It's just a school cert. Just present it and go. People will still vote you if you have a good. So coming to take us to Chicago for degrees, what I don't understand. You understand? So that is my own opinion in that space. But people that are looking for something in that Chicago can continue to look. For me, I'm not looking at anything from there. It doesn't concern me. What matters a lot.
I beg you, first understand the issue at hand. I am not talking about governance. We are talking about a person that went to the 4 walls of the university and graduated with honors. It does not even graduate with a 2-1 or something like that. An excellent student in accounting. And that is why most of these are this multinational corporation.
See, my point is this: you don't need to impress me. You don't need to impress me. Like you don't want to impress me that you went to Chicago to cover me. That's the mentality. That is the mentality of our leaders, and that is why we fail in governance. So you don't want to impress me that you go to Chicago. Give me your school side that requires you to govern. It's okay.
Listen carefully.
Even if you say you go to that Chicago, bring it and show me.
Listen carefully. According to the Electoral Act, the minimum qualification you can have, the same minimum, is your school cert or your Wike. If I like, I present my Wike. If I like, I present my bachelor degree. When you are looking for a job in a formal setting,
I've not made my point too.
Let me finish.
Ekene, please. I let him speak. Yeah, let him speak too.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
When you are
Coca has always been projecting Thomas. What is all this?
I'm not doing this back and front, please.
Let me
let
finish.
him speak. Let both of them speak. Am I partial here? Partial, please.
So, let me
don't take me back, please.
When you are looking for a job in a formal setting, nobody care primary school you went to. Nobody care about your high school. In your CV or your resume, you put your highest qualification. Probably most people will put their bachelor degree or master degree or even they have PhD. Nobody cares about your wife. But what I'm trying to say is very simple. When it comes to election, the minimum qualification is WAEC. It's not left for you to put your WAEC there or WAEC certificate, or you put your bachelor or master degree. Anyone you like, you put it there. So what I'm trying to say here is this. The article have done the right thing by going to court in America, asking for, I want to see Tinubu's certificate or diploma. The university also respond to him, fine. But I am condemning those people that are cyber-stalking Nigerians or portraying Nigeria in bad light all over the world. This is not good for a country and good for a citizen.
How many people have they cyber-stalk around the world about their
so many people within Nigeria? There is one who, listen, calm down. There is one woman that wrote a piece in the New York Times or something like that. They cyber-stalked the woman until that woman put down her account. And there is also a lot of people all around the world that when they cyber-stalk them through Twitter, everybody put down their account.
Are we talking about the cyber stalking or the certificate issue? I want to understand.
I've already mentioned about the certificate. The certificate is it's not between you and me. It's between Atiku and Tinubu. And Atiku already asked the university. The university already responded.
We've had this. We keep repeating yourself. Thomas,
Mr. Remy, let me finish my point. My point is this: in terms of governance, transparency matters a lot, whether we want to believe it or not. If it is primary school you say you have, just be transparent about it. Anywhere they call you, I have primary school. If it is WAEC that you have, be transparent enough. Anywhere they call you, I have my WAEC. If it is a Chicago this thing that you have, be transparent enough. Anywhere they call you, I have my Chicago. So I don't know why we're beating around the bush, all this and all that. But my point is this issue, because of what we are having in Nigeria, that is why we are making a lot of things up just to cover all these things and all that. There is no two ways about it. You, Mr. Remy, if you want to come and govern Nigeria today, your certificate is attached.
Yeah.
Anywhere they call you, you will present it, and people will not argue about it. Let me finish.
Oh, people will argue. There is no certificate you will present, they will not argue. My governor, he was a student of Ibadan. Yet when the school released all his education background, they still went to court, and the judge was telling them, like, you have a father, and someone is saying, the woman is saying, this is the father of the son, but you are saying he's not the father, and you are not able to present another one. That is how they judge that case. So for me is that what I'm always trying to present is that why can't we Nigerians?
What are you talking about? Maybe it was not.
That's what happened about Obaseki. Didn't you see it when they were judging it?
That judge, that's
we went to court.
The sick in here.
Even if they went to court, once you have that, my brother, if people argue about your certificate, if you are sure, you'll be very confident to go to them anywhere they want to take you to. You understand? So, but the lack of transparency we have in our system and the people covering it up is the problem I have with Nigeria entirely.
Listen, Obi went to University of Nigeria and look at there. But when he presented his certificate, he only presented his Wike result. So you have a right to present any certificate you want. You can,
and that is what I'm saying now. That is still what I'm saying.
Tinubu presented his bachelor's degree in Chicago, and the university said that this person went to my university. Mela, it's over. So why are you people?
If it is over, my point is this: if it is over, why is Atiku still fighting a lawsuit? Because my problem is that let me finish because I'm not dragging any certificate with Tinubu. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. I'm not dragging any issue with Tinubu, any certificate with Tinubu. But my point is this: if it is over, why is Atiku still going ahead to make a request? And let me make my point. Let me make my point because I really have a very big issue this night with somebody. But I just try to calm down. You understand? Because the way we put things is not the way we are supposed to build a nation. Do you understand my point? So if Atiku still went ahead to look for that certificate that Tinubu said is presenting, and it's between Atiku and Tinubu, I never saw Obi spoke about it. I never saw Obi go to UK anywhere to speak about it. Maybe Nigerians, maybe when Atiku continued, other Nigerians came in. No, let me finish. Let me finish now. I don't even know if you don't.
Continue. Finish up.
Please, hold on. Please, let people speak, Remy. Please.
Okay, of course I
let
allow.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So my point is this: if we really want to build a nation, we should not cover things up. Because I don't want.
Ekene, please hold on. Ajali Koko, your mic is not connecting. Maybe you go out and come back in. I can't bring you in. Yeah, continue.
Thomas, can I go after Ekene because I'm itching to say something?
No,
yes, of course. Yeah.
Before you.
So
hold
my
on,
point is,
please now.
So my point is this. My point is still this. My point is still this. If you want to build a nation, especially on this platform like this, when we come, we speak what concerns us as a nation. You don't just pick a problem that concerns Tinubu and Atiku, and you put it on the Southeast entirely. I really have a problem. You see, just that Enigmatic has left the platform this night. I will ask him what really did the Southeast did to him. That whenever he comes on the national platform, what are you trying to gain from the North or from Atiku? That makes you leave a problem between him and Tinubu, and you begin to call Southeastern as name.
Ekene, I just call your name now. I have the power to remove you. I'm just calling you. Enigmatic is not here. Leave Enigmatic. Speak to the issue. There's a right to reply. He's not here to reply you. Leave Enigmatic. Speak to the issue, please. Thank you. And if I'm calling you, Ekene, hold on. I want you to stop. I want to say something. There has to be some decorum. Thank you. I'll bring you back. Yeah, continue. Please, Enigmatic is not here. No.
Okay.
You know me. Enigmatic is hold on, please. Enigmatic is not here. There's a right to reply. If you speak of him now, he's not here to reply you. I will not do that. So leave Enigmatic. Next time Enigmatic come back, you can speak with him. Speak to the issue. Yeah, thank you.
No problem. But my point is, let us speak to the power. The issue, whatever way, transparency pays a lot. Transparency pays a lot. We cannot continue to deny it. Transparency pays a lot. If you have Wike, you have Wike. If you have a primary school certificate, you have it. If you have a Chicago University certificate, you have it.
When the duty calls for you to present anyone, you just present it. Go your way. If people want to take you to court to go because of it, then you can go there and defend it. There is no two ways about it. And there is nothing to defend.
Okay. Thomas, can I interject, please?
Thank you.
Oh yes, yeah. Let's hear from you. There, we'll go to Rational Mind. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Thomas. I thought Rational Mind was gone. Anyways, I'm not sure I came back, but anyways,
I'm back for you. I'm back here for you.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys to talk. We're still grinding on this Tinubu certificate or diploma issue.
But please, Daddy, it's very sorry for cutting you. Election has gone. The man is already governing, and we are still talking about certificates. It's just I don't get it, my brother. Every day this certificate. It's just continue, my brother.
When you raise such concern, you're just trying to cast aspersion on his administration and his government. That's what they're trying to do. Say if he's not a certificate, it will be something else. You know, it will be something else that people like Rational Man would bring up and to present to the world.
What would that be? What would that be? What would that be? What do you think that would have been?
A drug dealer. Drug dealer.
Yeah?
Drug dealer.
Please, Daddy.
Prince, before you go on, Ajale Koko, have we, you are older than us. Have you seen this kind of election in your lifetime before? Because I am in my 40s. I've never seen this kind of election before. I'm a student of politics. I follow politics. This has never happened before. Maybe before I was born. Have we ever had this kind of? And it's just mind-boggling.
It has always been like that. The only thing that happened in this case is that we have
internet,
social media now,
and
internet that people can use to fight their opponent. This is the way it has been in Nigeria from time immemorial. Nigerian politicians never agree to a winner. They never congratulate a winner. They will always go to court and fight it to Supreme Court. This is the way it has been since Nigeria been bettered. So it's just taking a new dimension. So internet, social media.
I can also make the argument that that even back then the people were more passionate. The people would lose, eating and walk miles to go, vote or support their party.
Even Buhari, for the 3 times that he lost before he became the president the 4th time, he always go to court. He will never congratulate the winner. He will say,
But I'm not talking about the politician. I mean the followership, supporters.
And the internet now, social media.
Some people have the Igbo friends now. They are not talking to them anymore because they don't support Obi. Some Yorubas have Igbo friends now because the Igbos are not supporting Tinubu. They are not friends anymore. People unfollow themselves. People
don't worry. Every day we come back later. It's just politics. Everything will settle down at a point. It will settle down. Everybody will come together. Continue, Daddy Prince.
Let me just say this. You see, this back and forth arguments. So anything to say to talk about. You see, the issue of Tinubu and Chicago thing. I want to take us back to when Fawon had to probe into this. You see, sometimes we say all these things. Some people will come here and spew ethnic hatred. Tribal hatred, and instigate other people against other people. But forgetting that the very first person who investigated this guy called Tinubu was a Yoruba man, Ganifawen from Ondo State, a very great lawyer, because he knew that something about this guy is dark. There's something about this guy that is phony. He investigated it, but at the end of the day, how did they just straight away say, oh, because of he has immunity, he cannot do this, he cannot probe him more than that. Okay. Because it was not more of election related, it is a lawyer who is trying to like find out if this guy truly he has this.
Rational mind. If you don't mind, please let Prince Daddy interject. Then you have the floor. I'm coming back to you next. Let him have that before
I think he's done now.
forget the train of thought. He hasn't done. He hasn't spoken. He hasn't finished. Just hold on. Yeah, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. Thanks, Thomas. So, rational mind. On the group chat in the studio, I mean, you were calling batifiers all kinds of names, psychophans and all kind of names. So you're not any different than the finger you're pointing at the batifiers. You are in the same category, but you want to make yourself as different from them, and that's not the case. I know you guys are hanging your hope on. If you ask me something trivial, actually, when it comes to this Chicago University certificate, it's it's just something to get the base energized and wild. Just like Aburi going around the United States, telling them that they are preparing for a re-election or another election and all kinds of stuff. What is at play here is politics. There's no doubt about it. And sometimes things can go too far. There's no doubt about it. Things can go too far. And that's why, I'm not saying things about enigmatic. I'm just saying, repeat what I said about, possibly putting people in jail, which I disagree with. Okay. But, it gets to a point whereby, we have to hang things and not push it too far. Sometimes things are not as bad as they are until it gets on social media and people make the worst of them. People blow it out of proportion. Things go viral, and you think everywhere is crumbling, but that's not the case. Truly, I hope after the judicial pronouncement about the verdict for the election, and everything kind of goes back to normal. And they don't have a choice. I mean, those that that love Nigeria don't have a choice but to accept the decision and to move forward as one country. I disagree that because some people are opposing Tinubu, they are less Nigerians or non-Nigerians than others. I don't accept that. It's just that it's so divided right now in the different camps. And the Atiku people are more likely to align with the beating people because they serve.
Of course, they are not different. They are not
They will never
different.
align with Prince Daddy. Trust me. They will never.
The what?
They will never align with obedience. Trust me.
No. Well, they're not aligned, but in their interests kind of what you say, kind of cross over or kind of merging together. Somebody made a comment earlier that it was not the obedience going after Tinubu's certificate in Chicago, but guess what? It serves the interest of the beating people. Okay, so right now they're not really aligned, but their interests kind of merging together. And look after the election, did you see PDP and Labor in the what you call press conference? Yeah. They weren't in
The only thing they have
conference.
in common is they both lost, but their interests are completely.
Okay,
I agree with that.
I like that.
That's it,
They are both bloody losers. They are both bloody losers.
Exactly. They both know each other are full of shit. That's what they won't trust me. They hate each other more. So they're not attacking each other because they are both on the losing side. So what's get to attack?
Can I say something now, Thomas? I mean, these people just keep
Yeah,
going.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Rational mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's hear rational mind.
Thank you, the Abadorians and the Batified.
Come on, we are not doing that now. Rational mind. Come on.
Allow me to
We are
talk.
not doing
I mean, Thomas, please let me talk now. You see how people call it
Rational mind is the grand obedience. The fanatic obedience.
Okay. All right. Thank you for calling me those names.
Yeah, let's hear rational mind. Yeah, go on.
Fawayimi was the one who started this whole case. There were two things there that he brought up. That he said he went to Chicago State. I mean, he went to University of Chicago, but he went to Chicago State. the fraudulent certificate he has was from Chicago. That he went to our lawyer or whatever school he mentioned in his INEC form. Those are the things that were being investigated. He found out that, okay, the same stupid excuse is given to the court in the United States here, that it was a clerical error, or whatever they call it, clerical mistake. Error. Your date of birth was clerical error. That you're a female was a clerical error. Now let me take us back to 1999. That you said Afikuyomi was the one that did the mistake and go and my goodness. What does this guy have to? When would this guy ever in his life take responsibility for whatever crap he has done? Always looking for one excuse just to wiggle.
Like what?
I'll just give you an example. Maybe
Responsibility for what?
Maybe you're not listening, my friend.
We listen, but responsibility for what?
Please don't interject me. Let me go my rant.
Because we don't understand
anything now.
Tell us the clerical error, rational mind. Tell us the clerical error. Tell us. Please tell us, okay?
1999. Hold on. It's late here. It's about 11 o'clock here my time. So please, my people are asleep.
Go ahead. We are listening.
Now, 1999, I said there are two things that Kanifan was investigating on Tinubu, and the two of them came to light to be true. He said he went to University of Chicago. University of Chicago, where it was Chicago State University, that the fraudulent certificate that we are talking about right now is from. That he said went to Aroloya or Children's Day School, whatever in.
Forget Aroloya. We are talking about Chicago.
Don't tell me what to say. Don't tell me what to say.
That's a simple question.
Thomas, can you please silence this guy, please?
I will silence.
Oh, thank you. Please. God. So, those two were the things he mentioned in those words. Then, at the end of the day, Badoma shift the blame. He now shift the blame on Afikuyomi. That it was Afikuyomi that did mistake. He did. What kind of mistake is that? Two mistakes. He will list two schools as your schools that you went to. Primary school, Children's Day Primary School, whatever. And then our lawyer school.
So how does it concern you?
Hold on. And then it was proved that they went to investigate, and there was no record of Tinubu attending any of the schools. And then that was why I could not list it in this next election, because it was an issue back then. And at the end of the day, he said it was Afikuyomi that listed those things, that wrote those things that he never.
So now that Chicago State have
hold on.
come out to say he attended, so which should we believe?
No. That's
so now that you have the record now, so what's the way forward?
Dude, don't tell me.
What's the way forward?
Repeat that your Abado line. That's.
Well, now you have the record. What's the way forward?
Come, dude. Can you stop?
We get stuck in the past. Okay.
Can you stop me? Start getting me, please. Let me go on my rant. I have to go on my rant. For our people that are listening, don't interrupt you, because that's what you do a lot here.
Okay, finish your empty rant. Go ahead.
Now, this guy, it came to light that they use immunity to cover him. He cannot be prosecuted because he has lied. That is lying under oath. That you went to a school that you did not went to. That alone in itself is a disqualification. But because they said he had immunity and there's nothing can be done, Nigerian stupid constitution or whatever judicial compromise, they let it go. Now he could not list it in this because he knew that he never went to those schools. He knew that a lot of truth will come out from there if he's ever investigated, and he knows that that's going to be another issue for him. That was why he only listed Chicago. Now that Chicago itself, people felt there's something about it, and that is why what's his name, Atiku, went to Chicago to investigate, because we saw people releasing information about the true person that has that certificate was a girl, and in the date of birth on it was different. And now he said, from what he's telling the courts, as one of the reasons why they should not release his information or whatever stupid excuse was given to them, is that it was clerical error. That what kind of clerical error is that? This guy has always had inconsistencies about his education and his background. How come that it's only when in Chicago that we knew about how your history started? Nobody can trace your history to any primary school, any secondary school within Nigeria. Are you telling us you don't go? Somebody was saying he was homeschooled. He was homeschooled from primary school to secondary school. Come on. What kind of lie is that from the pit of hell? In those days, how many people were homeschooled? A lot of children, they went to school. They went to school in those years because you have to go to school.
Rational mind. Sorry for cutting you. Hold on, please. I have to say this. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you listened to Dr. Rudolph channel 2 weeks ago. There's a professor.
Okay, go on.
Let me finish now.
You said it before. I know what you're talking about.
Yes, yeah. There's a professor that came there. That old respected Baba, Dr. Wumi. He said in his own words, and you can quote me, you can watch it back. He said he knew Tinubu when he was in that university.
He knew Tinubu. Did he himself attend the school? I said he knew Tinubu.
He said, "Do I need to attend the school?" Hold on, please. Now, hold on. Do I need to attend the university before I knew somebody that attended that university?
Okay, go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Rational mind. Can I land? In support of Thomas,
okay.
The professor said that he used to go and see a friend in the Gago State University, who is a friend to Tinubu, and both of them were students in that college at that time, and he met Tinubu a couple of times when he visited. So, what are we looking for?
Okay.
My question to you: are you? Are you? How do I put it? Are you disputing the fact that he finished at Chicago State University? Are you disputing that Chicago State University certificate, or what's your point, Rational Mind?
You see, you see, I know anybody can come and say whatever they want to say, right? Anybody can say, yeah, you don't like Thomas asking the question. Yeah, you don't need to know someone. You don't need to attend this university. If I know you,
I just Rational Mind, before you answer, hold on.
Would you allow me to speak, please?
Hold on. I will allow you to speak. This is a conversation now. Please, Rational Mind, please.
Conversation, but you are talking now. You don't allow me to talk.
I will let you speak, please.
Go on. God.
Please, it's just a please. And the Baba even is the supporter of Peter Obi. If you listen, is the supporter of Peter Obi?
Yes.
That's what I want to say.
Professor. Yeah.
Is the supporter of Peter Obi?
Jamie, supporter of
that's what I go on.
Jamie, you're going to issue to me. Anybody can claim anything. That's what I said.
You guys are looking for something else.
Oh God,
you guys are looking for
dude. If you want me to say my own piece, let me say. If you don't want me to say, no problem.
Go on, please. Go on, please.
This interjection is just way too much, and I don't like it. It throws me off.
We have to no Rational Mind. Please, hold on, please. I don't like you saying interjection. This is a dialogue. It's not a monologue. Please.
It's a dialogue, and it's not a monologue, and then you have to interject me every time.
It's not a monologue, please.
You have to interject me every time. Dude, come on.
Please, if you are saying something, people can inject something in.
But you have to say every time you have to bring everything up.
No, please.
Answer my question. Thomas, Rational Mind, answer my question. Are you disputing that Tinubu University of Chicago certificate? What's your point?
Now that's how I want to address that. I know you asked me that question. Now, what I'm looking for here is this: that whoever owns that certificate, if it is Tinubu himself, we impersonated somebody, took Lori, went to America and claimed to be that person, it's possible he attended that college, he went through the courses. But from some of the evidence we're seeing again coming out from that place again, like the yearbook that I see that they'll be publishing online recently, we're looking at somebody who said is Tinubu tops. That's what I'm saying. And this person is said to be an American citizen. So whoever owns that profile, whoever owns that name, the actual person, was a US citizen. So all these things, that's why I think they say, I think we said at some point he said, I'm confused. So what is all these different we're seeing about this guy? Is there something more to this guy that we don't know? All these questions. So if he went there,
So the school that released that made a statement, or maybe how do I say it? The school that released an information that yes, he finished from that school, is an A student. He was I think it's first class. How do they describe him?
He said he graduated with distinction or whatever.
Yeah, with distinction. So, are you telling us that that school is not factual? I mean, they are lying, or what?
Ajalego,
yes.
This country here. You were here. You know this. What's the name of that lady? This Texan lady that went to jail recently. This multi-billionaire lady. And some other parents, they were falsifying SAT. They were trying to get their kids into Harvard, Ivy League schools, and all of that. They had to go to jail for that. In this same country, so
University of Chicago is falsifying Tinubu's.
So what you are saying?
I've not said anything about that. I'm just giving an example that.
No, they said the university came out to say, yeah, he attended, finished. Yeah. So who's falsifying?
So what you are insinuating that that information being released from that university must not be true, or must not be factual, or what are you?
You see, at this point, I don't know what to believe anymore.
That's no direct answer. No direct answer. This simple, yes or no?
Don't give me.
Once they move past this certificate, the next thing you'll be asking for is Tinubu's DNA to confirm he's actually the That's the next thing. That's what they are transiting to next. They will say he needs to present his DNA. They will see no matter about it.
Tinubu is a transgender. He was once a woman. Now he's a man.
Now,
that's not right.
For me, I know there's so many shady things around this guy, and until we find a closure to it, we'll dig deep, we'll find out whatever is going to be released. I just hope the university release it. They will just ignore him, because at this point right now, Atiku needs whatever he needs to get from there.
Rational mind, you do know, with due respect, you haven't answered Ajalego question since.
Now what? That what?
The question he asked you, you haven't answered.
You will not.
You are just beating about the bush.
No,
do you know that?
Up to you. That's
Baba fẹsẹ̀ fẹ́.
No, you are just beating about the bush. You don't answer the question.
Thomas.
This question,
when you beat around the bush.
Thomas.
Yes.
Can you allow me to answer?
Simba Karoni.
Yes. Oh no, I'm not
No, go. If you want to talk about the issue. This is the same.
Okay, what I want to say, rational mind. Let me say this. The case is already in court.
Okay.
And we heard that all the documents they require from that university have been submitted. His transcript, his traveling itinerary, and everything.
And even admission letter.
Everything has been submitted to court. Now, the one where we are pursuing now, of what use is it going to be? Are we going to still submit another evidence that what they submitted is not true, or what? Because I don't know what we are pursuing now. Because the case is, in fact, they are about to give out the judgment.
The verdict.
So whatever we are doing now, of what use is it going to be?
You don't get it. They are preparing for Supreme Court. All this
they already know the judgment will be against them now.
They know that this one is not favorable. So they are preparing for Supreme Court. They have to gather more evidence to take to Supreme Court.
You can laugh at it. But the point is that you have to prepare for war. Even before the war is even called, people prepare for war because they know what Tinubu is capable of. Hold on.
We are speaking like Obi now. It is a war.
Now you've come to Pansat.
You know that one.
You've come to Pansat now. Don't tell me you give it this. Don't tell me you are preparing for what they say. Pansat told me he was preparing for war. Because Pansat is saying he's going to win through fist fight.
Whatever crap you and Pastor discuss, don't put me into it. When I say war,
you're standing like Pastor now. You got this one. There's no saying the next thing is war.
Issue, the judicial war that is going on. It's a war of some sort. It's a battle, or maybe I should use the word battle, the legal battle. Maybe I should not use the war because I'm just talking because our Nigerian English. So there's a legal tussle, there's a legal battle going on. So that battle is what I'm talking about. That's what I'm referencing here. So don't go and say maybe I'm instigating violence.
But rational mind. Sorry, I want to ask: is it possible to add further evidence after this one? If they are going to Supreme Court, why are you allowed to give further evidences?
Oh yeah, they can give further evidence in Supreme Court.
That was not provided.
Okay.
Yeah. So
can give further evidence in Supreme Court.
Yeah. So my point is this: that Tinubu, there's a lot of baggages around this guy. If you know that you want that certificate, why do you have to go on Pinterest to go and download the one that INEC has? Is different from the one they originally gave to him. If you own it, what does it cost you?
Why can't we leave that one for court? Why can't we leave all this for court?
Simba, hold on, please. So, Rational, you are telling me now that Tinubu doesn't have his own certificate?
You go and ask INEC that question. Go and answer that question.
Oh God.
Thomas, Rational might is like a fake certificate, the Chicago certificate.
Hold on. You can laugh at it. It's there it's a public record. Can I make this point?
Rational, sorry. Rational, are you listening to yourself? I'm sorry.
No, don't give me that crap. Don't use that.
You do play back after the show. You go back and watch the show again after the show. You just go sleep and forget about the show and come back again and do the same thing.
Go to INEC.
Maybe we should encourage you to after each show go back and watch the show again and listen to yourself.
Thomas. Sometimes it's obvious that you don't even know what you're talking about sometimes too. Go.
We never know what you're talking about.
Thomas, Adewale want to call me. Can you allow him to call me, please?
I'm not with my system. Oh yes. Plenty people is even here. Yeah, that's all right. Pastor might go on.
My point is this.
Ọlọ́tẹ̀ Adéwálé kí ló ń wá káàkiri gan.
Ìyẹn yín wà ní Adéwálé Babájálé Kòkó.
Irọ́ ọkọ̀ ìṣe yọ̀mí o, irọ́.
Ẹ ti di sóònù ẹ̀yìn.
Ọlọ́run forúkọ mi bẹ̀rẹ̀. He's calling my name. Simba.
Babájálé Kòkó ló forúkọ rẹ̀ o. Babájálé Kòkó.
What did I do? Let's hear from Rational Mind so we can move to Simba hasn't spoken. Remy has just interjecting. Yeah, Rational Mind, you land it. No. We know where you are going to land it. I don't even need you to land it.
You say you know. How do you know where I'm going to land it? This is what you do a lot.
I know where you're going to land it. I don't need to.
Just talk let me talk. So, if you go to INEC portal, go and download every candidate for this last election, whatever they submitted, you will see it there. The ones Tinubu has submitted to INEC, it says Chicago State University on it, but it's not the one that Chicago State. That was what even prompted Atiku to want to even delve with all these baggages and all these things shrouded around this guy. You know, okay, let me even investigate this guy more, and then even find out what we can even find out. Because if you own this certificate, it's a thing you can just call your certificate. I mean, for example, now, any college I've been here in America, if I call them, I want a transcript, you will get it. But why must you have to go on some kind of phony site and go and get some certificate? Because you can always buy certificate online and now give that and submit that. Why would you do that?
He bought certificate online. Rational
Mind. Why can't we just leave that one? Why can't we leave that one? Rational Mind. Why can't we leave that one for the court? Since if you have,
we only do our own court
okay.
Here. We only do our own court here.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. We talk about issues here, even though they're still because this on a Nigerian judicial jargon's language that is it's subject to that was the homage. I will talk about whatever I have to talk about. I'm not a party. I'm not a litigant. I'm not a party to the case. So my point is, I'm just giving my own opinion as a public talkhead. So my point is this: I will rest my case if I know other people want to speak. Is that Tinubu has a lot of baggages. There's a lot of question mark around this guy. She won economy. I think kilo she won economy. Are you going ever be the first person to become a
We haven't explained a single one of them. You say a lot of them. We haven't explained a single one of them. Land on something so we can get it.
Well, I didn't land on what you want to hear.
You said a lot of baggage. Not a single baggage have you landed on.
That's your headache.
Atiku did the same thing to Buhari.
Yeah, because
don't let us pretend here. Yeah, okay. You say it's only coming. That's the reason I'm bringing that up.
You see, it's I'm just so. I mean, like I said earlier.
Imagine if this university is a Nigerian university, I believe maybe
they will burn it down. They will burn it down. They will burn that university down. I trust obedience.
You people self-project yourself. What even people have not even thought about doing. This is what you people do. People, you be self-projecting what you have in mind, and when it eventually happens, then you start saying, "Oh, obedience." You see that? That's what it
is. Not because Tinubu is one-time opposition. I'm going to check the man record. He never promotes this kind of age. You understand me?
He never promotes what?
In Nigeria.
He never promotes what?
Go and check his record.
I ask you, you never promote what now? I don't know what you're talking about. I can't read your mind. So what is this?
He said hatred. He said hatred.
Okay, go on. I'm listening. You're listening. Or you're done.
I'm done.
So, in conclusion, everybody, for me, these baggages and so many question marks around this guy, I don't know how a person can have all this, if not because when you have so many inconsistencies like this, then there's something phony about that thing. And that is why Atiku is making all this inquiry. And I hope he finds something about this guy.
You hope.
I hope he finds something.
I'm like, I like you, brother. I like you so much. You hope. That's all right. Everybody's hoping. No problem.
So to add to this, please, I believe where everybody belongs to, we will know after the Supreme Court. Because some people come here, they are pretending that they are shouting one thing, they are something. See, we know where everybody belongs to. All of us here, we are still pretending. After Supreme Court, everybody will go to the factory setting.
The Yoruba nation will go to Yoruba nation. The Biafra nation will go to Biafra nation.
We are going to see. We'll come back here and discuss about it.
God bless you. God bless you for that word. God bless you for that.
Our John nation, our John nation.
Everybody will go back to their base.
I'm a long bike one.
Everybody just loves Nigeria.
National man remain a confused nation.
Oh my God! Yeah, let's hear from Simba. Simba, how are you, my brother? Are you there?
Yes, I'm around, but I'm yeah, I am now. It's very noisy. Another person can go ahead.
Yellow.
Oh yeah, that's all right. Yeah. I think who else? Yes, Kumi has looking. Yeah, Kumi. Yeah.
My own take on this matter is they should just leave this man alone. We should just focus about government. What is going on in Nigeria is enough. See, they are bullying a lot of people. See, if you go on Google, go and list a lot of people disobedient. Some people are just coming here pretending. That's my issue. We are pretend. We know how to manipulate words. We know how to play games. We are Nigeria. We know. We understand each other here. See, go and check. Anybody that mentioned Tinubu like this, go and check all the names that bully them. We can't run away from saying the truth that from region. We know ourselves. Some people come here pretending like they are using emotional something to play the game. No, my own point is it's not gonna happen. They're still gonna come back here, cry more time. We're gonna do a lot of pushback. Yoruba will do a lot of pushback. What happened to Fulani will never happen to Yoruba. We cannot lie to each other.
Kumi. Yes, sir.
Adéwálé lọ́rẹ̀ wọn, wọ́n máa jìjọ lọ ń sọ̀rọ̀ lórí Twitter. Wọ́n dẹ̀ máa ń bu padà, wọ́n máa ń nà padà wálé ni. Adéwálé, continue.
Adéwálé is the one that's trying to break peace.
Ẹ jẹ́ k'Adéwálé sọ tẹnu ẹ̀ after Kúmi. Ẹ máa gbọ́ gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀.
We cannot run away from all these things.
Adéwálé is a peace broker.
Baba Adeboye never support any politician. See, they bully that man. Kumuyi, the same thing. We can list, even between 1 year now, we can list 200 of people. They are bullied. Many people on the comment section. You can't even mention Tinubu.
Very soon they will start bullying God too. They will say God is one.
But this is getting out of hand. But when some people are pushing them back, they start coming here playing emotional game. We cannot continue this way.
They will say God after their prayer. They will start bullying God.
Listen to yourself when you say people are playing an emotional game. Listen to yourself when you say that.
You are playing an emotional game. Yeah, I'm not playing any emotional game.
Rational mind. Don't start bullying God though. God will just punish you anyhow.
I don't want to use strong word here. That's why I'm just trying to someone come here shouting. I'm mad with someone. You can't be mad with anybody here. You understand me? We cannot be mad with anybody here because we know the game. We know how we play the game. We are Nigerian.
Do yourself. Don't do other people. Do yourself. Just
you know how to manipulate because they ask you questions.
What's the manipulation there?
You manipulate many questions here. You can't answer any the simple yes or no question. You cannot answer it. You push around. You understand? That's how you guys play the obedience. But we're gonna do a lot of pushback. More people will come back here and cry. Because there is no any something yet. But my own point is that we should just learn how we respect our Nigeria because it's getting too annoying now. We are getting out of Nigeria now to America.
Let him speak now. Let him speak, please. Yeah, he has spoken things. Yeah.
It's getting out of hand now. Now we are go beyond Nigeria. Now we are in America now. Tomorrow we're gonna be in London. You understand me? And now we are consistent nuisance. This is total nuisance because of election. First time. And people we saw all these things. You saw it. You can't caution. Control your.
I don't know. Call me as Obi say anything. He will not say anything. We know him.
But he come out which 2 days ago to defend. He said that someone is lying to him. That means he know what is going on the internet space. He just he's enjoying he's enjoying what is going on, and that's very bad because you remember when when they lose Lagos State election, quickly when people want to they want to cause trouble, Asiwaju quickly come out and do a short video that no, everybody to calm down. That's what they call leadership. Leader. We can't continue this way. I pray to God.
Gentlemen, there's a military takeover in Gabon. There's a military takeover in Gabon.
Yeah.
The last election, Sunday, to announce one election, want to cancel election, want to dissolve the Senate, they cancel all the kangaroo democracy to one bed. So the military is in charge there. When they go back, for democracy one bed.
That will end Umar Bongo's reign again. Yeah.
No, that's the end of Umar Bongo now. They close all the border. They said they are in full control. They said all the nonsense they have been practicing there, that it's all over.
Are they doing anti-French too?
I think they are Portuguese control country now.
It's a French. No.
Are they French?
Yeah, they're French.
Oh, Gabon. Yeah. Sorry. Come in, see this other country. So are
you joking?
I'm not joking.
Equatorial Guinea. Are you talking about Equatorial Guinea?
No, Gabon.
No, I mean as in the Anglo. I mean the saxophone. The Portuguese. Saxophone.
So
God, what is going on in Africa? What is going on? What is going on here?
Nigeria locals am I really on me? Me by
No.
we know that's
Go
all you
and go
wish
back
now.
on your
And this
go
new
back on
guy
you.
is a young guy,
We are going to
he's a
court
young
me.
guy
We are
too.
going to
The
court
person
me.
that
And go back on your Nigeria.
is making the
But,
announcement is a young guy.
but let us be careful. Let us watch how this thing will pan out before we start praising all this shenanigan that's going on.
We don't
Don't
even know
let
if
us
it's
just be
something
saying,
orchestrated by.
You see,
okay, so
let me say this. Let me say this. You see, sorry, Kumi. I know you want to say something. Yeah. You see, what is going on to France? I mean, because like I said, I studied French and international relations, so, but that's my core area. So, but then I'm saying is
You have
that
many areas. So,
no, that's I've always maintained that. Even though I won't tell you other things I do, but I will just say that's I'll be consistent on that.
We know what you do now. You know you
we know you learn a
translate
little French in Benin
you translate
Republic,
English
and
to
maybe in South
Yoruba
Texas, all
for
these
USA.
What I'm reading is there's something going on with these francophone countries. I think they are gradually realizing that it's
It's
time for
the
them.
hand of Russia. Nothing going on with them. It's the Russia.
Forget it. You see, you people can always
And
blame
I'm
Russia.
telling you, it's Russia.
So
And I'm
what
telling you
does
this.
Russia have to do with the one in Gabon now? What's the connection with Russia?
Just watch it. You see this is like an
I mean,
anarchy.
again, you say about
It's spreading.
propaganda. I mean, it's the same propaganda that
Agbado propaganda.
propaganda. Yeah. So yeah.
You will soon see.
Yeah, hold on. I'm not putting it beyond Russia, but at this point in time, I just think there's a rebellion going on among the francophone countries against France, and I think they see this as an opportunity for them because when Jacques Chirac was there and what's his name, the other presidents were all there, they cannot do this because they kind of rule them with iron fist. But you see this guy, this Macron that's there. Macron is a very, very like yoppy guy. He's not that too. That's why they could lose Mali, they could lose other African countries where they are losing them. Even himself is very. I mean, let me say, should I say very unpopular in France himself, Macron, because there's so many protests and everything is within France is weakening him. So I see that they see that as an opportunity for them to start their own rebellion against France. I think France has. I think they need to sit down and recalibrate their foreign policy towards their former colonies. For me, Gabon will be another blow. What will be another blow to them will be the Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire. If they ever lose Cote d'Ivoire, that is the end of France domination in Africa. And this is all this military takeover that I'm seeing going on. If because Gabon is another rich country too, very oil-rich country, very rich, and that's where that other place where France also make their money from. But another country that I feel that will join it is if Ivory Coast, they lose Ivory Coast. Oh my goodness, it's tough for France in Africa. But the point I'm just saying is that that of France, that of the Ivory Coast, the only way I see is if they start rebellion from the north, because usually the rebellion starts from the north, from those their Ma area, Boake area from the north. Usually those are Burkinabes there that are mixed with the people.
Rational mind. What about DR Congo?
DR Congo is Belgian. They are Belgian.
No, Belgium has handed over.
No, they are Belgian. They're still Belgian. They're still more Belgian.
No. DR Congo is more like all of them. France, US.
No, it's
yeah,
Belgium.
it's more like the one where it's obviously all of them,
Forget it, it's Belgium.
They just allow Belgium to be this language in Belgium is French now.
Is that what?
The official language in Belgium is French. So it's more.
No, they have.
No, it's mainly USA, France. It's all of them. But Congo is more of USA and France. Belgium is more like they just allow Belgium to be the manager, kind of sense. But it's particularly USA and France mainly, and then the old NATO. That Congo is just like it's the one where all hands are on deck. But the rest they keep it more like okay, France is the obvious, England. But that Congo is mainly US, France. Belgium is more like the manager. Who's little Belgium? All those other.
Well, you can say whatever you want to say. I mean, like that's up to you. But then the funny thing is, like I'm saying, their colonial master. I mean, their former colonizer let me say master, colonizer was Belgium.
Yeah. But they snatched it from Belgium during the. Yeah. They say it's Belgium, but
different from the normal French. There's a way they speak their own French there. It's still French, but it's not like when we say like Yoruba. It's some version of Yoruba.
Okay, what currency are they
Is it like our own broken English?
No, it's still French. It's still French.
Well, it's usually the French currency is Franco shit, or whatever they call that currency. Is it not what they are spending in Congo?
I think Zaire has. I mean, Congo has their own currency. I can't remember if it's CFA. Maybe they call it France. I think it's France. Yeah, I think it's Congo. I don't know. I can't. Let me know because it's been years now. I went into that. So anyway, my point is that I see Macron to be a very, very weak, French. I think he's the most weakest French president ever in the history of that country, that France. Could it be maybe because he's so young and maybe naive in some ways? Could it be? I think that could be one of the reasons. And is this kind of person? I think he's the only French president I've seen that looks like it's a little bit lax with things. He takes everything like okay. He's no kind of approach to things. He wants to like, okay, I want to be your friend. Let us be like, So I think that's why these people are rebelling, because if it to be like Jacques Chirac and all those kinds of people, you dare not to do all those kinds of things. Those are very high hand, the iron hand is the kind of people. So I think France is gradually losing their influence on their former colonies, and I think this wave of a military takeover it's a pointer to us that. Something is going on. I don't know if they're going to replicate it in Anglophone countries like Nigeria, Ghana, and maybe like Sierra Leone.
I reject it in Jesus' name.
We're only making
no, but the reason you are postulating, does it really exist in Nigeria? The reason maybe France is taking their money, does it really exist in Nigeria?
Did you listen to? I think I was.
So is it General Lagbaja that will take over?
I was on my group today, and because I usually when I go there, I try
so you follow my group.
No. That means we should not listen to National Man anymore.
Hold on. You cannot. Nobody for.
I listen to my no.
I'm just you call me a liar. I will never lie to you. I'll tell you what I do. I won't lie to you. The only reason I go there is that there's some certain kind of content that you don't find anywhere. The guy has those contents.
No. Rational man. The guy is a liar. The guy is a liar. The guy is a propaganda. The guy is any bad thing on social media. The guy is.
Okay.
Rational man. Do you know Bayegu is cashing out?
Cashing out. One man is not cashing out, right? And
they're all cashing out on the.
And you are one man and not cashing out, right?
Collecting donation.
Okay, you are listening to Bayegu. Rational man, you disappoint me. Oh my God.
You and one man, you both of you are not cashing out, right?
But there is not any propaganda here now. One man don't allow propaganda.
You people are not speaking your propaganda.
But you are the master now. You are the master. You are the king.
When one man was starting, he said, Obi has done this today. Come and see Obi. America said they want to speak only Tinubu, no other person. Is that not the propaganda?
Actually, man, hold on. Any news one man brought here, it's not secret news. It's news that all over the social media, even in the prominent newspaper in Nigeria, Vanguard, Daily Times. One man doesn't write the news. Did he?
Thomas, our listeners, they will judge. I won't be the one to judge, but I said my own.
No, I'm just asking question. Is one man the one writing the news?
No, he's not the one. He sees it and he brings it here. I will discuss. Right?
Yes, that is it. So,
yeah, I get you.
And you can see a couple of days now. We are not talking about Obi because Obi is not in the news. Mayogu will be talking like the guy is inside Aso Rock. The guy will be talking.
Hello, please, can I come in, please?
Oh yes, yeah, Femi. Femi,
Okay.
you came. I think a couple of days ago. We don't even say
Yes,
anything. So let's hear
I
from you.
came. Like,
Yes,
when I listen to Rational Mind, listening to Mayegun, it really broke my heart. Like, Mayegun, of all people. Mayegun.
Hold on. Are you done? Are you done talking? Asking? Are you talking? Okay.
No, he just he hasn't said anything. Rational Mind.
That's where they brainwash National
He's
Mind.
not done. Rational Man, let him talk. He's not done.
Okay.
Seriously, during the election period, call it Buhari. What did he call Buhari? Bokwari. That is rubbish.
Bokwari.
Calling different sort of name. Like, you know them from Adam, and you don't know them.
Femi, Rational Mind always called Tinubu Chief Tinubu. He got it from Rational. He got it from Mayegun.
What'd you say?
No, Rational Mind is different. The way Rational Mind speak about someone is different. Like the way he handle people. Mayegun is different.
Mayegun
like
is Rational Mind's
can
idol.
condemn you. That man,
I see my idol. Listen, guys. There are certain content I go there to listen to, and I draw my own inference from that. I don't get influenced by whatever he said. Some of the views that I express here is
you donate.
Hold on, it's not even before I even knew him. I knew his platform.
He donate.
You give monthly dues.
All the things he said align with me, align with my views. You get it? So that's just it. And I go there. There's certain rare content you'll find anywhere else. I wonder how that guy is gonna get. I wonder how he gets those contents. So, but of course, he must have.
Rational Mind. If you are Yoruba man, you are listening to Mayegun. No, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm only making a reference to a particular video I saw on his platform. You get it? Now, I'm talking about Jonathan. Jonathan was said to have given, I think it was a public forum recently, where he was addressing some people, some Nigerian youths. And he was saying that what we're seeing playing out in the Francophone countries, but he was particularly talking about one particular country, which is Burkina Faso. Now, Burkina Faso, we know how Blaise Compaoré was chased out, the former guy that took over from Sankara, who killed Sankara himself. Blaise Compaoré, how he ran to the Ivory Coast. And after that, they've had a series of coups and counter coups and all that. It tells you that, listen, a time will come that people will stage an uprising against the government. That was why I'm bringing it, because when you ask him, you say it can never happen in Nigeria. Forget it. We saw what happened with the NSAS. Because
so you think me and obedience we unite against the government?
Well, it's up to you. Hold on.
You see the chance of the people rising against the government. The obedience have killed it because
you and I
nobody will associate themselves with obedience to do anything. Even NSAS will not happen again.
Never. It will never happen.
Me be on the street with obedience and be doing anything. You guys are become the most pathetic kind of people where it's like God, Lord.
But it was NSAS obedience. Was it obedience and resistance?
No, it was people like the category of those kind of people.
Yoruba Nation, Biafra, they just adjust their own movement. That's what NSAS.
My question is this. Was NSAS, was it anything has to do with obedience or whatever? Is it? Was even obedience was in existence then?
No, what we are saying is that back then obedience didn't exist. Now that you exist, we know who you are. If we're going to do any uprising, that means we have to do it with you. And anything that has to do with you, nobody want to do anything with you guys, man.
Yeah, it's up to you.
You guys are presenting yourself to be worse than the government. You won't put people on the side of the government.
Can you speak for yourself? Say you don't.
No, anyone can. We agree with me that obedience are the most ethnic elements in Nigeria today. Worse than the government.
Say you and your
very dangerous movement. That's why we are stopping you guys to not go beyond Nigeria. That's why we are having this conversation.
No, and stop. I wish you the best in that as you try to stop people from not going.
That's why we are pushing back now. If we don't stop you guys, we're not doing the conversation here. You see how some people bring emotional on me.
Yeah, you see, don't use your blackmail. You're blackmailing people when you say, and you are not doing the same thing. I tell you, dude, you are self-project. All of you. That's why you people don't use Agbado people. Mama self-project. What people have in mind, what you even have in doing, you want to do, the evil you want to do. Oh, they go and burn down the National Assembly. Who wants to burn down the National Assembly? Who wants to burn it down?
You know you won't burn it down now. You just
What
make
do
noise.
you
That's
have in
all.
mind of doing? You'll be
You know opinions are cowards now. Noise makers.
Now what?
See, the worst thing that will happen when this after this judgment go against you guys is you guys will sit at home with the hypopians.
Yeah,
You
then
guys
we
will
go
sit
to
at
their
home.
base.
You
Everybody
guys
will
will
go to
join the
their base.
hypopian with doing sit at home. That's what will happen. That's the most thing you guys will do. We all know you guys are cowards. And those of you in the diaspora, they will do sit at home.
No, and they will start contributing for 2027. You will see.
And they'll
They'll
start
start
scamming each other,
donating.
collecting donations.
And exposing each other. Those people that collected money, they will start going to court. That's what will happen.
President, he has his history, baggages. Your vice president, Boko Haram sympathizer. Your Senate president is an EFCC customer. And you people expect any Mabadash of any they want to teach you morality. They want to build a
It will be not a IPOB sympathizer, ESN sympathizer, or non-government sympathizer. Yeah?
A pathological liar. A rational mind is jack of all trade, all discipline. And they are continuing to castigate our Tinubu.
This guy.
Rational has received 15 in his lifetime, 15 degrees.
Rational man.
Yeah, go on.
You know, this is not the first time we see the wave of coup plotting in Africa. I think in the 1960s, that was when we had a very rampant coup plotting, when it was a fad then, and nations were being toppled and civil military taken over. You know, I mean, if you operate in an intelligence space, you understand that there's no military coup that will successfully install themselves and be in charge of affairs of a country without the support of foreign government. There's never been, and it will forever continue to be. What we have, or the wave that we're witnessing now, is we have the hand of foreign government maneuvering and trying to change the course of these francophone countries. And they are being deceived because there's never a time in future where the lives of this country, citizens of this country, is going to be transformed. You are being deceived. The earlier, the better. I mean, the Gabon president, the guy with a stroke, something like that, should have left the government for a very long time. But internally, they should have dealt with their own domestic issue rather than allowing foreign government to dictate. Even our own country, there's never a time a president being elected in the country, in our country, Nigeria, that the British, the Americans did not have a say in who becomes our president. Even France as well, indirectly. But unfortunately, what we're seeing now, like I said earlier, that Russia is trying to use Africa, at least weaken the power of France. And they are doing that. You said something earlier that Macron is weak. Maybe it's possible. But also, there's this idea in France where they are trying to, cut off their direct uh, input or direct, how do I put it? Not manipulation, but their direct interference in the affairs of this, because those countries depend on on France in terms of their economy, in terms of everything. And they also know that it costed them more. So what they're trying to do is, okay, maybe let them install their army, bring out their own self-governance, but at the same time, not committed, economically and all that. But unfortunately, the military that are taking over in this country are not going to do them any good. They will come because of our own greediness as human or as African greediness trait. They will come, they will rule, they won't leave the state, and they will destroy the entire country. But let's watch and see. Even the young man in Chief Burkina Faso, the youngest among them, came because he had the backing of Russia, and it's the way all of them are kowtowing to Russia, as if it's the only one that is going to save them. Let's watch and see in the future. What happens in the 60s when the wave
Adewale, I saw that guy, president, putting handgun beside him, walking around, a whole head of state.
I mean,
Wow.
I will not castigate him for doing that because military or the fearfulness of all this, they understood what happened sometimes that they could be poisoned, they could be killed and all that, and walk around with bodyguards and all that. So I won't castigate him for walking around with pistol. But the major issue, the cause of the matter to me is that even if we may not discern this, I see that this wave of anti-French, anti-this was not a domestic issue per se. We could see the trend, the Francophone countries following that same trend because they're finding a new um a new missile or a new savior in Russia. And all of them are Russian. Even South Africa too is I don't know what happens to Ramaphosa. What he's doing by embracing Putin and all that the future will tell because Russia is trying to annex all these countries, these remote countries, for them to be able to have more, political power across the globe. And they are doing that, by dangling all these economic uh, uh, incentives and all that across to them with the hope that they will be able to support them. The future will tell. But we've had this kind of wave in the 60s. And where did they lead us? It left Africa in penury and the same situation that we found ourselves. So time will tell. The one that happens in Gabon, if they succeed, well, I think it's high time that guy left the state because the moment he had his head state, he should have left a long time ago, but he kept himself there. So they will use all these flimsy excuses of reason why they are taking over economic, international interferences, then the political space in those countries, how individuals hijack and maintain themselves, perpetrate themselves in the office. But that alone shouldn't be the reason why they will topple. For every country that are unable to first or figure out how to solve their own problem, domestic problem, democratically, they will suffer and they will pay for it. Now, possibility that Gabon will be ostracized just like the
But
AU has
you
been.
sound to me like you are being apologetic for France. You want them to continue remaining with France. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not even about being apologetic. The fact that they are unable to discern what is ahead of them
Yeah,
is what
so if they don't do, so what should they do?
if they don't do, they don't have to be forcefully taking over the country.
It should not be what?
Because if even if that's not the case, they don't have to forcefully take over the government or the
So what
affair
should
of
they
the
do?
country.
How should they go about it?
You see, there's a way, even the military in all these countries also have their own political power. All they need to do is just with one voice say, this is what we're going to do, and you will do it. And if you don't do it, then unfortunately, you'll have no choice. And in a situation like that, they have a way of propping maybe a particular individual, put them forward and say, this is the one that we're interested in. The only, it's no way in each country you won't have those military influence or military uh, power game, and they flex it, and they know how to get their message across. But look at what happens in this guy, um, Museveni. No, is it Museveni? Yeah, right. He's able to be in power all this while, and the military, and I mean, he came from military background as well. So the military knew that okay, he himself also is being romanced by Russia, but it seems it's not really the Russian ally. But of course, he's trying to see what they can offer and all that. But the military are being taken care of, and they know when it's getting into this kind of mess where the country doesn't know which path to follow, that they will find a way to rally around and revert back to the old course. But it's not about being sympathetic to France. It's about they themselves unable to follow their own path, to challenge their own path and follow it. Unfortunately, military is not the answer. It seems where people welcome, yeah, dethrone them, be in power is not the answer because they themselves have their own greedy faith and they would not leave until they loot and destroy every part and fabric of that country. Unfortunately, that's what the trend will say. Probably maybe it will never happen in the British colony, maybe, I don't know. But it's nothing to celebrate here because all of them embracing Russia. Unfortunately, the guy in Russia knows what he's doing. I dangle the carrot, I dangle the banana, you come hugging me, everybody's fine, right? It seems Americans take a step back and watch. See, with all these things happening again, history is repeating itself again, where they will find their way back to their hold master to their own. Because at the time when the new crop of politicians, the leaders in Africa are coming up, the like of Pan-Africanists, Kwame Nkrumah and the like, the West embraced them, but at the same time, they kind of repulsed because of what they stand for, the Africanists and all that. The West would have let them be, but when you have all this power coming at them, and they also have economic interest in Africa, number one, that's the number one goal. But when this group of politicians came up, even the likes of the former president of what is it there? The one that was killed by Belgium, what is his name again?
Patrice Lumumba.
Patrice Lumumba was also looking up to Russia. Remember, he was termed a communist, right? And was treasonable at that time. So they look up to the power from from abroad. And unfortunately, the strongest power had to take him out. So unfortunately, the trend we're seeing now, as had happened before, and if care is not taken, it will continue to remain in that penury and subject and some the generations to come. And the guy that is 30 something years old, by the time we have left the stage, or perhaps we were in our 80s, we won't be surprised that same guy will still be in power, will become the Mussolini of his time. As a matter of fact, I predict that that's what is going to happen because that young man is not going to leave the power because they will find out that, wait a minute, we've installed our own allies. But let's continue to enjoy it. And it will remain there, just like we have the Compaore remain in power, just like the way we have Mussolini, just like we have the Kigali guy.
Adewale, is there in all these military takeover, is there any plan for transition at all?
Plan for what?
Transition.
You see, that is the easiest excuse that I've found. They always come up with that transitioning. Why doing transitioning in 3 years? What will it take for a nation to organize themselves and conduct election within a year? What will it take? How much? They have the resources, they have the means, or let's say the interest that be could also sponsor the elections in those countries. What would it be for them to come up with an election within 1 year? Nothing stop them. Even in 6, 8 months, they could plan it if it's possible. Of course, they're in charge, right? So the biggest issue to deal with during election is security. Is it to print ballots to ensure that's a free and fair transparency? It's not that hard, except the government want to or the military want to look the other way. That's when you see all this evil being perpetrated. But if they want to organize election within 8 months, they can do it. I can organize it as a project manager. I can. But you see, because of what they are planning behind, they will want to elongate that transitioning program so that it will give them enough ground to have studied, to have put in machineries in place or PR that will help them to elongate themselves more in power. And that is how they will sponsor unrest. They will sponsor anarchy in the land so that will justify their reason for staying put. So that is the way they've been playing the game and they've been succeeding. But let's watch and see what will happen to the Francophone. They said it's about economic liberations and, French interference. We will see who is going to laugh last in this wave.
Adewale, can you give me 30 seconds? Do we have Sunaja? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you available, brother?
Yeah, I'm available right now. Yeah.
Yes, please. Can you take charge, please? I'll be out for maybe a couple of minutes. I want to eat.
I can take charge. I don't have access to the back end at the
No,
moment.
yeah, you can take. I'll be bringing people in and out.
Okay,
You can
good.
take charge. Yeah.
All right, good. All right, go ahead. All right, Adewale, you can go ahead.
Okay. Let me digress a little bit to the obedience space. Earlier we spoke about how these people see there are different categories of obedience and gratified.
Wọ́n ní ohun bá rí tóun lò yìí, Adéwálé. this
ones that sleep in my house would want me to wake them up.
you sound too low. That's why I'm even straining my ear to even hear you. I don't know if
Oh, really? I'm actually using the Bluetooth as well, so
okay.
everything just
No, we
making.
can hear you, but it just sounds like it's too low. But it's okay. Maybe because like you said.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll increase my voice a little bit.
No, I
You
think it
know.
is from my side. Yeah, don't worry. Go on. I think I've increased
Okay. Can every other person hear me apart from what piece? I mean,
Loud and clear, yeah, we can hear you. I'm hearing you.
Okay, great.
It's only you don't hear.
The obedient commander in chief. Anyway, I think there are different categories of all these sympathizers and supporters of both sides. The only silenced ones are the articulate. Not very many social platform. Uh, there are some that are actually rational in their thinking, and they don't mind objecting or having their opinion being expressed, but they don't shove it down the throat of everyone. But there are just some that are completely ignorant of even what is happening, even because they are supporting, they have no idea, a little iota of idea of what is standing for. They just join the bandwagon and doing disrespectful, very unconscious, uncouth elements. They come online. I don't know if they are sponsored. They just go uh, and attack. But the trend that I've witnessed is that the party fine hardly disrespect people. Of course, they make political statements here and there, and they hardly attack if they are not being attacked. That is the trend. But some of them also make some statements that are very disrespectful too. More when you call somebody. And Nigerians, we have this way of expressing our way. I think it's common among the Gen Zs. They are very quick to curse people. For those who don't speak Yoruba, is a curse word. Idiots. Those are the common word. As if people throw it around on social platform as if it's normal. And people that they don't even know. Sometimes I even be there old enough to be their great grandfather. They will curse you out as if you've simply because you have a different view. And to me, doesn't speak well. Well, unfortunately, that's where we found ourselves. And this trend continues because in 2015, it started in America and also went all the way to to France during the election. You guys remember the Macron and his what's his name, Paris, right? I believe that's her name. The language game on the social media was very terrible. And here we are. We are now having our own portion of the situation. Unfortunately, if social media would not end democracy in Nigeria or in Africa, I don't know what is going to end democracy because it seems our language is very undemocratic. And I think it's high time we start calling it out the way it is. And the pendulum swing moves to the obedience side. Uh, Even the man at this the subject matter, the man himself, Peter Obi, does not have a say in controlling how these people behave. He doesn't, because he has to measure his own statement in the public, because he too will collect the water if he was young. And that is too dangerous when you have no full control of your supporters. Yes, unfortunately, that's where we found ourselves. People like Rational Mind, or those like even Tunajar says is not obedient, but there's some obedient that are rational in their thinking. They understood what is happening around them, and they're trying to make some, you know, uh, submission here and there. That you can say that's being rational at the same time, even though a little bit of biases, but that's the way it goes sometimes, but not to the point of being sounding like a fascist and disrespectful and all that. It breaks my heart that that is what the younger ones especially. How do you sit the whole time, resorting to that kind of uh, level? But that is the way it is. Dexter came on earlier and saying that, oh, that shouldn't be. Why would, well, we can't categorize, can't generalize. It's right to some extent. But I'm also saying that why should we assume that it's obedient? When you have somebody who log into social media and start trolling the governor of a state of a foreign country and also abusing the officials of the school, I mean, who else do you think is going to do that? Is it Atiku supporter? Even though Atiku started it, but the trend was so common among the obedient. It's unfortunately where we found ourselves. Anyway, let me yield the floor from to others if they want to chip in with their own
Yeah. Um.
submission.
Well, I wanted to contribute even earlier on in this thing. Some of the things you've said sounds like you are almost like regretting that some Africans are trying to push back on the French and some of the stuff they've been doing. I saw the one about the Gabon issue, and that Gabonese family that has been running that country for 56 years. When did you think that they were willing to start actually being democratic themselves? And they just kept, and the country is very rich. They have a lot of oil reserve, oil that they are, you know, this in selling, and yet there is a big divide between the rich and the poor in that country. It was nothing like the way Gaddafi ran his country when Gaddafi was at his height. Doing Gaddafi gave his people a good living, but this family, they were just running the country and keeping the people poor. And if it has anything to do with the French, I say if those coup plotters have something against the French, I would say good on them, because when you are busy following types of government, you are missing the actual issue. Like in the 60s and 70s, when you had a lot of coups on the continent, what they were doing then was grabbing power often because of the West. And most of the coups that succeeded and endured were the ones sponsored by the West. The ones that the Soviet Union supported, most failed. Actually, most of them failed, like that of Patrice. When Patrice Lumumba came to power, he was removed by, was it Mobutu Sese Seko or something like that? And guess whom Mobutu was aligned with? The same thing with many other countries. They were removed from office. And from what I found, all of them, they didn't take security very seriously. And I just hope this new generation, they understood that. Because when Castro came to office, he didn't play around. He was very, very serious about it. Many of our leaders in Africa, there were very few of them that were quite radical in terms of their security. Even if you look at India Army, it took an invasion to remove India Army from office. He probably would remain, and he wouldn't have been aligned to the West. He was one of the few that would have remained, but it took an invasion from Tanzania that was sponsored by foreigners to ensure that he got out of office. And that should be the standard. African leaders, when they get into office, they should be hard to remove from office, except through direct invasion. Because if you can just be removed from office easily, then it means your country will be unstable. Every time they will be removing anybody they don't like from office. And those events that occurred in the 60s, 70s meant that most of our leaders were scared. And that's why in the 80s, 90s, they were all like towing the line. They were all like, oh, I better not say anything. I better not move. They all just did what the Europeans want. And look at where we are because of it. In the case of Nigeria, Babangida, everything they told him, IMF told him he would do. Everything World Bank told him he would do. And to the point whereby he went ahead to cancel an election that didn't need to be cancelled. He threw the country. It's almost like these people, their job is just to set fire to our nations. Because that election of that Abiola was supposed to come into office would have transformed Nigeria, even if Abiola was a terrible leader. But he was elected by almost every region. This was not, sometimes people manipulate election, but sometimes the manipulator, when he manipulates the election, even the people actually want that person. They don't care. And that is one of those cases with Abiola. And he would have gone on at least to do something positive, because if the people are working with you and mean that they actually mean that you should do well in that country, chances are that you're likely to do well because every region voted for him. But no, instead of that, it was cancelled and the whole country was thrown into chaos for another 9 to 10 years. And we got civilian regime, and all of them were towing the line of the West. Till today, they are still towing the line. How can you have a country for how many decades? You can't have one refinery working. Your own refinery working. You can't have your own constant power supply. What kind of alliances is that? You have an alliance with a serpent that doesn't want you to ever grow, and you call that alliances. So I say anybody that fights against that, it's all good. And what we are seeing now is not necessarily the same as what happened in the 60s and 70s. The West, when we say the West, the Anglo-Saxon West, America, United Kingdom, they basically abandoned the French to their fate. That's what they've done. They've abandoned the French to their fate. What they are doing now is like, you know what? While everybody's thinking that the French are the real colonizers, let's leave it, let them suffer the face of it. Because clearly, the guy in Niger was talking about Niger yesterday to the Nigerian military top brass. He was like, we just want a rapid transition to civilian rule. So, in other words, the British guy has already given up on the Bazoum guy. Like forget Bazoum. Let's just do a transition to civilian regime. And they don't care. They didn't even say the current military coup leaders cannot run in the election. No, they can't run in the election like the way the Egyptian leader did. The Egyptian leader ran in the election, won it by 97 point something percent of the vote. 97 point something percent, just in case you didn't hear that correctly. He won the election by that margin, and then went on to perform relatively well. That Egyptian president right now.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, to Nigeria?
No, I'm not kidding you. I'm telling you what truly happened. 97 point something percent.
Well, it's not true that he's doing well. How can you say he's doing well?
No. The Egyptian leader is doing well. Yes, he's.
Are you an Egyptian? How do you know that?
No, because of the power output of the country. Like they didn't used to have constant
Is
power.
it? What can you be? Don't they have? No, wait, to Nigeria. Don't they have constant power supply before it came in?
No, they didn't.
No, it's not true.
See,
as I'm talking now, I have an Egyptian sitting with me. Come and see the way they are lamenting about their country.
Yeah, of course they will lament. They will lament, but
also, what do you mean? So it's you that will not judge their country for them? If somebody is telling you as a Nigeria that Nigeria is good, will you agree with the person?
I'm telling you where their power generation was before.
It's not about power generation. It's not power generation that you use to judge the country. Just because you don't have power in Nigeria does not mean you now use it as a yardstick to judge performance of the president.
See, you can see if you look at Egypt in the last 5 to 10 years, some of the things that's happened in Egypt has been landmarks.
There's nothing landmark. Let me tell you, there's nothing landmark about Egypt. Look at their currency. Look at their currency before this guy came in. Look at their currency now. Look at the inflation in Egypt. Inflation in Egypt is even worse than deflation in Nigeria. So what are you telling us? Don't lie to us now.
Calm down. No. Of course, inflation is hitting a lot of countries like that of Ghana.
It's not of course. What do you use as a yardstick to judge performance? Don't say hold on, because we are pledging.
You're not letting me talk. You ask a question.
Continue your lies.
You ask me a question, you don't let me to answer it.
Why is that? It's only obedient people that lie. You people don't lie.
It's unbelievable. It's like, why would you say people are lying?
I don't even understand. That's the new technique now they do here.
And it was Simba. It was Simba yesterday that was disputing all the data.
But he said
and he ate what
has
was
Egyptian.
Rational mind. Is that
what? What do you say, Mike? Mike, what are you saying?
Why the two Nigeria tell you that
you see now.
Is this an invasion of obedience? Is this an invasion of obedience?
No, I mean that's what they've been labeling obedient people here, not liars. Now they just call us liars. Yeah, let me cook out now. When you wake up from
Don't mind them now. I can show you the graph. If I had this thing, I would have shown you the graph of the data showing that Egypt is generating more power now. So they are generating more power. They are building their nuclear power plant, not like Nigeria that went to that this year and are not building it. They are building it. They are housing the African space initiative. They are the headquarters of it, and they won it while this guy was in office. So this guy is building a whole new city. That's some of the projects that these guys engage in there. Even their antiquity, in terms of tourism, The guy
This
has
is like saying
he has
this
completely
is like saying
hold on now.
Buhari is doing excellent when he was in power.
No, hold
It was
on
like
now, brother. It's
Ghanaian
not the
saying
same now. It's not the same. This guy, in terms of their tourism, he has also changed the landscape. How many times have you had any terrorist attack since he came to office? Barely anything. Not even one I've heard of
and
since
what
this
has
guy
the
came to office.
Egyptian got to do with terrorism?
Because
Did,
so you
did
don't
they
know that there
really
was
have
terrorism in
terrorist attack?
Egypt?
Did they
Yeah,
really
they used to have a lot. You didn't
in
know?
Egypt?
In
Yes.
Really?
the history, how many
Oh my
terrorists have you
God.
When?
seen coming
Can
They
you
from
used to
name
Egypt?
attack. They used to attack
They
tourist
do,
sites
yeah.
in
It's
Egypt.
right. It's correct, yeah.
They used to attack tourist sites in Egypt. So you don't know. They used to have a terrorist
And
problem.
it happens, the one that happened is about just 2 or 3 occasions. So you
Oh
can't say that
And
they,
that
are,
was
they don't,
Even
they've
that
never.
was
Oh
how
my
long
God.
ago?
even
How
Hamas,
long ago?
Eh,
Hamas
I
has
can't
some
believe you
stuff
just
there.
said that.
They were breeding ground for terrorists.
you can
No,
rewrite the history of another country to
No,
Nigeria. You want to rewrite the history of another country.
no. If you don't
No,
know, I
no.
mean,
There are many.
no,
There are
some people
no.
many
say
terrorist attacks.
Egypt has never been a ground for terrorism. They
oh
have
my
their
God.
own.
Oh my
They
God.
see, listen. They have the. Hold on. I think there were pockets of what you can, because as at the time, I mean, look at Gaddafi too. It's
Yeah.
like saying, oh, Libya is known for terrorism. Meanwhile, the head of the government then was also the one perpetrating the evil, blowing up blowing
You
up
want me
the
to list the
aircraft,
terrorist
blowing
attacks? You
up
want me to list them? The list seems to be quite long
the
here.
attack.
It
Go
seems to
ahead
be
and
quite
list
long.
it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and list it.
Let me list from what year should I start from? I don't want to even go back to the 60s or this thing. Let me start from 2000s. 2004 Sinai bombing. April 2005 April attacks, not just one attack. 2015 again Sharm el Sheikh attacks. 2006 Dahab bombings. 2008 Sudan kidnapping. 2009 Khan El Khalili bombing, and February 2009 Cairo terrorist attacks, not just one. 2009 Hezbollah plot, that one I think they foiled that one. Al Qisin church bombing, Sinai insurgency, that's another insurgency. The Sinai insurgency. 2014 attack on border guards.
Don't go too far.
Terrorism
Don't go
in
too far.
Egypt
Hold on,
since
hold on, hold
2000.
on.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on.
can't. I
Hold
can
on.
just keep reading.
Tunanja, hold on. Give them the this what's the name of this former president? This brotherhood, what they call him?
This in the Islamic
Islamic
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood or whatever they call
Yeah.
themselves. Just give them that example. Why did you think they rejected them? Why did you think they were top with the army? The military had to come in.
This in the
It
Royal
was
House of
gradually
Sad.
descending
They
into
didn't
a
want them in
terrorist state.
office. No, I don't think that was the case. I think it was
My
the
brother,
royal family of
wait,
Saudi Arabia that was
excuse me. I
against it.
want to quickly put this right. Excuse me. The brotherhood, they came in through election, and the West decided to remove them. You see the double
Yes.
standard. So everything
Yeah.
is turning around. Look at what happened in Gabon now. Yeah.
You see,
The people of Egyptian elected their leader, but the media is telling you, wait, my brother, they use their media as a propaganda to tell the whole world this man is a terror. How? So the reality is coming out with this social media. If we were having a non-social media, then it would be so complex for them. If not for social media, by now, I think France army would have launched their attack to change that junta. Because nobody, no leader, whether a democratic process or military process in French colony, without a France government sanctioning you, go and be their leader. No way. That's why they are so confused now. The people are coming from nowhere and they are seizing power. Their medias can no longer play that role they used to play for them. So it's a double standard. And we should be afraid of our country as well. We should be afraid.
Yeah.
Our leaders should be serious. We don't want these guys, because if they come, we're going to suffer.
So attacks. Yeah, that guy that was moved from office, I wasn't very happy about that. But the people, you see, the Saudi Arabia didn't want him in office, that guy in office, because he was against the royal family. He was more of a democratic Islamic kind of person, so he was against the royal family in Saudi Arabia, and they funded it against. They basically brought this Assisi into office, and with Americans' blessing, because I think it was Obama that was in office during that time. They just allow the whole thing to go on and look at. And to be fair, it looks like this guy has reaped the benefit from the point of view of he's been given a lot of money by Americans, and he's been supported to build all kinds of infrastructure. They even supported him against Ethiopia when Ethiopia was building their own dam. So my point was that just because you come to office like this doesn't necessarily mean you are not going to perform in office, especially if you mean well by the people. My problem with this is why I support Adewale to an extent, that these leaders, our leaders, when they come to office, they want to wear uniform for the next 5 decades. They will not even want to change to a civilian. They will remain there. And secondly, I don't see any sign that they are taking ownership of their country. Some of them are trying. I'm seeing Traore or Burkina Faso seems to be doing some things. It's importing ammunition, and they seem to be building something. He seems to really want to do the right thing, because I heard him the other day. He was talking to business leaders. He was like, I'm going to challenge people to be coming up with ideas, and so that we can build our country. So that's a good thing, but we don't know. I don't know fully yet whether he's taking charge, because if you look at other countries by now, although Burkina Faso is quite new, I think the Mali one is the one you can use. By now, you should see a transformation in that country. Because if you see people like Lin Kuan Yew, that wasn't even a military leader when he came to office, within a year or two, you can see a massive transformation in that country. You can see the way the people are moving and the way the project is engaging in. I don't see that move in the Sahel yet. I really don't see any major move, except they are hiding it. We don't know about it. Because after all, when Lin Kuan Yew came to office, they were calling him the dictator, the devil, and all kinds of names they've called him. So, but now look at what he has transformed Singapore into. So, but these are our leaders. My problem with them is that they don't change to civilian. They remain there for too long, and they will cancel the elections. They will go and keep, the moment they start canceling the election, those leaders are corrupt. And secondly, they don't take charge of their country. Then they will. What that means is that they will allow another puppet from the West to overthrow them and take over the country again. Then we are back to square one. That's what happened in the 60s and 90s, and we lost the window.
Hold on, Tunaja, let me give us a little background to Ali Bongo, the son of maybe adopted son of Umar Bongo. Let me give us a little background. Well, some of us must have seen videos of him when he was in France, in Paris, to see what's it called, Emmanuel Macron, and we saw how he was shaking, just like Paul Biya. These are despots that they rather die there. They have failing health. They cannot even stand. They cannot even make any coherent words. Or even work. They cannot even make coherent even one single word. They cannot do. Look at the disgrace. Macron had to hold him. He was about tumbling over. Macron had to hold him. This guy rather dying there. Now tell me, what value is such a leader to a nation, and you had a presidential election and you are declared winner? How can if not there was some kind of rigging with the help of France in doing this? Because the more they have these people there, people like Paul Biya and what's it called, Ali Bongo, if they have those people there, if they continue perpetuating their whatever criminality in Africa, raping them, exploiting them, because these leaders, they are there at their own behest. They are there as their own puppets. So for me, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying military takeover is a solution. It's not a panacea. And I'm not open to see anything good from them, because we've seen the issue of military, a part of that of Thomas Sankara, which is the only person I respect.
Rawlings wasn't bad too. Rawlings
was
okay. Yeah, Jerry Rawlings of Ghana wasn't bad.
That Rawlings on is just because of his the killing that followed his own. That was the only thing about my there. But I know he has reasons. But then let's just leave that. So that's why I don't want to mention him. So my point is this: those military takeover, apart from Thomas Sankara, to me, I don't think there's a military takeover for me. I don't think it's a panacea. I don't see them. And also, if they enter like now that they entered there, look at what's going on in Niger. Those guys are under pressure. So whatever they want to do, they would have maybe do in a more peaceful atmosphere, climate. Now they are more like they are pressed. Now they are on the edge. So in the process, they will just like quickly just hurry up the whole transition and maybe pull up their uniform and wear agbada and transform it. But if they give them enough time and this hostility that we're seeing from ECOWAS towards them, I mean, look at what is going on in Burkina Faso now. I think they are the only West African country that I know that is not under pressure. Mali is still under pressure, kind of. But
Burkina is pressure. It takes pressure to get out of the mess we are in. If anything,
sometimes you can't
get out of the mess we are in without pressure. Name one nation that emerged without going through serious difficulties. You know, so you can't because
look at what hold on. Look at what transpired during the Abuja time. It was under pressure from so many sanctions were slammed on him.
Yes,
so,
and Abuja
can you define
with all that?
Tunanja, can you define the mess that you claim that we are in? Can you define it? Like
the mess we are in is that we are spending, our economy is about this in $500 billion economy, while that of a population of about 5 million is also the same. That is not a healthy nation. And our country has IDP camps, and that is not a good situation. Our country doesn't have enough power supply. That is not a good situation. Our life expectancy is one of the lowest in the world. That is not a good situation to be in. So if I start reeling the numbers, the health of our nation is completely, we are living on scraps. I'm surprised.
So that's what we lead to military coup
right now. Yes, because if you are in democracy for 20 years and your people are suffering, that
so the soldier will come and fix it, Abi.
So Nigeria, let me ask you this question.
The soldier will come in and come and fix it.
I'm not saying soldiers will fix it. I'm saying that whatever it takes to fix it, you do it. I don't care.
You guys are saying you want military coup.
Whether it's Babalawo regime, whether it's MR regime, whatever it takes to
fix it. Mike, please let me let me help you.
For me, this is
Mike, let me also come in, please, if I'm permitted.
Okay, let me hear your own excuse. Go ahead.
Mike, are you hearing me?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Mike, are you hearing me?
I can hear you now.
See, my brother, look, what is going on in the world? If you love our country, you should be worried. The reason is this. Currently, economically, Nigeria is in serious trouble. I'm not saying Tinubu is the problem. It's just the problem from that 1990 date that is swelling up. That's just the fact. But what Tinubu should do now is to be serious, to ask questions. Why are we in this mess? People are being appointed into position. People are responsible for something. Please, guy, why are we like this? Imagine a country that was given to them with full capacity to produce crude oil. Today, they are not meeting up.
So what is your point?
Military guys. When they were given to them, there's nothing like IDP camp.
Because he's saying when military was ruling, there was nothing like IDP.
There was nothing like IDP camp.
Because the time we live is a different time. We live in a time of
there was nothing like wait now. There was there was nothing like IDP camp. It's not this. Nobody was displaced. Even the local people were able to produce food and agriculture to their full capacity.
It was because
so,
of the
my dear brother, there is a messed up already. The only thing that can satisfy us, the only thing I feel that can save Nigeria from this mess is for politicians to say, look, enough is enough. We can't continue like this. And they should be serious to question
people. Do you think military coup will solve the problem?
But if they continue to be treating corruption with it will never solve. It will put us in another backwardness. It's an opportunity to come into this democracy. If we decide to throw it to them, we are left with no choice. That's just the fact.
No choice. Well,
if tomorrow it happens, it is Nigerian politicians who throw it to them.
Mike, it doesn't matter.
They were not serious to really govern this country for good.
So these soldiers their brain is designed.
Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me? Let us go back to Niger.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, okay. Let's start from 1983. Because even before we just only had 4 years of democracy between 1979. From 1966 to 1979, we had military. As at that time, what was our population? Then what was our income? The same oil quota that we had that time, we're even producing more than what we produced then than now. Look at the rate at which our population is growing. If this same military that people are clamoring for, you think that they are the one that will liberate us, if they have the foresight, you alluded to the fact that Nigeria is a poor nation earlier on, because if Nigeria that has 200 million population has a GDP of just barely $500 million, is a very poor nation, and the income that we are generating in Nigeria cannot even take care of anything. They will remain this perpetual poverty that we are in if we don't look at the way to diversify our economy.
See, my brother, I want to tell you one word you have.
Let me finish.
I don't think anybody is clamoring for military rule. You try to prove
no. Let me finish.
That word people are clamoring is an allegation. Stop using that kind of word. It is our politicians who are clamoring for it. They are not serious. That's just the fact.
They are not. If they were doing a good job, you think people will support
them? They're treating wrongdoings with soft growth.
They
are treating wrongdoings with soft growth.
There is nothing that we can.
So don't say we are clamoring for it. Nobody wants it. But if it comes, forget it. Everybody will suffer it.
There is no blame that you can put on the politician now that you can't put on the military, because they had it when they were ruling Nigeria, when it seems to be good, when Nigeria seems to be good. And if they have that foresight, as our population is growing, they're supposed to have diversified our economy and we earn more income to cater for
this. It's not about type of government, it's about the government itself. Because sometimes you can have
what I'm saying now, okay, we've tested my brother of them.
The military guys,
let's do one person at a time now. It's like, I can't even get, let's let one individual land so that we get where that person is trying to. Because I don't know where any of you is coming from, because none of you have finished your sentence. I don't really know.
What I'm saying is,
I'm not saying like no. All three of you, I'm trying to make a point, but none of you have landed because you keep targeting each other.
Is that full B? Full B, please mute your mic.
Okay. So Naija, let me quickly use this one to land my point, please, if I'm permitted.
It's not your point. I'm trying to say. I'm the one talking. You interject me.
Wait,
please,
we understand. Wait, now we understand that. We understand that the military.
Midwest now, come on, we have to
have. Let me quickly land this. Let me land this one.
Come on, calm down.
Let me land this one if I permit, please.
Sorry, you are not. Let Simba finish, please.
Okay.
There has to be order. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
What I'm speaking to, if you listen to me. We've had military for so many years, and we have had democratically elected governments for so many years. We have tasted the two, and none of them seems to be better for us. So, which change are we talking about now? That is my question.
Okay, Midwest, please go.
Let me put something before you. Okay, see. The military guys are bad, but they always come in through force. And they gave us a chance now to be electing our leader. And thank God that chance is still there. So the only thing that can give them that audacity again to come with force is when these democratic elected leaders continue to, treat wrongdoings with soft glove. Corruption is becoming so open. We know it's in everywhere. But look at a country where corruption have hitting everything raw. You use 90% of what you generate to pay to service debt. Then what is left? Is that not a total mess? And people are responsible for it. And most of these people, they are not in charge of big positions in the country. The militaries are aware. Even the military you are talking about, some of the things our politicians are using them to do, they have it in record. I don't know whether you understand. So it is our time. I believe this leader is no longer, he shouldn't be a leader of, I want to build the economy. What are you going to build? With all these kind of people everywhere. It is our time to start saying, look, Mr. Man, this position was given to you last 2 years. How did you use it? You, the other person, use the rule of law. Let the ministry see the rule of law in action. But if you don't do it, nobody want them. I don't think Gabon people want them. But they're already in it. So this is what I'm trying to present before you, so that when they hear our voice, they should be serious.
We wanted to do things differently. They can't just be promising us, I want to come and fix. Which economy Tinubu is going to fix? Who is the miracle that's coming? This country, with what we are facing, or with the reality on ground? He is not a bad guy. He made a messed up country. He should be serious to start questioning these people. Not just bring an economic plan that cannot. How are you going to? It's just like, I don't know. Let us keep on, praising them because they gave us promises. But I want to tell you, I and you that is here today, the militaries have record what they are using them to do in that country. The security apparatus, because sometimes when this thing want to happen, all the security agents you don't know, both police and all, they are aware that something want to happen. That's why it normally happen in this kind of a military takeover. What they are using police to do, the police are aware. They are gone, all of them. So I think my own submission is, look, let Nigeria government declare a Nigeria as a very critical and difficult situation. Not by nature, but by wrongdoings. People have put us in a mess and you want to hold them accountable. If they don't do
let me ask you a question.
For me, I'm fully convinced that nothing will. Yes.
Let me ask you this.
What are you saying, Mike?
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
You're saying when military are in charge, they take care of, we don't have IDP and all these insecurity. Now my question to you is,
these are
problems. Now, let me ask you the question. I haven't even asked you a question. You're already answering. Let me ask you a question. Who currently is full-time fighting insecurity in the country? Is it not the military? So now you want to give them, you're telling me if they have part-time governors and part-time fighting security, they'll do a better job. When right now they have a full-time job of fighting security and they are struggling. Now you're telling me when they take over the country, they'll be governing and be fighting
the military
at the same time.
The military are not coming to do. Mike, please get my word. One thing is that we already have this problem and it is visible to us. When they were giving up, they were not there. But the fact is this, we are not expecting the military to come and do miracle for us. They are still fellow Nigerians like us. What I'm trying to present is that the government should be serious. All these promises we are coming to the economy. We are doing this body. I don't believe not. We work with them. There are global challenges. There are things that are changing. We are not exempted from it. Eternally, the same leaders that are being appointed to positions, incident, if they want to be serious, you will understand the need to say, hey, Mr. Man, you were in this position before. Why are we in this situation? You understand me? So when you are serious and they see that they are fair, everybody will be happy. A leader is there. Because these guys that are coming, they are not going to do miracle. But once they're in with what they have in their hand, they have power. If you talk, they blow the person off. So they will take charge and put us again in a total mess again. So we should not miss this opportunity that was given to us. This time our leaders should ask themselves a question like, look, we can't continue like this. Because it is the wrongdoings of our leader, the military you refer to, that when they come, maybe if they will treat this insurgency and all these military bandits and everything, they are still the one fighting. But remember, they are no longer under the full military control. So people appoint people on top of them, and you can be in a service, another commander from on top can call you and say, don't put your men there, take it to the other side. You have to obey. So they are different people from us. They live under command, not under debate and discussion. No, once command come in, you say yes, sir. That's it. You see it now. So Mike, I leave my own case. I don't want military regime. I don't want it. I'm not in support. But for it not to happen, our leader should be serious. That is what I'm saying here. Thank you.
So for me, the issue is not about military regime. The issue is what is best for the people in terms of the intentions of their leaders. These leaders that we've had for 20-something years, they are not making real strides to really put Nigeria on a sound footing. Look at the BRICS organization just went and had a meeting, and they were nowhere to be seen. Yeah, and even in the African free trade area, Nigeria was one of the last countries to decide on anything. Everything we do, we are always lagging behind. It's like What is this? Even Ethiopia is able to run this in an airline, but Nigeria can't even run anything. Ethiopia went on to build a massive dam. What major project has Nigeria built other than the one that Dangote did himself? It's like these governments, they're just there to rake in money. They are stealing our oil on an industrial scale. They are stealing gold on an industrial scale. They are leaving the people defenseless on a very, very a kind of what they call it. They are negligent of their duty completely. They leave us very vulnerable as a nation. And even when you look at their military brasses, this is where I agree with Midwest to an extent, because they are coming from the people. When they give their military brasses an opportunity to do something reasonable for their country, their aspiration is limited. The aspiration is at most almost infantile. How can you, as a nation like Nigeria is a strategic nation. It's not just a nation. It's a strategic nation for the entire continent, especially for the black population of the continent. But what are we doing? We are playing fiddles with the future of all this population. You know, we're talking about a population of about over 1 billion people on this continent that are generally the same family as the Niger-Congo group. And Nigeria is at the tip of the spear, and we are not doing anything about it. We don't even recognize the level of damage we are doing to this population. This is why when the BRICS people came in and they want to appoint a new membership, guess what? None of them were from this Niger-Congo.
So Nigeria, what is the solution? What is the solution?
Exactly. That's what I wanted to ask you.
Good question.
If you just complain, they lament.
I think that's the question. No, I have to raise the point. The solution is
leader.
See, hold on now. The solution is for the people to change. And I think the people are changing already. Then get a good government in place that implements the will of
when
the
you say
people.
people change
People
what?
are changing already. Change what? What are the people doing now that is changing already?
Okay, what the people are doing now that is changing, they are now realizing that foreigners are taking advantage of them. That is something, that awareness.
How did you come about that? How did you come about that?
Because of what has happened in Mali, what has happened in Burkina Faso.
Okay, you yourself, you just said it. Look at it. Mali is a mess, and they've been there for years now. Have we really seen any good change in Mali? If you want to use Mali as an example,
Mali has experienced some change. One,
Tunaja, when you say the people should change, what do you mean?
Exploiting them, that is a good thing. Pardon?
Tunaja, when you say Nigerians should change, what do you mean?
No,
wait, sorry. Let me put it the proper way. He asked you what is the solution, and you say Nigerians should change. That's the solution. Change what? What do you elaborate on that change? What do you mean? Midwest, can you mute yourself? We are hearing your this thing.
Mute yourself. Thank you. So the change is about, when they asked Dr. Arikana what is the problem of the continent, the key word she used was our mind. That is the problem. And now people's mind are beginning to realize that, we are playing a global game here. And they are beginning to realize that foreigners are taking advantage of their countries. Because look at France now. They ask
what's the solution?
Hold on. I'm telling you now, I'm just trying to get you to, it's not the mind. That's what I'm saying. And the solution is beginning to show up already in the minds of the people. So if the leaders don't conform, yeah.
Okay.
If you don't realize,
but tell me what that solution is. Just tell me what that solution is.
Able to escape from that prison. That is, your eyes have to open that so that you can know that you need to escape from that prison. So the solution is for a good leader that believes in these changes to emerge. That is the solution. It doesn't matter.
And what is the change? What is the change? Tell me what that change is.
What is wrong with you? Do you
just give us what it is? You can use words, but you don't give us
the person that understands the problem and is ready to do the next.
They just use the word change. Leader, get into it. Explain it. Break it down.
Mike.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
When somebody is telling you the change, you are still asking what is the change.
Break it down. Break it down. You can't just be using all these words.
The change is the mind. First, the change is the mind. You ask me what is the change in the mind. I tell you.
No. We're telling the solution to Africa's problem, and you're saying change, and then break it down. You can't just say change. Change what? Change my face. Change what?
I want you to read him ABC.
Change from what to what? You gotta break it down.
To Nigeria, there are so many changes that can happen. You can have negative, you can have positive. So which one? How do you want the people to change? Which path do you want to follow? Break it down. That's what he's saying.
The path to follow is that we need to stop the exploitation of our resources. We need to start ensuring that we start producing stuff. And most importantly, we need to be secure. If we are not secure, you can't protect any of your assets, debts,
So
anything.
how do we achieve all those things that you how do we achieve those things that you mentioned?
To do that, guess what? Guess what? The Nigerian regime now recruiting people into the military and all the rest. To do that, you need to build your security apparatus. You know, somebody asked an interesting question. I think it was UFC. He said, "Have you ever heard of any case where they captured a Nigerian spy for spying on any other country?" No, you've never heard it because we don't exist in that arena. We are not even playing the game. That is what we need to get back onto. We need to be a nation that is actually determining its own destiny instead of relying on other major powers to defend us. Literally, we are not defending ourselves. Let's face it. That's what is going on here. Do you know what the French president said the other day? He said, if not because they came into these Sahel nations, that many of these Sahel nations would have broken up in half. Maybe he's right, maybe he's wrong. The point is that he's saying that our people are incapable of keeping their nation secure, are incapable of keeping their nation intact.
Yeah, that answers your question. They're incapable. Okay, how do they become capable?
This one needs to change. That's why I tell you that you need to secure.
How does it change?
You need to.
You don't have the answer. Just forget it.
Put people into office. You need to form alliances, strong alliances.
Really? So the alliances they form right now. What is it? Okay.
The alliances that we are in right now is the one that is killing us. They ensure that we don't.
We should change we should change the people. So to Russia now, or to where?
See, let me tell you something. Do you know how many nations Russia helped out? Russia helped China, Russia helped India, Russia helped Iran, Russia helped which other country again? Pakistan. Russia helped a lot of countries, Syria.
Pakistan? Yeah, are you kidding me? Kidding me? Pakistan?
So just because Pakistan has issues, the other do they not have issues too? But look at where they all are. All the other countries I mentioned, you forgot all of them. Russia backed.
Even Iran that you mentioned. I don't believe that it's Russia that helped Russia, that helped China. I don't believe that it's Russia that helped India.
What? Then you don't know the history.
How did Russia help China and India?
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Let me give him the answer. Russia practically gave ballistic missiles that the raw ballistic missiles say take China, study how it is made.
So it's the ballistic missile that makes China to be a world power.
Yes.
Economically.
Oh my God, this
ballistic missile.
How? I hope you don't see. That's what
it is. Ballistic missile that made China more economically powerful than Russia.
Yes. Because when they did that, remember the Mao Zedong went to Stalin and asked for nuclear technology when it was the highest form of defensive technology in the world. And Stalin refused. But when Khrushchev came in, Mao Zedong went back again. Khrushchev agreed to give him the nuclear technology, agreed to give him ballistic missile technology. They handed one missile to China to study and know how to make it. They handed that one just without questions. Then the nuclear technology, they were giving them piece by piece, until the Chinese said, you know what? Because Russians want to make peace with the Americans, then the Chinese said, no, we are not going to do that. I don't care about your peace. We are going to go and build our own nuclear technology. And the Chinese went on. They even built it faster than when the Russians were assisting them. Then when they finished building it, they tested it within 10 years after.
That's the key word. They started building. They built their own thing.
Hold on. Who gave them the start? After doing that, after they built it, within 10 years, Nixon was there to sign the agreement that got them to where they are today. It tells you what you do first. Do you know what Khrushchev told Mao Zedong the first time Mao Zedong asking for nuclear technology? He said, why are you worrying about nuclear weapons and all that stuff? We can protect you. Why don't you worry about your economy? Mao Zedong said, no, we want the nuclear technology. That was the smartest thing he said. If he had said the opposite, if he had agreed the other way, like we Africans do.
So, Nigeria, what I can observe, your own way out is through military. That the only way you can have economic liberation is through military.
Tell me one nation.
But we've had, excuse me. I mean, we've had examples. Let's say during the time of Russia, USSR, and US. US were building by both their economy and the military capability. Russia was only building their own military capability. Look at what happened to them. You need economy, strong economy to have that military power.
What happened to Russia?
It crumbled.
Russia is still a very strong country. Do you know that Russia makes up the major bulk of the Soviet Union? They are the
Why are we telling me, are you kidding me that the same Russia that we are talking about was the Russia of about 40, 50 years ago?
Of course, it's not the same thing. The same word.
Hey, so
the British Empire now, but the Russia.
That time they were competing. They were competing. The kind of power Russia had then was not the same power they have today, and that's why they are struggling to own all this.
Hold on. So, what is the difference from the USSR and the Russia today?
So you want to tell me?
I'm asking Simba. Yeah.
The USSR of yesterday, they were competing almost the same. They have almost the same power with US.
How so? On what level?
But initially they started both economically and militarily. But later, when their economy crumbled, then the United States took over, and that was why they were able to break them.
So now Russia today. Now, what's different between Russia and the USSR?
What is the economy of Russia now in the world? I think they're about 5th or 6th economy.
Okay.
So I would say USSR that almost as at immediately after the Second World, they are like competing with US economically and militarily.
Well, I don't know what the yardstick you're using here.
What I'm saying, if what this guy has been coming here every time, looking at us military, pitching military as only way out for economic survival.
Simba, you said it yourself. You said that the way America measures with Russia, the Soviet Union, was their military. Because
I'm not saying military. I said the two of them have to go hand in hand. If you are not strong economically, this military, how will you achieve it when you don't even have the money?
Sunaja, you need to understand something.
Sunaja, let me just 15 seconds. See,
you said Niger is recruiting now. It's recruiting military. What is he going to use to finance his military?
Seconds, and now you are making it longer. See, I agree with you that economy plays a role, but what you are missing is that it's not economy or. We have enough economy to build a bigger security, and when you build a bigger security, you have space to create a bigger economy. Then you build more security.
Okay.
That's how
Sunaja.
it works. It's a feedback loop.
Okay, Sunaja. You just said we're using 90% of our income to service debt. Okay, now when you create an army, you want more people in the army. Now, these soldiers, the military let me tell you why it's so expensive. The military is so expensive. When you have soldiers, you have to feed them, you have to pay them, you have to train them, you have to clothe them. Now, 1 million of them, you do it so on a daily basis to clothe, feed, and pay 1 million soldier. And these are people that it's not like they are producing, like working and making money for you. Their only job is security. You understand? So now we don't have the economy that generate that kind of revenue to be able to put into that. So where will you get the money to build that large army? You understand? When America show the budget of their military, they'll say it's 60 billion. When Russia, they're talking about they talk about the billions.
Let me give you an example that is very simple to understand.
So Nigeria right now, wait, hold on. Nigeria right now, we looking for money to build a lot of infrastructure to pay for it, to finance even so many schools and so many things, projects. Now you want to pour all that money into soldiers, 1 million soldiers. You know what I'm saying?
1 million soldiers. See, security.
You won't have anything, man.
Yes, it's very, very important. Now, let me give you an example that you may understand, especially Simba might understand this. When you have your immune system in your body, do you say, oh, because I'm not using it, I'm not injured, I don't have any disease, I should get rid of it? No, you don't do that, because you know the next thing that will hit you very hard and you may never recover. So that is what security is actually for. There is a reason why shops have security guards. It's not because of charity, because they know they do better business if this environment is secure, if their customers knows that they are secure in their environment. Security is paramount. If whatever you do in this life, as long as you have enough resources, if you have, let's say, 100 naira, and you want to secure that 100 naira, you need to make it so that it is hard for people to come and steal that 100 naira. It's going to cost them 200 naira. That is how you build on security. We have 1 billion and we have basically this is 1 million naira security.
So let me tell you how they do it.
Opposite. It should be the other way around.
I don't disagree with you that you need security. You build your military, build your security architect. But this is how they do it. They first figure how to grow the economy first, how to be productive first. So as they're doing it, as they're making money, they begin to build a security as well. It's kind of like as you're building property, right? You're hiring more security, right? As you're building property, you're hiring more security. Now, what you don't do is you haven't figured out to build property. You don't own property yet. Now you're gonna hire a bunch of security guard. You understand? To say
Yeah,
after
but
wait. You haven't built, you figure out to build your mansion yet. You haven't acquired the wealth you haven't strategized how to build it yet. You haven't started construction or building your mansion yet. But you need to hire a bunch of security guards to protect that mansion. Yeah, you are paying them. It's a waste of money. What we need to do is first figure out to grow things. And once we figure we got everything drawn out, we figure out to produce. And as we are producing and as we're making money, and out of that money, wait now, you listen a little more. Out of the money you are making, you begin to take aside for security and use it to start growing your security. So it's something you do simultaneously.
Okay, so in terms of security, you said simultaneously. The problem is that we have gotten to a point where we should be able to build our security well beyond what it is right now. Like in the case of Egypt now, our economy is larger than that of Egypt, but yet our security posture is far less than that of Egypt. Egypt has 1.3 million soldiers alone, not to mention all the other security apparatus that they have. Why is it that we are not in that posture? We have the same resources, more than them. Why are we not? That is my point. I agree with your argument that it's two ways. You can't just have zero economy and build security on top of it. But if we have enough economy to build security on top of it, our current economy is even depressed because of it. Did you know that our economic activity has been reduced by more than 10% because of insecurity? Can you imagine? That's in excess of $50 billion. It's even an economic investment to build your security. Because if you put your security in place, farmers can go to farm, businesses can stay open longer, people can come into the economy and do more business. But what is happening right now is a travesty of what it should be. And our leaders know better. They should know better if they don't anyway. So do you see any hole in that argument? That is a problem. I'm not saying that you don't need economy. You need economy, but we already have enough of that economy to build, but we are not. We've been made like this for decades. They refuse. And this is one of my concerns with all these military coups that are happening too. I don't see them taking charge. They have enough. They have enough people. They have enough economy to build, but they're not building. North Korea had less when they built the country that they have today. Many countries, Singapore had less when they built the country they had today. So this is not an economic argument. This is why when I talk about security, people think I'm dismissing the economy. No, we have enough economy. That's a problem. That's
well, are you sure we really have enough economy?
Yes,
now?
$500 billion economy. $500 billion economy is a large economy. It's the largest on the continent.
No, wait. You cannot be look at it in proportion to the population.
I'm telling you, even this GDP per capita, Nigeria is higher.
But you are the one that just say we're using 90% of our revenue to service debt. So what are you contradicting yourself?
Because we have run the country to the ground. We didn't run it. We didn't build on what we are supposed to build upon. You look at look at IDP camps. Look at our oil is being stolen. Not one person has been prosecuted for this. Look at the terrorism all over the place. Who would want to come? You all know now. If you want to go to Nigeria, you have to think twice now. Why do you have to do that? There are Nigerians that are building properties in Ghana because they are scared of coming to Nigeria because they don't feel safe. All this stuff, we are losing money, we are losing economic growth, we are losing our pride as a nation, not to mention our ability to survive into the future.
Nigeria, can we look at it this way also?
I've been here, I've been quiet.
Presently, I think if you look at the
let me throw this in. See, since 1999, when we got into the democratic system of government, the mistake our leaders make is that they didn't put infrastructure as, let me say, top 5 priority for the country. Yes, the economy were good, we were making money, a lot of people were okay, but there were no infrastructure available to even expand the economy more than how it is now. So that's part of the problem when Nigeria is currently where it is. If you look at it, even if you want to transport any goods from one location to another, it's very, very difficult. It takes time. So our leaders made a lot of mistakes. Okay, if you look at it, when Goodluck was in power, yes, the economy was booming, people were happy. But can you name one infrastructure that they built? None. None. So we cannot blame the past government and the current government now. Far back 2012, we have been following Nigeria election.
It's not even it can even let me UFC. You can go back to 1966.
What are you talking about? You cannot blame the past government and the current government.
We had the one government that time that said it doesn't know what to use money, what to use the money for.
A lot of people saw it that we will go through this mess that we are going through. Konjewala saw it. What they call it? Sanusi saw it.
Sanusi.
I watched that. They said it that Nigeria will go through a lot of mess before it gets better. The mistake we made is that the subsidies have been gone in 2012. The subsidy would have been gone.
Hold on. When Buhari got there, how much did he meet? The dollar? How much was the dollar?
How much did he make dollar?
How much was the dollar?
250.
The reason, me and you know
250. 250.
Yeah, 250. But me and you know the reason why the dollar is
that's because we consume less back then. Rational mind.
We consume
less foreign. We import less back then because
not only that, Mike. They were forests were available. We had a lot of forests. We have forests in foreign reserve and also forests in SS crude account. So they were forests to mitigate this thing. So there were money then, a lot of money available.
the Nigerian economy back then was just Lagos and maybe a few other places. But now Nigerian economy is pretty much the whole Nigeria. And what we import these days, we import way more than we used to import back then. And when you over import, you know what happens to your currency now. So we all know that. So it's not like one president came.
So we need to grow and produce what we consume.
Exactly. Back then, more people were in the farm back then. Today, how many people are in the farm? Everybody are flooded.
Mike, wait, Mike, I want to put this on. Mike, when Obasanjo was in power, please, Nigeria imported more than any other government. The difference was that we were meeting up with our production. The military guy did not allow all these fuel, debt, and all those kind of things. In terms of oil production. So because we are just oil economy, we have been like that. So so because we were producing enough, Obasanjo was having enough money. He was able to pay our debt. He was able to save. So this savings is what these guys were enjoying. So when Buhari came into power, those savings have already gone down. And this debt, this fuel debt have already started, stealing this.
No.
Wait, I'm not sure Obasanjo was good. Wait, I'm talking about opportunity. Please, just listen now. Let me round up. When he came, people were not. Mike, wait, I'm going somewhere. You wait, please. When he came to power, we were meeting up with our production capacity in terms of crude oil. So that gave him opportunity because people were not stealing our crude the way it is today. So today there is a big problem. Even the crude oil, we are not meeting up. And when it comes to local production, we are not meeting up. So there is a lot of problems around why this currency is falling, and it's still going to fall more. It's like even the president, current one now, when they now look into the federal government, that is the central bank, they were so shocked. So it's a very big problem.
for him. But I think what put us in this mess is corruption, and he should be serious about it. Giving us
Midwest, let me
promises
tell you
that
another.
is
Let me tell you
bringing
another reason
heaven
why.
will be
Do you know
another
that
catastrophe. He should stop. Wait, man. The current president should stop telling us paradise is coming. No paradise. He have to face to challenge these corrupt practices. That's all. That's the only thing that will satisfy Nigeria. The problem is so enormous. I don't think anybody can solve it easily, and people are going to suffer. This is not. It's not going to be a easy journey for him. So, but if he's going to tell Nigeria, because I remove subsidies, this you people are going to enjoy paradise. Just give me time. For where is it coming from? From what they say, guys. Some of them are not having refinery where they refine things, and my brother. For me, I pray for we not to witness another setback by allowing these guys to come and seize power from them. Nobody want them, but they should be serious against corruption. The virus that is killing us is
civilian regime. Civilian regime, they are running us to the ground. These people have no ambitions for us. I'm telling you, Midwest, what these people are doing to us right now, they are going to run us to extinction. Look at that man.
Just took off his 3 months.
About controlling corruption, my brother.
If he was to be that won the election, and you be
I
saying
agree
this.
with you.
Hold on, look at what Bazoum is doing in Niger. This guy, he had 25 million in his population. He went and invited German soldiers to come into his country. Now they are asking the French to leave the country. They are refusing to leave the country. So he tells you what is going on. These people are inviting foreigners to invade their countries, and they pretend as if they don't know what they are doing. These civilian regimes, they are basically caretaker government. They are not there to govern us.
Wait. Yeah, to Nigeria. See, my brother, the whole continent is vulnerable. You see, we are very rich in terms of mineral, but we don't have defense. If you want to build a country and you want it to be stable, you have to invest in your military, in your defense. When they see your military capability is strong, they will respect you. North Koreans are suffering, but can anybody go and attack them? Can anybody go and occupy their space? Nobody will try that. So we neglected the military. We have overstressed them. They are not doing police job. And we don't even know whether they have capability to defend our border.
The example that you are giving,
so we have gone too far.
A good example.
And I think corruption.
You said they are suffering.
I think
they are suffering, but they have a big military. So what is the advantage of the military to the North
Listen
Korea?
to me, my brother. When I say they are suffering, let me explain to you what I mean. If you don't understand me, every country in the world. I am talking to you from Sweden. When you talk of poverty, the Sweden have history. They have witnessed it. Talk of Finland, they have witnessed it. So every country at a time have a time where they normally suffer. And but one thing they don't play with is their defense. They must protect themselves against their neighbor, because there was a time everybody was hostile to one another. So my dear, the North Koreans are suffering, but they are able to defend their territory. The entire continent is opening. All these things that is happening today, the way I'm seeing it, the real battleground will be Africa again. Colonization is coming. The way I'm seeing it. Our leaders are, except with all these South Africa and few countries that are trying to, go into BRICS and do something different. But with that of Nigeria, if we are not serious to tackle corruption, it's like our leaders don't even have the country in their mind any longer. Just only what they will gain for themselves and their family. So anybody that want to help us with this situation, instead of deceiving Nigerians, instead of deceiving Nigerians with hope,
more than North Koreans as we speak. Nigerians are suffering more than North Koreans. Even if North Koreans are under sanction, they are still suffering more than North Koreans. Their literacy rate is 100%.
Well, I cannot measure it, but I can say categorically, I can say they are advancing more than us, but I cannot measure the suffering. But I can say anybody can doubt that. In terms of productivities, in terms of engineering and self-sufficiency, they are advancing more than us. I don't think anybody can argue that. But the thing is this, we as a people, currently, what this administration should do for us, they should go into the financial book and let Nigeria understand what lie ahead for them. We don't even need to go there. When we look at the reality, we understand more sufferings are coming economically for Nigerians. He's not the current president, but what he should do for us, he should call, guys, look, you have to take responsibility for what you did wrong. People were in charge of things. How come today they are moving freely? They are still the one, if you as a president, if you make policy, you want to affect them, they use the same money they have stolen to fight you heavily. And you allow them to be there and you want to succeed? It's not going to work. So this is what I'm afraid of. The sufferings of our people may decide. The military guys know more than me and you. They use them against opposition. They use them for so many things. They use police. They are aware they have record. It's me and you that doesn't have those record. And if those guys came, sanction will come. The poor of the poor are going to suffer, and the country will be total mess. If not throwing out into civil war self. This is my worries. We need to talk to them. Not that he have a good policy. Who tell me any president that never produced good policy in that country? It's the implementation that is the problem. And because of corruption, no one can implement them. Nobody. You give money to local to your governor. The man will embezzle it. There's no accountability. You that is even giving money as a president, no accountability. The other one in opposition, governor will be insulting the president. The president will say, no, you are saying like we'll be insulting you, my brother. Huh? So somebody is asking, what would be the solution? The solution is that let's put hands together and fight corruption with sincerity, and Nigeria will move forward. That's just the fact. But if we treat it with soft glove, the way they have been doing it, this is my man, this is my man, I will continue like this. Okay, oh my brother, what we don't expect may happen, and we have no choice. The international community will, and they will, they will look into their interest. We don't want this man. This is sanction. Boom. This sanction will not affect whoever is in power. It will only affect the poor of the poorest, and they don't care. They don't even want the country to grow in the first place. That's just the fact. We must take responsibility. Democracy is an opportunity to develop and to grow. Not for we to be promising people. You promise education. Go to some schools. People are under my go tree learning. And money is flowing into that education. So I think we should forget about this tribal something. Igboma is bad, Yoruba is bad, this one, that one. We are the real tribe that are suffering. These politicians in Nigeria have designed a tribe for themselves. There are governor who is an Igboma. You arrest him, a Yoruba man on top will tell you set him free. There are Yoruba man who will still Hausa man will tell you set him free because it's their tribe in the political realm. But we on the ground, we are so carried away, insulting ourselves, doing all sorts of things. It's my brother. Why should they do it this way? It's my tribal brother. And at the end, we are going backward every day. A whole brick as large as Nigeria economy. They weigh everything. They did not even invite Nigeria. They don't even want to even call that country. They know much more than me and you. How committed? Few things our countries are committed to.
Midwest. Nigeria was invited. Nigeria vice president was there. Also, Nigeria vice president said we didn't apply.
I mean the formation. The formation I'm talking about. When they were discussing this issue, when they were selecting countries in Africa.
No, because we didn't apply.
So until this last summit, they were inviting us.
No. At first, when they set up that group, maybe Nigeria was initially invited to join with South Africa when they started the group. Nigeria didn't agree to join. You understand me? Nigeria didn't agree to join.
Okay.
So yeah. It's our
because of. Do you know the reason?
I don't know.
Maybe external force. You don't even know. If you are in that office, people will be pouring things on you. Like Tinubu now, me and you, we are talking here. He's in the office.
That is true.
There is what is called.
They probably influenced Nigeria not to join.
What is called top national secret. There are top national secrets when you enter an office. You see some fly. It's between that president. When you read
Midwest, please. Midwest, hold on. Tunaja, please. I want us to round up 10 hours sharp. So make the conversation under 10 hours. So when it is 2 minutes to 10 hours, I will come in and shut this down. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
So you look at those situation now. There are top national secret that is before president today. Me and you will never know that, whether we like it or not. And you will see some country interest. You will see lobbies. You see everything. And all these fights will surround him. They are just like an ocean. Sometimes there are some he cannot say no to. That's why maybe when they invite that president, they refuse. You don't know external telephones. That will tell you, don't be part of that. Even this coup that is happening now in Africa everywhere. a time a France itself was applying to be part of it. We don't even know whether there is already, misunderstanding within the powers. So nobody knows where the whole thing is going. So I pray for my country not to be victim of coup leaders, because these people will destroy us again. They are the genesis of our problem. But our leaders can't continue like this in the name of politics. So this is what I want to submit. They should be serious. Our economy, Nigerians are going to witness economic suffering, whether they like it or not. Tinubu can do miracle. If they put to be, can't do miracle. All they have to do, the miracle is that, look, Mr. Man, you were holding this position and you mismanage it. We need this money from you as well, or you suffer in jail. And more money will come from these people. I'm just telling the truth. This is what I believe he should do for us. This is my own submission. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there is logic to not having military regimes, at least regimes that remain military, to transform nations. But where we are right now, I really don't care too much about what type of government we have, because that is a luxury for people that have the ability to survive. But we don't have a lot to go on. So whatever government that comes in that can fix the country, you go ahead with it. If it's civilian, if it is military. So far, the civilian regime, they don't seem to be in any mood to change. They are just doing the same things and maybe even doubling down on it. They are just paying themselves money now. Every single chance they get, they want to embezzle the country dry. These people they are not changing.
And the military, they don't embezzle the country down.
Like I said, it's not about the military. It's about the ones we have. You see, a democratic regime can do very good things, but the one we have now don't want to. If the military regime can come in, may want to do good things, or we might have another one again.
How will you know? How do you know? How will you know that?
You don't know. That's what I mean. You really don't know. It doesn't matter whether it's a socialist system, whether it's capitalist system, whether it's this democracy, whether it's military. It doesn't matter. They want. If you look at all the world, it's a mix that rescued their nation from the mess they are in. One of the things that they all have in common is that they are nationalists. Whether it's democratic, whether it's military.
No, to Nigeria, the way I see Nigeria, the Nigerian military is already corrupted. They have been exposed to money.
It's true.
So,
it's true. I'm not doubting that.
They are worse than this civilian. They will be worse than this civilian we are seeing.
Exactly.
It's a kind of a government. The governments that come into office are unique.
Let me tell you, the only advantage the military can have is that they won't be able to pass through all these bureaucratic processes of legislators and all those. They can do things by fiat. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whether you like it or not, they can get things done by bullying people, by doing so many things.
You mean like the Chinese government got 800 and something million people out of poverty in the last decade alone? Yeah, they can get things done. If you mean to do the right thing, it doesn't matter who they will do the right thing. You can get a dictator.
But the problem is that because let me tell you, let us, even before we start preaching that, let us see the ones that are there now in other African countries. Let's see how it pans out. Because it's too early for us to jubilate. And you are the one that started. Look at Mali. If you see even the insurgency that is going on in Mali now, it's terrible. So if you have Mali as an example, then
see, my brother,
me,
you know why it's like that.
Careful.
See you, sorry if I want to come in. Also, let me tell you why it's like that. You see, this continent, Africa, people have plan for it. Now, when they removed Gaddafi, there was a plan for it. When Gaddafi was alive, those Sahel was one of the most peaceful people. He controlled that area to Tuareg people. Those desert people knows those area very well. So for those guys to have a hidden place to form their camp and their organization, he will bomb them. So now they remove this guy, and there is a vacuum. And that vacuum will give them excuses to have military bases in all these places. And those military bases will never solve that same problem. It may reduce it. When it go down, they will allow it to grow so that they can remain there permanently. What is flowing is the resources the natural resources of that area will automatically become their own. So now the danger of military coming in is this. When they come in, sanction will flow. And when they put sanction on these people, everything will go down. So the militaries are not going to help the situation. That's why African
why do you
leaders,
believe
like
that
those who
only
are still in
sanction?
democracy,
Hold
should
on,
start
hold on.
asking themselves questions.
Why do you always believe? Why do our people believe that whenever they put sanction, everything goes down? It's not necessarily true. Abacha was sanctioned. The Nigerian
Yes.
economy grew.
No.
Nigerian foreign
See,
reserve grew.
Hello,
Abacha was not
everybody.
it depends. It
He
depends on the
brought
kind of
Nigeria's
sanction.
foreign reserve from
Can
almost
you,
zero to more than
hello,
10 billion US dollars. He
hello,
was
can
under
you guys
sanction
hear
when he
me?
did that. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, yeah. Good morning
Yeah, we
or
are
good
hearing you.
afternoon, wherever you are. I just want to, chip in some things. First off, I want to agree with two
Sorry,
Niger.
are you new on this platform? Sorry.
Yes. I follow you guys all the
What's
time.
your
My name,
name? What's your name?
you can just call me Eriolu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
quickly, thank you very much for having me. So I just want to say that I want to agree with two Niger in one thing, and the other guy that talks about the security. You see, the reason why Africa is being plundered is because during the days of our forefathers, during the days of slavery and colonization, Africa was a rich place, but we failed to build our security. That was why these white people was able to come and cheat on us. So, and that is what we are still, that is what is still happening in our continent till today. The security is zero.
Yeah.
That's why these white people are always have the upper hand, because we are not building our security. And I agree, of course, that we need to build it concurrently with our economy, but we cannot neglect that aspect. But back in those days that we're talking about, the economy of Africa was good. The kingdoms were rich in their own little ways. But these guys have the guns, they have the economy to bring in ships full of explosives.
And we don't. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, go ahead.
If you are living in a place where poverty is entrenched, these Oyibo people that you claim that they came that time, it wasn't as if they were killing us. It's our people that they used against us. I think the sense of patriotism that we have as Africans is actually one of the major problems that we have. No matter the military that they have, if we all resolve that we will not allow ourselves to be used against one another, I think it will go a long way. But if you are talking about military, all these coup, even before the one that we claim that are sponsored by the West, they still use our people to take over the government, use ourselves against ourselves. And that is what is happening now. All this insurgency that we are talking, they are not foreigners, they are Africans. So if we, on our own, we don't resolve that we are not going to be the enemy of ourselves, I don't think we have a long way, any way to go. The problem that we have is that we don't look at ourselves or say, okay, what is the problem that we have? We always blame other people for our woes. And if we continue the way we are going, we have nowhere to go, my brother. That's the way I look at it.
I agree with you in that aspect, but then look at it this way. If an enemy is bent on taking you out or taking a nation out, and they are always strategizing, and they are always strategizing to take you out, even if there are 90% of good people in that country, Africans are not bad like we always think we are. We are not different from these white people. Even if Africa decides to go and colonize the white nations tomorrow, and they say they want to go and look for a bad white man, bad white people, and we have a lot of money to influence that kind of expenditure and that kind of thing, and say we want to start having bad white men as leaders, we can do it in the sense that if we have the money, these guys have the money and they have the influence, they can always continue to look for a bad African to lead us. And that is their policy. That is how they have always been doing it. Each time a good man comes in to be a president or to be the leader of an African nation, they take him out. So you have to look
beyond like, oh, African is to blame. No, yeah, these other guys are really strategizing against us all the time. So I get what you're saying, that we cannot begin to blame them all the time. But then I'm telling you the real thing that is happening. Look at Patrick, the guy from the Congo. Look at the guy from Thomas Sankara look at all those guys that are taking out. Look at Kwame. Look at all those good guys. Even Obafemi Awolowo was trying to do a great thing to
our own
Nigeria.
civil war.
Yeah, they make sure that it doesn't get there.
Civil war. They know what happened more than us.
So these guys are always strategizing against us. We have to. So, and I agree with you. We have to unite. But then each time we try to unite, they try to divide us. So this thing is more than me.
Don't you think that some of us are selfish? That's why we allow that. Because we're only selfish in pursuing our goal.
I agree with you to a certain extent, but then look at it this way. If you go to America today and you want to look for somebody that will take bribe to take down America, you will find them. An American white man that will take a bribe to be a spy on their government, you will find them in their thousands.
Yeah, of course.
And if you can protect them, if you can promote them to power, they are available.
They are available. So it's not peculiar to us alone.
And you can protect them. You can alleviate them.
We are
they
not
are
even
available.
engaged in that. Yeah, we are not even engaged in that game.
In that, we will find them.
This is why when UFC asked that question the other day, it was quite revealing that no Nigerian spy has ever been caught anywhere. It's like they are not doing their job.
But these guys, they just want to make sure that they want to take over Africa. They want to make sure that they just don't want to see you. But we have to devise a way of survival. That's what we should be talking about. The unity. That's where the unity comes in.
Like that. Another thing I observe about Nigerians and another country is that if I look at other African countries, it's the way we were raised. We were raised not to care about anything beyond our family. It's always myself, my family. That's all. Listen to when our famous people speak. It's always about their family. They don't have their community to it, or their state, or the nation in general. They don't. For instance, look at the Senegal guy that play football, that play with Liverpool. What's the name?
Sadio Mane.
Thank you. See how he's giving back to his community. He's not sharing money, but he's building sports facility that will grow other
schools.
But for instance, let me go back to Nigeria. Look at our famous and celebrity people. None of them are doing anything. They are not building a sports facility for their community. Nothing. They don't give back. They don't give back at all. So is how we were raised. We were raised not to care about our fellow.
May God bless you, UFC. The only thing that we do, we all come out here and shout. And that's where we say
now, you know, our politicians, they don't even bank in Nigeria. They bank their money overseas. They don't even have asset in Nigeria.
Don't divert what you are talking about. We are talking about individual now.
If you look at America,
individual, we are talking about now. Don't take us somewhere else.
No, where I refer to the Nigerians, those who are rich today are politicians.
But I don't
know politicians that are rich. Only politicians that are rich.
I don't completely agree to what you guys are saying.
The individuals are connected to them.
Okay, some of our famous people, name anything they have done to build other people in Nigeria. Name them. Can I hear anyone?
But but then when it comes to communal,
hold on, like a skills acquisition center, name anyone I've said.
But my brother, well, when it comes to communal response, our people are good in that thing.
Really?
We have a yes. Look at even on Facebook and everywhere, even on TV. When somebody speak or something is happening to someone, maybe like they need crowdfunding. You
That's
have
not what
some
I'm
good
saying here.
yeah, but
I am not. Hold on.
that's still part of it. That's
Hold
still
on.
part of it. People,
It's not part of it.
You
What
are
you
talking
can
about
listen to
I'm not
UFC.
talking about the
Exactly. It's not when somebody is sick that people will be contributing 1,000
Thank
that you are
you.
talking about.
That's not what I'm saying here. Okay, for instance, let me use Francis Ngannou because I watch UFC. When Francis Ngannou became famous and wealthy, you know what he did? He set up a gym back home in Cameroon. They are training other people now as we speak. Those will later in the future become world champions and make money and help their community. That's what I'm trying to say. You don't need to give out money. I'm not saying share money to people.
Okay. I can name you like few sport people that have done the same thing.
Hold on.
Akim Olajuwon.
Hold on, please. Yeah, hold on, please. UFC, and you rightly said, if I knew that I was opportune to be giving education or giving skill or sport by free by somebody, if I grow up, if I'm successful in life, I would like to do same thing to give back to the community.
Yeah.
And it will be continue extending.
It will become a culture. It will become a culture.
Thomas, let me give you an example. Most of us here, at least before we travel abroad, we had our university degree in Nigeria. But you still see people on this platform that will come and say they've never benefited anything from government. How much did we pay when we were in the university? It was as if we went to university free. But what we fail to realize that even the little that the community or the country has given us, we don't even appreciate it. The only thing that we see is the negative. So what UFC is saying is that if you are a sport, okay, we have the likes of Okocha, we have the likes of Samson Siasia, Kano and Co. What have they given back to the community? The only thing you see them, they are now encouraging betting in Nigeria. Bet Niger, bet this, all this, and all our youth now. That's what any little money that they have now, they use it to bet.
I'm sorry, Simba. I was surprised when I saw P Square 2. They are now into betting, lottery.
Exactly. So is that what we use to build our community?
The only guy that built facility that I know of is the guy from Kanu, Ahmed Musa. That's the only guy I saw that gave back to his community in Nigeria.
Exactly. Somebody mentioned Akim Olajuwon. Akim Olajuwon is from Kwara State. He actually grew up. He was even the product of Nigerian Sports Festival. I can say I'm a Kwara. I've never seen anything that Akim Olajuwon did in Kwara State. So I don't know where that person that is mentioning Akim Olajuwon coming from. I don't know what he knows about Akim Olajuwon that is mentioning Akim Olajuwon.
Did you, brother? Did you know sometimes these people, if they want to build this thing, all they just need to do is just organize a fundraising. They won't spend even their money because they have the popularity, they have the fame. It is easy for them to do, but they don't care.
Let's close by this. This country I am, Australia, every year they contribute for Children Royal Hospital for cancer treatment. Simba, ask me how much citizens contributed for the state government this year. Ask me how much.
How much?
How much?
$50 million. Contribution from citizenry.
Okay.
$50 million.
Okay.
Get this money.
May I put this one for you, I beg. For my own,
please, let me
okay,
finish.
wait. When you contribute this one, you gave it to
my
people.
brother.
Okay.
My brother, hold
Okay.
on, please. Let me finish. How did they contribute this money? Putting people, you know, as we normally do when you are in university, you will take this pangolo, small pangolo, collecting $2 in traffic, and collecting money from TV station, radio station, $50 million. Can Nigeria contribute 100,000 naira for government?
What Midwest is about to say is that after
they will.
That some people will steal the money.
Will.
That's what you want to say now. Nobody is asking you to hand it over to people
my
that will steal it. You can organize yourself.
During Buhari regime, wait now, may I put this one? During Buhari regime, the Minister of Health was from my state. The only hospital we built is in I think I saw it on this Irua. It's an uncompleted building and it has been commissioned, and just like that today. So you will want me to go and contribute to that kind of system?
What you are saying.
Nigerians are generous people. Nigerians are very generous people when it comes to that contribution. It's related because Nigerians are very generous people. It's not because
the one that you are saying
the system doesn't encourage them.
Nigerians are generous people. Create their venue.
The system is not fair. It's not transparent.
General.
We are not nobody.
They are very generous people. Nigerians are generous.
Nobody will stop you if you want to contribute and build a school. Nobody will stop you if you want to contribute and build a hospital.
If you are from Surulere, okay, hold on. Whiskey is from Surulere. And Whiskey build anything that will last for that will remain in future. Like even if it's out of fame, that will be something that the people of Surulere will remember him for. No, nothing like that. So that's what I'm saying. Build a structure of where people can learn.
The problem is
in your community where you came from. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying go and give government your money.
Yeah,
no,
if people
do it.
People are building.
Handle the project.
Yeah, people are building. When they build,
yeah,
they are doing. But most of the people are doing it for political gain. They do it small. Before you know, they want to be cancelled or they want to get their money back.
I'm talking about.
So this is what they are doing. And until we get a government that is serious, that politics.
Is that one problem? Yeah. Is that one the problem of government? Midwest, listen to yourself. Is that a problem of government? If people are contributing to the society just because of they want to join politics. So
it's a problem of the government because the government have made the see now, look at the way it's the problem of the government. The politics in Nigeria is now an instrument to make wealth, not instrument to serve.
Hold on. There's a guy, Michael Blackson. He's a B-list comedian in the US. He built a school, a private school for the poor in his village in Ghana. Most of the donation came from his friend, who are comedians also in the United States, because he knows a lot of heavyweight comedians. They donated to that project. Even some of them buy the equipment they are using. The school there is totally free for the poor. It's not for the middle class, for the poor in the society. So that's those kind of things is what I'm saying. I'm talking about. I'm not saying
no, UFC. I agree with you totally. The only thing we are good at is just to shout, thinking that the manna will fall from heaven. We all need to search ourselves and see what we can contribute. But by the time you are not giving the excuse that the only reason people make contribution in Nigeria because of politics, I don't understand that. Do your own. You can build a school, and then if you have the means, as he said, you can put in the facility and make it free for people.
Me, I don't solve my own. Where I go this
So are we saying that there's no charity organizations in Nigeria that are there?
Most of the NGO in Nigeria that are using it to make money.
Are you saying that they are not genuine ones? Are you saying that there is no genuine charity organization?
We need more. If there are few, we need more. That's what you are saying.
Motherless babies home. No, man, come on, man. Don't say this. You might say that we need more. You encourage them to do more, but when you say there is none,
or non-existent.
We are not saying nobody is saying none. We need to. We need more. We need more. Nobody is saying none. Don't use that one to negate what you are saying. Nobody is saying there is none in the system.
Would you like
but
to
we
hear
need
something
more.
like, hold on, wouldn't you like to hear something like this? Whiskey Center for Training and Excellence or something like that? Even
if it is for music that is practicing, even if it is for music.
That's what those are the kind of things, where people can grow skills, skill acquisition center, something like that.
But
you know, do you know how many people sport engage in England and US?
But then look at this. Do you know that Nigerian music industries is people give it credit for like the way the cohesion among the old artists and the new artists, how they have continued to help the new guys to spring up and to nurture them. So they have their own way of giving back. So we cannot just say,
what do you mean that he was giving them cohesion? Which cohesion are you talking about?
This topic is that we in Nigeria we always believe government should be the only one to solve some of our problems.
We don't have that culture of giving. It's only take.
It's only take. Including myself. I'm included.
See, the reason is, if I don't want to argue this, see, when people, my brother, where people are giving, when you see where people give, there is always transparency. Transparency and accountability is what encourage giving. The situation we are in Nigeria now, the corruption, even a child in the womb is so corrupt. People don't trust anybody. When you want to give money to something, you first of all look at the person. Maybe the person wants to reach themselves. And you talk about NGO. Wait, my brother, let me land this one. NGO. NGO is a no profit organization or no profit organization. Here in Europe and some advanced country, they have to prepare their balance sheet. You did not make profit does not mean you cannot tell the government how you spend the money you receive. And those who are contributing to you, because you can divert that money for wrongdoing. In our country, they see the money, now they are building school. You don't know how many bags of cement building the school. You don't know the contractor. My brother,
okay, now
we have to agree.
In Midwest,
these are the facts.
That is what we have been telling, that everybody has to change in that country. But in a situation whereby you only blame the leader,
but we cannot change when the doors and opportunity is not there.
Okay, so
how can we change when the government doesn't compare you? It doesn't compare you
to change.
Wait, there is no law.
You don't know, you as Midwest, as a grown-up adult like you don't know what is good from what is right. You need government to tell you to do what is right. You need government to compare you to do what is right.
Wait. Let me tell you you see where we made mistake as a human being, as an African. Now I know every human being at it. That is why any single thing they want to apply, they will invest money to go and design a platform that will put everybody on check. Our case is different. We are looking for the one we trust. And when you put the person in the office, he will not be surrounded with different temptation. And before you know it, that rightful person is not a negative person. Because nobody is there to check them. This is what is holding us. Yeah.
Midwest, let me explain to you again. I'm not talking about giving money. For instance, Oprah Winfrey have a very big school that she built in South Africa. The school is totally free. It's for girls in South Africa. Girls who live in a vulnerable community. She doesn't collect them. They don't pay anything. But it's just a school. She built it for girls in South Africa. Those are the kind of things I'm saying. I'm not telling you to give money. Build something where other people can learn from. So they want to better them life. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's another secret. There's another secret behind that giving. Wait, my brother.
Midwest. Make that comment in 1 minute. I have to shut down now. It's 10 hours. We don't supposed to pass past 10 hours.
Sometimes people have some of these things. People have to contribute. Even Big Gay is contributing to some charity organization. But when this charity organization is not obliged to submit their accounting book, just the way we run things in our country, everything just black market. There is no trustworthy person. We don't trust anybody. Why should we trust ourselves? Human beings are like animals. It's only Lord that controls their brain. So when the law is not effective, you see animalistic is there.
You are getting it wrong. I'm not saying any of them to give anybody money. Do it yourself. Build it by yourself. Don't they build houses for themselves? Wealthy people,
few that can do it by themselves.
Without giving the money to a charity to do it. No, they can do it by themselves. Even their manager can handle it. So what are you saying? I don't understand.
Yes, I'm talking about collective effort.
Hold on. Asika.
I'm talking about collective effort. I'm talking about collective effort. I'm not talking about individual. I'm talking about collective effort. Like we in diaspora now. We always talk and talk and talk. Can we even go back home now to go and put our heads together and say, let's put finance and run this program? We cannot. Because there is no system that guarantee the accounting book. So none of us want to put our investment there. We are not too rich. Diasporas only have brain. They don't have enough money. The politicians are already with the money and they control the power. And the actual brain that will build that country is diaspora. And the diaspora cannot come together because the structure on ground cannot allow them to really put their finance and strength together to change the course of the country. But if you release money to person, somebody with their body. That's all.
Guys, thank you. I think I read so much. Yes. You have to rest it. I have to rest it now. We have to go. Thank you, everyone. Tunaja, thank you so much for deputizing. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yes, we'll catch you sometimes later tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I say peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We can't go without playing some music. Let's see what we have here. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense. They're committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.